Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 651 Boring. The ship carrying all the soldiers did not land on the planet. In fact, it did not even enter the atmosphere, for the planet was infested with hordes of mindless yet violent aliens. They were one of the many species that had been bred especially for wars against planets. The Fugen were, in fact, not the first to use such tactics, though currently they were the ones employing it the most in the Origin realm. The concept was simple. Once any civilization reached a certain level and grew enough, they would gain the means of genetic manipulation, whether through technology or spiritual techniques or something else. With such advancements, there naturally came military applications. Although uncommon, when larger civilizations wage war against one another, it is often too intensive on human resources to invade each and every planet or strategic location. They would create fast-reproducing aliens to overpower or weaken the planet's inhabitants. Through long-lasting wars of attrition, the planet was usually either overwhelmed or was at the very least greatly weakened, all without the ones responsible putting in any real effort. Of course, the perpetrators themselves naturally retained the means to combat this engineered alien species in case they ever needed to take the planet themselves. There were many ways of managing this was circumnavigating the Henali prohibition on genocide, such as the case with the devils and zombies. Of course, in the case of the Fugen, there was no need to care for any prohibitions or rules at all. They populated the planet with extremely vicious creatures which were designed to not only tear apart any living thing, but the planet as well. That was also one of the reasons the planet was so fragile. Once the ship got into position, all the soldiers were instructed to get into their launch pods. Besides those from a Midnight Inn, there were countless other teams as well, all of them much bigger than the Midnight Battalion. After all, regardless of how powerful or effective the Midnight Battalion might seem, it was just stupid to send 1,000 soldiers to clear out an entire planet. Each team being sent to this planet, though, was considered elite. Luther couldn't have cared less about that, though. With an impassive face, as if he was bored, he climbed into his pod, after which support technicians came in and ensured he was properly strapped in. Hundreds of thousands of pods were launched all over the planet's surface. The aliens on the planet noticed the rain and tried shooting the pods out of the sky, but they came equipped with safety measures. Like hail of metal instead of ice, the pods crashed into the ground and spread devastation wherever they landed, despite the fact that the ship had come as close as possible for launch. When the pods opened, the soldiers who were completely safe climbed out. They had only a short while to reorient themselves and get used to the conditions on this planet before the aliens would attack them. But while everyone was gearing up and getting in position to defend, the Midnight Battalion attacked. It could not be helped. Luther, as well as the rest, were born in the clean and pristine environment of the inn, yet now they were exposed to the polluted and stale air of this rogue planet. Although their masks had filtration functions, it was a pale imitation of what they were used to. They were irritated and uncomfortable. Fortunately, there were targets nearby to help them vent their frustrations. All around the pods, where most of the soldiers were waiting to make their first stand, sounds of distant growls and the thumbing and stomping of approaching beasts could be heard. Well, all around them except one direction, where Z was warming up his speakers with a soft and tempered melody titled Enter Sandwoman. Astride Fenrir, Lex was traversing the land with incredible speed. A part of him wanted to believe that if he had been running on his own two legs, he could have still maintained such speed. He couldn't be blamed for thinking like this, as he boasted. Greater physical strength and resilience than Fenrir. Even given the situation where he could replace the pup's sheer excitement and joy at being allowed to run so fast and freely for so long, with nothing but discipline, the one thing even he had to admit that he couldn't replicate was the tranquility of their journey. The pup boasted great stealth capabilities. Lex always knew that. But after a certain time, Lex realized that Fenrir wasn't actively being stealthy. It was ingrained into his very nature. If Lex had been running at the same speed, Massive craters would be left in the ground with each step he took. The roaring wind would herald his arrival wherever he passed, much like the sound of a jet was usually heard even as it had already passed the area by. Yet as Fenrir passed, not only was not a single blade of grass disturbed, there was barely even any sound. Lex watched in wonder as the duo actually passed by a few animals walking in the wild, completely unaware as they passed them by. If Lex didn't know for sure that Fenrir couldn't do that, he might have started to believe that they were invisible. Yet even as they traveled at incredible speeds and never took a break, even hours later they were still far from just their first destination. They were heading towards the capital of the Noel family's territory, from where they would take a teleportation formation and continue on their path. Lex was sure they were heading in the right direction, for they kept consulting the map, but as the map did not denote the distances, there was no way of knowing when they would reach. This journey he was expecting to be tense and fraught with danger ended up just being a long stretch of uneventful traveling, at least so far. 10 more hours later, when they still had not reached their destination and it was nowhere in sight, Lex gave up. This was too boring. Back at the Emporium, when he heard about that spaceship which could easily travel even between galaxies, Lex had been impressed but did not think he needed such a thing. Now he knew he was wrong. He should look into getting himself a similar ship for long-distance travel as well. The only issue was that transporting such a massive thing to and from the inn was a problem. He would look into finding a ship that can easily fit into his spatial bangle. Until then, he had to fill his time with something else, so he used his remote presence ability to project an image of himself at the inn. It had been a long time since he hosted some guests himself as the innkeeper. It might be interesting if he did that for a while after all this time. Technically, he could use this time productively and actually work, but after so much boredom, he did not feel like working. A scan of the inn revealed that all was more or less normal. The absence of some of the most notable faces at the inn had not gone unnoticed, yet he had strictly ordered not to reveal any information to the public. Anyone who asked was told that they had gone somewhere for special training. Besides that, the focus of the guests seemed to be on the event of the week that was going on. Various performers and artists had been invited from multiple planets to have live shows. While Earth was no longer in a position where anyone could focus on such things, some of the refugees participated. Besides that, a lot of participants from the other planets that were linked to the inn came as well. In fact, from X-142, there was actually a musical band consisting of all fairies. The Tiny Stars were unusually popular, though Lex had to admit their music was quite catchy. As Lex was observing the event and all the guests, his sight eventually focused on two teenagers. A short yet plump boy was accompanied by a taller yet skinnier girl. The faint resemblance in their appearance hinted that they were related. They were dressed oddly, with clothes that looked like they had been worn in sections. For example, the shirt, or whatever was covering their torso, actually consisted of 7 small bits of fabric which had to be worn one at a time. The same kind of clothing was also on their arms and legs. Yet strange as it was, they were not showing much skin, and by the way that the two held themselves up, Lex got the feeling that they were dressed formally rather than casually, at least according to their own standards. "There's too much of a crowd here," the girl complained as she looked at the crowded main street. "Whoever sold us the keys lied to us." Chapter 652 Work. The sun hung low in the evening sky, painting the inn in a warm hue. There were a few scattered clouds here and there, but instead of making the inn seem dull and gray, they made the inn seem light and airy. Fresh snow would fall wherever the clouds traveled, though somehow the roads and walking paths stayed miraculously clean. Of course, if anyone tread off the fixed path, their footsteps would be accompanied by the satisfying crunch of stepping in the powdery snow. As if to match the mood set by the environment, the usual energetic buzz of the crowd of Main Street had changed to hushed murmurs. Though most of the guests did not really need to do so, they were dressed in warm coats and comfy scarves and carried cups of hot cocoa or coffee or tea wherever they went. Some guests even walked around with large wooden mugs of warm meat, while others munched on fresh, steaming chicken patties, veggie rolls, or dough balls. Though there was no music playing, the ambience of Main Street itself resulted in a soft melody that made one seem both cold and warm at the same time. Yet amidst this coziness, the two teenagers seemed malcontent. While for some, the simple or mundane things such as enjoying an ordinary snow day was quite pleasing, for the energetic and rebellious teenagers, it was not enough. They were young and spirited, and were not yet at the stage of life where such subtle things could trigger nostalgia or melancholy. Or if one were to simply take it at the words of the girl, they simply wanted a place where they could enjoy solitude. The crowds and hustle and bustle of a busy street left them tense and agitated, unable to relax. "Excuse me, dear guests. I don't mean to intrude, but I could not help but overhearing that you are unsatisfied with this place," said Lex, as he teleported his projection behind the two. The kids, much to their credit, were not at all startled by Lex suddenly appearing behind them. Moreover, when they looked at him, there was no significant emotion in their eyes, as if everything they saw or experienced was mundane. "My sister and I came here to get away for a while," the boy explained. "A traveling merchant sold the key to us and told us that the key would take us somewhere relaxing, where we could have a vacation while our parents worked." The boy seemed too disgusted to finish his sentence. Although Lex did not show it, he was subtly taken aback by the children's reaction. If nothing else, almost everyone who visited the inn would at least enjoy the purity of the spiritual energy. Just that in itself was clearly enough to put everyone in a good mood. Lex was no longer as ignorant as before. By reading a lot of general knowledge available of the Hanali portal, as well as from documents provided by the Emporium, he knew a lot more about star ranks. It was not a term used only by the inn, and in fact was a generic unit used across the entire Origin realm. The star rank denoted the energy concentration in any given area. When a unit was first created, it was called star rank because usually in a star system, it was the level of the local star which would affect the quantity and quality of energy in its surrounding planet. But the fact that rogue planets, minor realms, random asteroid belts, and even seemingly empty patches of the realm had varying levels of energy, it was then simply used to denote the energy level of a given area. In fact, Lex had even learned about the various kinds and qualities of spiritual energies that existed in the universe, and why different energies resulted in different star ranks. The simple version of it was that a higher energy level may not always be better, and a lower energy level may not be a bad thing. The good and bad aspects of energy levels all depended on one's cultivation level. Fortunately, that was not a concern at the Midnight Inn, for even if the energy level was too high for certain guests, the inn would automatically ensure that it would not interact with them, and instead the inn would surround those guests with the optimal energy levels for them. Long story short, almost everyone who came to the inn enjoyed the pleasant sensation provided by a purer and cleaner environment. After all, the average star rank across the realm was 1 star. Yet the kids did not seem to care at all. It was as if this was ordinary, or even the most basic requirement which they did not even need to think about. "I understand that the crowded atmosphere of Main Street does not suit your tastes." Lex snapped his fingers and teleported the three to a cabin atop the Midnight Mountain. There was a small clearing where the view from one side was the bustling village, while on another side stood the magnificent mountain man in his seemingly endless slumber. The murmurs of the street had disappeared, giving way to the sound of the wind, traveling over the snow-covered trees. There was a sharp contrast to the busy street. Yet somehow Lex knew that even this would not satisfy the children. If it were so easy, they would not have remained unimpressed even at the main street. That is why, to begin with, he only said they were coming here to discuss what they can do. And indeed, the children remained non-reactive after teleporting here. They looked around at their new environment, as if to inspect it, yet not much else. Lex could not help but want to learn more about them, so he scanned them. Name: Kuno Ekiko. Age: 13. Sex: male. Cultivation details: Chi training peak species. Human midnight in prestige level. 1 bloodline. Lycanthrope remarks: please refrain from teleporting away random children. This is not that kind of system. Name: Kava Ekiko. Age: 16. Sex: male. Cultivation details: Foundation realm peak species. Human midnight in prestige level. 1 bloodline. Lycanthrope remarks: please be warned, Another instance of teleporting minors will result in a complaint to the intergalactic police. The fact that Kuno was already a cultivator even before turning 15 said a lot about his background. Humans would need special kinds of medicinal fruits and herbs which would prepare their bodies to cultivate ahead of time. Of course, there is also a chance that their bloodline had something to do with their ability to cultivate. I concur, Kava chimed in. Just because we are on vacation does not mean we can lay around sleeping and doing nothing. What actual, productive, and fruitful work is there for us to do here? Lex was intrigued by the challenge these kids were presenting. He could naturally tell that they were not being petulant and instead genuinely could not comprehend not doing some work. Perhaps for them, not dealing with whatever they had to endure on a daily basis was already a vacation, so they did not need other events to excite or stimulate them. Instead, they want something productive to do to occupy their minds, while still giving them the feeling of having used their time productively. Truthfully, Lex could not understand people who had such views about relaxing, but it was true that people who were too used to being productive could not stand wasting time. The Midnight Inn had to cater to all kinds of guests, not just the convenient ones, so Lex genuinely took this up as a challenge. Why don't you tell me a little about what you imagine your vacation being like? Kuno shrugged and said, I don't know. I've never had a vacation. Me neither, said Kava. Lex smiled warily. Since they had no experience, having them enjoy their vacation was both easy and difficult. The only real thing that would determine which of those two it would end up being was Lex's marketing skills. I have the perfect idea. Why don't you two give it a try? The two looked at each other and shrugged, coming to some kind of agreement. He teleported them over to a new district of the greenhouse and passed a few instructions to the turtle. I'm sending you over a couple of new volunteers. Have them work the newly created cold desert and ensure they finish planting all the new vegetables. Chapter 653, 300. Kuno and Kava were teleported once again, this time finding themselves in a cold and barren land. Due to the fact that they were cultivators, the chill didn't negatively affect them, but it was a lot more biting here than even the snowy mountain they were on before. Every breath they took in felt biting cold, yet to them it was just reinvigorating rather than uncomfortable. Every breath they exhaled left a long, thick trail of mist. Yet somehow, besides their misty breath and the chill running down their spines, there was no other sign of the pervading cold in the surrounding area. There was no snow or ice anywhere to be found. The only sight for them to see was the dried, yet grainy soil, and the gray and beige pebbles and rocks littered throughout the area. There wasn't even any vegetation. If they did not know better, they would assume that they had been sent to some kind of wasteland or deserted area. Yet as deplorable as the conditions seemed, the children actually seemed to like it a little. Their bloodlines inevitably affected their behavior and thought process, even if it was indirectly. What this actually meant was that they felt nice and cozy in cold climates, and would be more irritable in warm climates due to the fact that their bodies innately stayed warm. Now, it wasn't their bloodline forcing them to behave irritably in the heat and relaxed in the cold, yet due to the physical feedback of their bodies, they naturally developed such behavior. This was only one of the simpler and easily identified idiosyncrasies that their family shared. Another one was their usually serious attitude, not to mention their extreme focus on any task or objective. Sure, there were some oddballs in their family here and there, but that was not the norm. As such, these two who were out on vacation did not really know how to enjoy or behave, and could only think to keep themselves busy somehow. Yet what could there possibly be for them to do in this frozen wasteland? As if to answer their question, a dark figure appeared in the distance, approaching them. Its movements seemed to be slow, yet the actual speed at which it arrived was surprisingly fast. Moreover, even from a distance, the figure was radiating a dominating and commanding aura, one that their bloodline was reacting to. That genuinely surprised them, for they had never encountered such a situation. Normally, even if they faced a much stronger creature, their bloodline would only make them more aggressive and ready to put up a fight. This was confirmed by their mother, who had once been in the presence of a dragon. Though fortunately for them, she did not have to fight it. Yet now, their bloodline was cowering. How is this possible? Before the kids could fully wrap their heads around the submission emanating from within their very bones, the figure arrived. It belonged to a turtle, or at least something that resembled a turtle. Its body was massive, causing them to have to crane their neck up to look at its face. A single, curved, gray horn protruded from its forehead, though streaks of purple had begun appearing on it. "Oh dear, more silly humans," the turtle lamented, though it did not seem too disturbed. Its eternal fondness for picking up strays gave it a very tolerant and mellow personality. And yes, to it, humans were just more strays or pets for it to collect and raise. After all, hadn't it also rescued and protected Lex when he first came to Nibiru? To it, Lex was and still is no different from Little Blue and the rest. The children, who were finally showing some expression, looked up in awe and reverence. Lex, who was spying on the situation from the Midnight Mountain, did not know if he should feel satisfied that he finally broke through and impressed them, or offended that the turtle had elicited such a reaction, but not himself. "I have been told that you little humans want a farm," Kava asked, curious. Kuno asked as well, trying to put up a strong front. He could not accept that his own blood was being submissive before another, and did not want to give in. "In 6 months there will be a wedding," the turtle told. "But more importantly, the wedding will also be a conference for immortals." The duo asked, startled. "No humans. This is food for others of the conference." After that, the turtle did not bother explaining any further, and used a vine made of grass to pull out a small cactus from within its shell. But the strange thing was that this cactus seemed to be made of rocks, and the only parts of it which seemed like an ordinary plant were its roots. The turtle showed the kids how to plant it in the ground, which seemed quite straightforward when the turtle did it. This unusual cactus required that its roots be buried to a minimum depth, and had to be planted in an area with lots of pebbles and rocks. The process seemed straightforward enough, and growing food for a conference of immortals seemed a worthy enough task for them to put some effort into it. After all, regardless of their background, as mere mortals themselves, they still needed to respect immortals. But when they tried to repeat the process themselves, using tools the turtle had given them, they discovered that the seemingly loose and grainy soil was as tough as metal. They literally could not even scratch the surface. The kids looked at each other dumbfounded, while the turtle only watched silently from the side. Problem-solving was an important skill for its pets to learn, so it would not interfere unless they were completely overwhelmed. Feeling unresigned, the two tried again, this time using more strength. When they failed again, they tried once more while using spiritual techniques to literally attack the floor. Kuno was still not able to produce any significant results, while Kava managed to produce a visible indent in the ground. The repeated failures did not demotivate them, and instead spurred them to put even more effort into their task. The duo activated their bloodlines, which only produced limited visual changes in the two. Both of them suddenly grew more hair on their bodies, though it was not to the extent that it completely covered their skin, and their eyes turned yellow. This time, instead of trying separately, they both began hacking at the same point in the ground, working together to produce a single hole. The process was slow, incredibly slow, but at least it had begun. The turtle shook its head and went away. From what it could see, the kids were more or less playing around in the dirt. Far away, Lex snickered as he saw the two working relentlessly to provide him with free labor. That's what they got for acting haughty in front of him. No, wait. He meant the inn was capable of satisfying the request of any kind of guest. Feeling somewhat entertained, he decided to continue hosting guests for a while. So for the next few hours, random guests who found themselves in slightly less crowded areas were visited by the innkeeper, unbeknownst to them. Since he never officially introduced himself, everyone just assumed he was just another worker at the inn. Eventually, his fun was interrupted by a system notification, one that he had been waiting for. The workers that he hired for the inn now included 2 races, humans and draconian apostles. From those 2 races, the humans now had the option of 3 different bloodlines. The first bloodline, Regalia Bloom, was considered the default bloodline any of his workers could unlock and did not cost any extra. The second bloodline, anachronistic ignition, which was the one Luther had, cost 350 million MP per worker to give to a new worker, which was quite a bit more than Regalia Bloom. The third bloodline, death counter, also had a massive price bump, coming out at 300 million MP per worker. But considering the fact that both the newly unlocked bloodlines were extremely impressive, Lex continued to randomly give them out regardless of the massive cost. Yet once he received a summons to war, he had the idea of hiring a group of workers specifically for combat purposes. It was then that he discovered that besides their massive cost, the newer bloodlines also could not be given out en masse, and it required quite a bit of time to summon workers with these bloodlines if all of them had the newer ones. Still, Lex was not miserly. He immediately spent 90 billion MP and maxed out his limit to hire 300 workers with the Death Counter bloodline. Once they were trained, they would be his new Midnight Battalion. Chapter 654 Choose to Fight. From the time Lex chose to hire the 300 new workers to the time they arrived at the inn, quite a few days had passed. It had long since become Lex's habit to deeply analyze everything the system did and compare it to its previous actions to determine patterns. He never had problems ordering a large number of workers before, and the delivery was usually almost instant. So then what exactly had caused the delay? He could come up with a few different answers. The first and most obvious answer was, naturally, the bloodline. Death Counter was one of the new bloodlines he unlocked for his employees, and it essentially made the user immortal, more or less. While it was not nearly as versatile as Regalia Bloom or Anachronistic Ignition, it had one simple use case. The owner of the bloodline could hide a single drop of blood anywhere, and if they were to die, they could use that single drop to come back to life at full health and maximum power. Of course, the actual application of the bloodline ability was slightly more complex than how it was stated, but that was essentially the gist of the bloodline ability. The bloodline could do nothing else, but honestly, wasn't that already enough? When compared to the fact that normal employees did not come with the bloodline unlocked, but only the ability to potentially unlock the Regalia Bloom, the difference could be easily identified. But while the bloodline was the most obvious reason for why there was a delay, it was not the only one. When hiring new staff, the system allowed Lex to input what kind of role he expected to put them in, after which the system would make them more skilled in related fields. That was not to say that the system could directly control their talents, but that it would give each worker a higher starting point in related fields, making it easier for them to start and master their expected roles. Normally, Lex would put in a general direction, but would not be too specific so as to allow each worker to develop naturally. Only when he was entering the details for Luther did Lex end up being extremely specific. Well, this time he had also been very particular in the skills and talents of the new workers. As a result, he may have overdone it a little. He made each worker extremely gifted physically. He made them all quick learners, with an incredibly quick training time when learning combat. Moreover, he made them all incredibly focused, driven, disciplined, and hardworking. This was not to mention that he gave them a solid foundation in biology, physics, chemistry, mathematics, statistics and probability, data analysis, pattern recognition, critical thinking, and, well, much, much more. From the very moment they were hired, they knew how to fight, and they knew how to heal. They could construct fortifications and had the foundation to quickly learn formations to help in offense and defense as well. They could perfectly strategize on how best to assault enemies and enemy strongholds. In summary, they were pretty cool, but the price of all that coolness might have been their delayed arrival. Whether the reason for the delay was one of those, neither or even both did not really matter. It was enough that Lex took note of the delay for now. In short, while he did not intend on hiring more, for even though he knew it was an important expense, it was also important to take stock of everything as he went along. He could not go around randomly spending 90 billion MP regardless of how much he was earning, or he would quickly end up broke. So it was best to instead focus on training these new workers. Once long ago, when Lex had started hiring workers from the system and had no access to the portal or other organizations, he was forced to rely on the system to get cultivation techniques and spiritual techniques for them from the system. As convenient as it seemed, it was actually not the best solution. That was because this was only a perfunctory service offered by the system. Once his midnight battalion panel started working, he assumed he would be able to get more optimal techniques from there, but for now, the midnight library would have to do. Of course, even so, he would not allow them to randomly select techniques from there. As his future frontline force, they had to have the best of the best, while being as lethal as possible. As such, he had Chad, the deputy head of security, work in close coordination with the planning division and come up with a training plan for them. That naturally included what techniques they would train in. Of course, their own personal preferences would have to be taken into account, but since they were meant to be a battalion, their joint strength mattered a lot more than their individual strength. "Welcome to the Midnight Inn," he said, solemnly. Normally, for new initiates of the inn, the onboarding process is different. But for you all, it is completely different, as the expectations from you are completely different. You have all been chosen as warriors and soldiers to be the front line of the Midnight Inn against the dangers and threats of the universe. But at the same time, I do not believe in forcing anyone. Ahead of you lies extreme danger and a difficult and uneasy path. As such, if any of you wish to opt out, now is your chance. Think clearly, for you will not get such a chance again. I will not hold it against any of you if you do not wish to follow this path, and will give you another role at the inn. But this is your only opportunity, so choose wisely. I will give you all some time to think it over before you have to give me your answer. In the meantime, go explore the inn. Chapter 655, Don't Have a Credit Card. Although Lex had expressly hired these workers for the purpose of fighting, and they had a bloodline that was for the express purpose of coming back to life, he did not want to force anyone. Even though he said he wouldn't be giving them another chance later on to quit, if one of them really wanted to, Lex would figure something out. Besides, he had seen enough of the universe to know that anything was possible. Even if they had a bloodline that could revive them, who was to say there wasn't another bloodline out there that could perfectly counter this ability? Since bloodlines were based on laws, what if they encountered an enemy who had a better mastery of the laws that this particular bloodline was based on? Couldn't they theoretically counter or even control their bloodline? Lex didn't have the answer to such questions, but he knew that it was best to give them as much choice in this matter as possible. He stood there and watched as all of his workers dispersed, but was surprised to find that one of the workers still stood there. His arms were folded behind his back, and his head pointed directly forward. His body was still tense, his shoulders locked, chest held out high, as if he was standing at attention. But for all his posturing, his short height and young appearance took away a lot from the intimidating aura he was trying to portray. He looked like another Z. Lex asked him. He replied forcefully. The boy replied, his voice still loud and forceful. "Well then, Leonidas, if you're sure of what you want, go find Deputy Head Chad and introduce yourself." Leonidas saluted Lex, and then marched off stiffly. It was clear that the boy did not know how to actually march, but that would probably change soon. Lex watched the enthusiastic boy for a while, before his projection disappeared. Back at the Crystal Realm, his main body had finally reached his destination. Now he had to figure out the right teleportation formation and get about using it. A large, chameleon-like reptile made its way through a busy street. On this planet ruled by insectoids, it was not exactly welcome, but the locals did not do much else but give him dirty looks. After all, he already had a reputation here, so they knew not to mess with the reptilian dance king. Chuckling to himself as he thought of his fond memories on this planet, and how his dance moves had brought its leaders to their knees, he kept moving through the crowds until he finally reached his destination, the Infinity Emporium. The chat room he was a part of was quite massive, and was quite helpful at times. In fact, it had separate subchannels for some of the realms. The Origin Realm, as it happened, was one of the realms which had its own subchannel. Within it, some of the more experienced users shared some helpful tips and tricks. The Emporium happened to be highly endorsed on the channel. Although the Emporium had not spread to other realms, yet it was quite widespread within the Origin Realm, and so having a good relationship with them was quite helpful. The Dance King made his way in, only to find a familiar face waiting for him at the counter. The Dance King asked, "Superb, now that you're here, replied Powell, smiling back at him. Powell was, of course, also a chameleon, or so it appeared. It was common knowledge, shared within the chat, that the race of the shopkeeper one would run into would always be identical to the person walking in. Also, every one of them was named Powell. How or why such a thing happened had remained unexplained, but almost every person in the Origin realm had used their system detector in the Emporium, only to come up with a failed report. That either meant that Powell was not a system user, or his system was so advanced and powerful that their machines were not capable of detecting them, in which case it was better for them to not try and antagonize Powell to begin with. It's a good thing you're in a good mood, for I need help in an unusual matter. I need any information you have on a place called the Midnight Inn. Hold a moment, said Powell before he quickly began perusing on his tablet. But his search did not take as long as expected, and his uncomfortable facial expression also told the Dance King it was bad news. He asked, suppressing his growing concern. There's a strict ban on all Emporium employees. The king was startled by this answer, for he had never heard of such a thing. Officially, I can't help you, said Powell as he whispered, reaching close to him. Said the Dance King, startled. It seemed like he had accepted a difficult quest. Or maybe not. Okay, forget the inn. Oh, that'll cost you. The dance kind did not hesitate in throwing a brown bag full of crystal coins onto the table. Since not everyone had a credit card, they had to make do with coin bags. Chapter 656, Tell Me More. The capital of the Noel family's territory was extremely large, but that came as no surprise. 2 meters wide. White floor walls covered the length of the river crossing the city, setting the theme for the city's color scheme. Oddly enough, there were almost no high rises in the entire city, with the only exception being a large, spiraling tower in the heart of the city that Lex suspected could double as a lighthouse. The top of the tower also looked suspiciously similar to a bird stand. He could not imagine that the Noel family had built a spot for soul birds to rest right within their capital. But then again, why couldn't they? Lex did not speculate further on the topic, and instead focused on figuring out how to reach the teleportation formation. There was no boundary wall to the city, so entering was no problem. The real problem was navigating the maze-like streets to find his destination. Although there were no high-rises in the city, each building was 3 stories high and built closely together, making it so that while walking in the streets, the rest of the city could not really be seen. It wasn't as if Lex did not ask directions, but there were just too many streets. It was difficult to cover any real distance in a short period of time. More than once Lex had to convince Fenrir not to jump on top of the buildings and just bypass all the traffic on the ground, though he himself began to wonder why he was stopping the trusty wolf. Eventually, though, the conclusion that Lex came to about why they were having such a tough time finding their destination was that both he and Fenrir were unreasonably hungry. The two decided to take a break, and once Fenrir shrunk his size down, they found their way to a tavern called Hippo House Tavern. The owner was a hairy man with a large belly and a laugh that shook the foundations of the entire building. He was sitting behind the counter, greeting each and every guest as they walked in, recognizing almost every patron. Lex greeted the man with matching enthusiasm and struck up a conversation with him about the city, though Lex did not talk about anything in particular and seemed to be interested in anything and everything. The owner was even more enthusiastic about conversing with Lex once he saw the amount of food that he ordered. For cultivators, it was not unusual to eat a lot of food, so Lex's order was not surprising. But even so, the amount of food Lex ordered was genuinely surprising, and for the owner, pleasing. While Lex was eating and chatting, he naturally also brushed on the topic of the teleportation formation. That was when, for the first time, he understood the complexities involved in long-distance teleportation. According to the map he had been provided, his next destination was a place called Delurian Drip Bog. It was pretty simple to say that he just needed to take the teleportation formation and select that as his destination, but apparently this was one of the furthest places the formation teleported to. In a straight line, it was approximately 31,000 miles, 49,889 kilometers away, which, if Lex remembered correctly, was greater than the circumference of the Earth. but he was already used to teleporting anywhere he wanted using the inn, not to mention the teleportation he experienced to travel from one planet to another back in the origin realm. That alone was no doubt countless light years of distance covered during one teleportation. As a result, he had become desensitized to the complexities of the act. But conversing with the tavern owner brought him back to reality. Under ordinary circumstances, the teleportation formation would only be active one day a week, and each individual spot cost tens of thousands of spirit stones. Lex naturally had such an amount. He had long since begun to gather as many physical forms of currency and valuables, which naturally included spirit coins, spirit stones, spirit liquid, gold, jewels, a few other valuable metals that were not found on Earth, and some other random spirit-based currencies. He had received these mostly from the Emporium, though some small exchanges he had set up in the guild room also contributed. Since he was going to be traveling, he naturally stocked up his spatial bangle with everything he could possibly need. That was not the issue. The issue was this was so damn expensive for an ordinary person. He remembered back when he was at the academy and went out on the expedition, a massive group was traveling with them. He could not even imagine the cost of transporting so many people. It seemed that, despite his efforts to gather as much general knowledge as possible, he had gaps in his knowledge. When he asked why it was so expensive, the tavern owner merely shrugged and commented that he'd heard some of the resources used in building the formation were extremely rare and expensive and would often get used up. As for what they were, only actual formation experts would know. Lex made a mental note to hire some formation experts for the inn. There was no profession that the inn should lack knowledge of, and, as the innkeeper, he needed to have an in-depth understanding of all such matters. Lex also realized one more very important thing. In fact, it could be said to be crucially important to the development of the inn. He did not want to admit it, but the food this random tavern gave was actually somewhat better than the food served at the inn. As of late, the inn had started having better and better ingredients due to the turtles' efforts and the expanded farmlands, but that was not enough. At most, it provided him with vegetables and fruits, but he lacked any kind of meat to go along with it. Moreover, even if he had incredible ingredients, the cooks he had were good, but not skilled enough to be mind-blowing. If only he could put up a recruitment notice for someone with a cooking system, how great would that be? With such thoughts in his mind, Lex finally finished the meal. After thanking the tavern owner for keeping him company, a satisfied Lex and Fenrir left. Although he had found out that the teleportation formation would only work once a week, he had no intention of waiting that long. The token given to him by Jolene should be enough to have them start the formation for him early, right? Besides, he had a good relationship with the Noel family. He was sure, if nothing else, they could figure out some deal. New York. Earth Raphael walked through the long, extravagant hallways of his father's latest mansion with an extremely serious expression. The war on Earth had been going on miserably, but they were alive. However, if his suspicions were right, that might soon change. When he finally reached his father's room, he did not bother knocking and just barged in. King Marlowe could be seen casually reclining on a chair, his butler standing beside him giving some kind of report. He wore no shirt, yet his chest was covered in bandages to help him heal from his many wounds. "Old man, we have trouble," Raphael said, not bothering with semantics right now. He was having great trouble as it was surviving in this new reality of his. It was nothing like the future he knew, and if it weren't for his skills and insights from all the battles he recalled from the future, he would not have survived. Almost every opportunity he could possibly gain on Earth was already probably gone, and Lord only knew if the threats and dangers he recalled from the future would even come now or not. Or, if they came, what would happen? Marlowe asked, taking his son quite seriously. Although he was not exactly satisfied with Raphael's personal strength, the kid had spent countless years in a coma. He could not be blamed. Besides, his leadership in battle and his unmatched foresight and skill made him worthy of recognition in his own right. Chapter 657, Hidden Intentions. Right now, on Earth, there are 4 forces competing against one another. Who have invaded with the intention of killing everyone. The second are the deities who have agreed to aid the humans in fighting them off. On the surface, it seems like they want to help the humans, but more and more I feel like they have ulterior motives. After all, there is nothing of value on Earth that they want to protect, and I find it hard to believe they are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. The issue with the third party, the devil supporting the remnants of the ruling families, is the same. The only thing is that I cannot guess what they are after right now. That finally leaves the fourth party, which is us, the unaffiliated humans. I suspect something sinister is afoot. Based on reports from our scouts, all the allied forces near us have been slowly, yet seemingly inadvertently moving away. Marlowe asked, seemingly still unperturbed. In fact, even the butler did not seem to show any emotions besides annoyance and exhaustion. The point of the attack is to take us by surprise and give us no time to prepare so that they can decimate us. I suspect they will send in soldiers directly from orbit, landing behind our defensive lines, or come from the water where our visuals are blocked. Marlowe nodded and said, "Not bad." Raphael asked, "Your arrival. I passed orders for a banquet in your honor." That sounds wonderful," said Lex, successfully hiding the deep reluctance he felt upon hearing the news. "But unfortunately, I have important business that is very time-sensitive. Since you have already recognized me, and since Joseph has been kind enough to pass such instructions, things should be much simpler. I need to use the teleportation formation to Delurian Dripbog." "Nonsense. If I make you pay, then Uncle will disown me. How urgent is your task?" "As soon as possible would be much appreciated." Marcus left Lex in a lavish sitting room while he left to make preparations. Lex did not drop his guard even when he was left alone, nor did he let anything show in his expressions. That was because, after spending some more time with Marcus, Lex had clearly noticed a deep hostility buried in the man's heart. Of course, he had done his best to hide it, but with Lex's vast experience dealing with people, his sixth sense, his instincts, not to mention his extremely astute pup companion, he could hide nothing from Lex. Of course, Lex did not care why Marcus felt that hostility or what his story was. As long as he did not interfere with Lex's task in any way, he would be happy enough to leave things be. His wait was short and uneventful, as Marcus soon returned, taking long and purposeful strides. The formation is being prepared. Marcus led Lex back to the front of the mansion, where a carriage was already waiting for them, and accompanied him as they departed. The entire time, Marcus wore a massive grin, as if he was extremely pleased and enthusiastic to meet Lex. Any normal person would completely be fooled by the act. Even if they suspected something, they would only suspect that the cause of Marcus' enthusiasm was a desire to please his uncle. Lex asked when the conversation allowed, pointing to the massive structure in the middle of the city. "That's the local soul bird shrine. Although we, the Noel family, are not able to tame soul birds in the way the Hum Nation does, it is not a problem to establish a relationship. We have a flock of over 20 soul birds who consider this territory as their home, and visit the shrine every month to be worshipped by the locals." Lex did not comment, as various thoughts ran through Lex's mind. He was reminded of the deities, and wondered if the soul birds counted as such. Why else would they give so much importance to being worshipped? There was a very easy way to find out the answer. The turtle had adopted a soul bird back at the inn. All he needed to do was scan it to learn more. And if that didn't work, he could ask the turtle. He could also... Suddenly Lex froze, as a thought occurred to him. He pretended to rub his eyes while he secretly put on the fancy contact lenses. It was time to see if these things were any good. Chapter 658 Trapped. The first time Lex used the fancy monocle, the amount of details it provided were overwhelming. It analyzed the material of each and every item it saw, and started randomly measuring things in detail he found difficult to even imagine ever needing. The accompanying technique for the fancy contact lenses, and things reached a whole new level. The contact lenses, instead of providing him with the final conclusion of its analysis, began giving him raw data on what it was seeing. That's when the technique took over. The world itself became more vibrant, as if Lex was suddenly able to see new colors. Moreover, he could see those colors to absorb new information from them. For example, The hidden hostility that Lex had detected from Marcus was now as apparent as day, and seemed to paint the entire man in shades of green and red. Feelings of inferiority, jealousy, envy, hatred, and a tinge of admiration made up the foundation of his hostility. But that was not all. Lex could almost see into his mind, as if reading his thoughts. Marcus was jealous because he thought Lex was engaged to Greta Noel and would thus be joining the main family, and that was the reason he was so appreciated by Joseph. He felt overlooked and underappreciated, and there was a seed of sinister intentions that seemed to be sprouting within him. Lex could almost actually see what actions he was planning to take, as if he was watching a movie. Lex looked out to the tower and saw that it seemed to be acting as some kind of funnel, channeling some unknown energy through its base to its tip, where the energy was gathering. He could tell that when enough energy gathered, the birds would probably come and rest there, and the monthly worshipping ceremony would commence. How intriguing! Lex spent the rest of the carriage ride in relative silence, as he absorbed the information the lenses were giving him. When they finally arrived at the building where the teleportation formation was, Lex interestingly looked around like a child at a zoo. The lenses still did not recognize the formation, but since Lex already knew the purpose of it, he could extrapolate even more information. Moreover, he was now more easily able to guess Marcus' plan. Lex didn't know how much he trusted the information from the lenses, so he started planning out a way to ensure everything went smoothly, without preemptively attacking or punishing Marcus. It was an intriguing challenge, since he already knew what he wanted to do. Lex asked one last time, as Marcus led him to the teleportation room. This time around, only he and Fenrir would use the formation, so he expected it to cost a lot, but Marcus was insistent that they could not accept payment. One had to admit, his acting of being the perfect host was quite remarkable. Impossible. Something as minor as this is not even enough to count as being a good host. Then take care of yourself. With a smile and a nod, Lex walked to the center of the teleportation platform, a tiny Fenrir following along. A few minutes later, the formation completely turned on, and the two disappeared. As if a switch had been flipped, Marcus' generous smile turned into an ugly scowl. He had no idea who Lex was, or why his uncle gave him so much importance. Irritation and jealousy filled his entire being, engulfing him. There was a minor struggle in his mind as he wondered if he should really do something. In the end, he concluded that there was no way for anyone to detect if he did anything, and so made a move. Prior to the teleportation, he had not interfered with the formation, as there were many ways to detect such things, and he did not know if Lex would be able to tell it had been tampered with. Yet now that he was already gone, or to be more specific, mid-teleportation, there was nothing he could do. With eyes filled with sinister intentions, Marcus moved, not towards the exit, but the control room. The teleportation formation, in truth, was quite massive and could not really fit inside a room. The entire formation was hidden from view, with only 2 points within reach. One was the teleportation platform, and the other was the control panel in the adjacent control room. Yet the moment Marcus tried to enter the room, he hit an invisible barrier. As if triggered by something, the invisible barrier became opaque, making Marcus realize that he was trapped inside. "Young man, you're 1,000 years too young to be playing such games in front of me," a familiar voice said, startling Marcus. He turned around, but could not find Lex anywhere. So then where was his voice coming from? "As a small punishment, I'll leave you in this small room for a few months. Use this time to contemplate your life decisions." A trace of fear crept into Marcus' heart as he tried to figure out what was going on. Yet no matter how he searched, he could not come up with an answer, and he could not break the barrier either. He was completely trapped. Chapter 659 Nemesis. Marcus was not a weakling, since he had been trusted by Joseph to take care of things in his absence. Then not only did Marcus have to have a minimum cultivation, he needed to have proved himself over the years. He was a mid-level nascent realm cultivator with excellent administrative experience as well as battle experience in skirmishes against neighboring nobles. All in all, he could be considered to have vast experience in various fields. Yet at the moment, he found himself completely at a loss. He did not even consider how Lex was able to discover his intentions, for that no longer mattered. What truly befuddled him was how Lex was able to trap him after he had already left. After all, the opaque barrier surrounding him had not appeared until he tried to enter the control room. Moreover, the fact that Lex's voice spoke to him after the barrier appeared also meant that this was no accident. But his panic dissolved quickly, and instead he focused on breaking the barrier. He took his time to use one of his most powerful spiritual techniques, which had a long starting time, and attacked the barrier full force. Truthfully, this was not a good idea, as using such a destructive technique in close quarters would also harm him, but he would deal with that after he broke free. Unfortunately, not only did he not break free, the barrier did not even waver. Disbelieving of what he was seeing, Marcus tried again. Then again, the barriers were not breaking. Moreover, to his alarm, he discovered that as he absorbed the spirit energy in the atmosphere to fuel his techniques, the energy density of the room was falling. That meant that the barrier prevented more energy from coming into the room. This was even more alarming. If such a trend continued, not only would he soon run out of energy to fuel his attacks, he would run out of energy to sustain himself. If what Lex said was true, and he was trapped for weeks or months, he had to be extremely sparing in his energy consumption. Such a period of time was not a problem for him to survive even without food or water, so long as he had enough energy to fuel his nascent soul. Desperation began filling his eyes, and he took out some weapons from his spatial ring and continued to try to break free, but it was not destined to be. There were many things Lex could not claim to be skilled in. But as far as putting up barriers that could absorb a lot of damage was concerned, Lex felt himself an expert. A few minutes later, Lex's teleportation ended, and he found himself in a smaller room with a few guards standing by, taking note of all the arrivals. This was the arrival terminal for Delurian Dripbog. The area was not really a part of anyone's territory, but bordered the territory of various nobles, and so was considered somewhat of a transit area. There were a minimum amount of facilities available for travelers, but that was it. This was because the bog was actually quite massive and home to numerous savage beasts of considerable strength. In fact, even Trollops had given up on using the bog for themselves, as the local fauna was not conducive to occupying territory. Therefore, building too many facilities was also not a solution. Usually, traveling through the bog meant following certain pre-established routes which avoided the known beast territories. Even that carried with it a risk, which usually prompted large groups to gather and form caravans. Lex, of course, was not going to bother with any of that. He would make a beeline towards his destination, only taking diversions if his instincts warned him. Well, instincts and now his lenses. He was truly beginning to like them. After all, based on the data provided by the lenses and his own instincts and intuition, Lex was able to predict that Marcus would take one of two actions. He would either leave without doing anything or interfere with Lex's teleportation, sending him instead to some unknown territory. Having narrowed down Marcus' possible actions, Lex began devising his actions. Although he had incredible defensive techniques, he could not deploy them without being there himself, so the only alternative was to use arrays. That in itself was not an issue. He quite enjoyed arrays, and with practice he was slowly mastering stronger and more complex arrays. He also kept consulting the book in his ring, though by now he had covered almost the entire book and would soon need a higher-level book to consult. The real issue was twofold. First, he had to ensure that the array would only trigger its trapping function if Marcus tried to take some action against him. Second, he needed to trap Marcus in barriers strong enough to actually hold him. If he could use his techniques, that might not be an issue, but his arrays never benefited from the strengthening effect of Regal Embrace. Ideally, he wanted to create some kind of barrier as strong as his impervious hands, his strongest defensive technique. Creating a condition for the activation of the array was challenging, but not impossible. He entered the overdrive state and ultimately came up with a solution. Creating a barrier strong enough to trap a nascent realm cultivator, though also ended up being pretty simple. Back when Lex was going through the floors in the pagoda, one of the rewards for clearing the floors had been an array character that meant self. Learning that character enabled Lex to try something new. Instead of creating complex functions that would eventually result in a strong barrier being created, he used the techniques he could use as a natural standard. Conveniently, the array seemed to work. With both the issues resolved, Lex happily entered the teleportation formation without concern for what happened. The fact that he had arrived safely either meant that Marcus had not attempted to harm him, or that he had, and his plan was foiled by Lex's own array. Either way, Lex was satisfied with the outcome. Lex asked Fenrir as they exited the terminal. Fenrir only gave a single, excited bark, indicating his answer. An odd thought occurred to Lex as he climbed onto Fenrir's back, allowing the pup to begin his sprint through the bog. Fenrir was in the Golden Core realm, yet the pup could still not talk. Yet Lex had met so many other beasts who had been able to actually talk with him, even at the Foundation realm. He wondered why there was a difference. Clearly Fenrir was intelligent, and his abilities were powerful and numerous. So then why was the pup still limited to barking and yelping, instead of talking like other beasts? He refused to believe that other beasts had a higher pedigree than Fenrir. This belief was not a result of a bias, but a clear answer provided to him by the system. After pondering for a bit, the only answer he could come up with was that Fenrir was still a pup and would have to grow for a few more years before it could gain the gift of speech. Unlike the previous time, where Lex had a clear destination, this time Lex only had a direction. He had to travel using the crystal realm equivalent of a compass, and head northeast until he reached the territory owned by Sentinels, one of the main races of the Crystal Realm. Moreover, the trip was also much longer than his previous one. Traveling through the bog was not easy or pleasant. Besides the various pungent smells of unknown gases, which only made one lightheaded due to the overpowering scent, there were also many poisonous gases. Fortunately, Lex quickly discovered that both he and Fenrir seemed to be immune to most of the poisons they encountered. Moreover, by reading about them from the lenses every time he encountered them, Lex began to learn exactly what types of poisons his body could withstand. Of course, there were some poisonous gases they had to avoid, for they could harm even them. Besides, that was the extremely damp and humid environment, not to mention the endless puddles, the soggy, squishy ground, and what often looked like firm ground, but ended up being a soft layer of dirt covering some strange viscous liquids. The extremely uncomfortable environment almost made one ignore the numerous decaying corpses they encountered on almost every turn. That was because hidden in every puddle, under every clump of soil, behind every rock was some kind of creature waiting to devour its prey. Fenrir quite enjoyed the game of tag the endless creatures played as they chased them through the bog. Lex, too, would not have cared so much if he hadn't encountered his oldest and most hated nemesis in the bog, mosquitoes. Moreover, they were overgrown, mutated mosquitoes. Chapter 6, 62 Weeks. Within the bog, for the first time, Fenrir's excellent stealth abilities failed the duo. That was because as much as his abilities could hide them from being sensed, if the pup ran across a beast's nose, then it would not need to rely on spiritual sense to find them. The problem was that this example did not carry any exaggeration at all, and was exactly what the duo faced. At times, the bog was so completely empty that they would not come across a single living thing. Other times, the place was so packed that let alone run from in front of a beast, Fenrir directly used a beast's head as a platform to jump over. Yet what was fortunate was that none of the creatures chasing them held any considerable threat. In fact, the reason they were chasing was because Lex and Fenrir couldn't be bothered to deal with them, as it would be too tedious. Besides, after chasing them for a while, the beasts would either get tired or return to their respective territories. Of course, once or twice they encountered some beasts that they could not afford to ignore. Most of the time, in such scenarios, they would choose to circle around them. If that was not possible, only then would they fight. Moreover, they attacked with full force right from the get-go, so they usually overwhelmed their targets. Many times, while on their journey, they crossed by some places where Lex would feel incredible opportunities waiting for them. He felt his instincts tell him that he would benefit greatly by diverting to a certain direction, or the lenses identified some incredibly rare treasures. For example, Once while running, Lex spotted what looked like a decaying tree, only for the lenses to identify them as a certain incredibly valuable herb. Moreover, the age of the herb was already several hundred years old. Among many of its other uses, the one that is lens listed that appealed most to Lex was that it could be used by body cultivators to temper their bodies even if they were in the nascent realm. Such a herb was genuinely extremely valuable, and Lex even considered having it sent to the greenhouse at the inn. But, for better or for worse, Lex had decided not to take any detours during this journey. No matter how attractive an opportunity seemed, he ignored it. It may have seemed like a waste at first, but the longer they kept running, the more appropriate it seemed. After a day of running through the bog, Lex still felt some reluctance. 3 days later, he had more or less become used to the feeling of ignoring opportunities. A week later, he was completely numb to it. It was taking so long to travel to their destination. If he were to take small stops at every opportunity, their journey would only become that much longer. Still, he mentally marked the bog as an area where he could potentially come back if he ever needed to gather some treasures. The tedium and monotony of their travel changed on the 8th day, when the flock of soul birds in the region suddenly flew away. Their departure was extremely sudden and left them no room for preparation. The darkness that followed was all-encompassing and carried a weight with it that the entire bog felt, not just the duo. All the creatures that had been chasing them so far suddenly stopped, and in fact did something that surprised Lex. They left their territories and participated in a mass migration where no one creature harmed another. Despite their usual animosity, they traveled together in harmony. Where they were heading was a mystery to Lex, for it was not in the same direction as him. An hour later, the bog had become the most silent he had seen since he arrived. The sound of Fenrir's running was muted due to the pup's own abilities, so the only sound for them to hear was of the bog itself. Each bubble of noxious gas that escaped a nearby puddle, the rustling of the grass in the wind, the eerie wailing and croaking of old dead trees, all seemed to form an orchestra that could be heard for miles. For a short while, they enjoyed, or suffered through, the symphony of nature that the bog orchestrated, before soft, distant sound disturbed it. It was the sound of a footstep in the mushy, squishy ground of the bog. Then a few moments later, there was another. Slowly and steadily, bit by bit, the monsters of the darkness started to appear. But these monsters, who were born from the fresh darkness, would be the weakest and were not worth Lex's attention. In fact, it would take weeks or even months before any monsters capable of attracting their attention could even be born. Nonetheless, Lex remained careful, for he did not know how the creatures of the bog would react. Since they had lived in such circumstances for countless years, they clearly had a way to deal with monsters, and Lex didn't want to get swept in with them when that happened. Through the pitch darkness, the duo continued their journey for several more days. The vast size of the crystal realm was finally coming into perspective, for they had gone running non-stop for days without crossing through it, and this was only supposed to be a small territory. Finally, after running continuously for 2 weeks, Lex decided to take a break. Even if he could continue to stay awake for longer, he thought it was best to refresh themselves, so they stayed in peak condition. He was also especially concerned for Fenrir. The pup displayed no agitation or exhaustion, but this was the longest the pup had ever gone without resting or playing at the inn, so he wanted him to get some rest as well. The duo teleported back, and both of them went to their own abodes to clean and freshen up. Although they had already become numb to it, that did not mean that others could ignore the stench of the bog that they were reeking. After a nice, refreshing bath, Lex came to the conclusion that the inn needed to focus more on spa facilities. New notification. The Midnight Inn is not liable for the host's bad hygiene. Lex froze. That was the first time the system had directly responded to one of his random thoughts with a notification. Was this a result of the system's functionality improving? He tried to test it out by thinking of a few other random but derisive thoughts, but the system provided no other notifications. Lex took note of the occurrence but did nothing else about it. He went straight to bed to get his first sleep in over 2 weeks. He was out the moment his head hit the pillow, a miracle on its own, and enjoyed a deep, restful sleep that lasted only 6 hours. Even that was a result of Lex refusing to wake up stubbornly. He was quite upset about his body's decreased dependence on sleep. It was one of his favorite hobbies. Fortunately, Mary appeared to provide him with a distraction from his woeful sleep situation. Lex asked, hoping the pup shared in his misfortune. Unfortunately, it was not to be. With a defeated sigh, he picked himself up and teleported over to Alexander, who was once again waiting for Lex in a remote location of the inn. After ordering an unnecessarily large amount of food, Lex approached the teenager. "I heard you're looking for me," Lex said with a pleasant smile as he sat across from him. "Yes, it just so happened that I was free and available. It appears I am quite lucky. You once offered to spar with me, saying that it would be a good experience for the both of us." "Yes, of course, but I just ordered some food." Alexander looked reluctant, but eventually sat down across Lex. Lex, in the meanwhile, was reminded of something by Alexander's mention of sparring. John, who had been challenged to a fight in the murder grounds, had still not returned. The challenger had not returned either, so there was no chance that he was dead. At least, he was not dead yet anyway. But the exceedingly long fight began to worry Lex. Was it normal for fights to last so long? The truth was, fights between immortals really could stretch out for days, or sometimes even weeks. But in this case, the fighting was taking long, because John was slowly and steadily wearing his enemy out. Since the fight had turned out to be harder than expected, he had to take drastic measures. Chapter 661 Cringe. John was aiming for a long, drawn-out fight to maximize his advantages, so let alone a few weeks, even a few months was acceptable. The hard part was not waiting, it was staying hidden as his opponent was truly, genuinely skilled. This was perhaps the most difficult fight he had ever experienced, which is why the reward would no doubt be so much sweeter. But John wasn't the only one locked in a tough battle. Down on Earth, Marlowe's domain was under attack. Although, as of yet, the attack had not reached the level that Raphael had predicted, things were moving in the direction he predicted. He suspected that the enemy wanted to exhaust all their energy and resources before they came in for the finish, to prevent the use of any unexpected, hidden trump cards. But none of that had anything to do with Lex, at least for now. He had his hands full with his own endeavors, and could not afford to be distracted. Even meeting Alexander was a luxury he would not have availed if Fenrir were not still asleep. Lex asked, "For what I recall, you were extremely busy with your mission. Taking time off to fight a few rounds does not exactly sound like the best course of action when chasing terrorists." Alexander gave Lex an exhausted look before letting out a long sigh. "Things are not going well," Alexander confided. "There are too many unusual aspects about my current mission. I used to think that I was thoroughly disadvantaged as someone who was raised on Earth." The teenager paused for a moment as a waiter arrived and began laying food at the table, but then figured he wasn't saying anything confidential, so he just continued. Lex asked as he began having fries. "I've avoided the lifelong conditioning and propaganda that comes with living in such an environment. When I see things, I can retain an objective view, which allows me to see patterns and trends others are blind to. The Empire is supposed to be this unstoppable behemoth, which has managed to gain control of over 20 galaxies and retain full control of each one. Can you even imagine 20 galaxies? Each one filled with vast, endless space. Each one populated with hundreds of trillions of different races. Each and every one of them harboring their own intricate and delicate internal systems of trade, competition, enmities, intrigue, politics, wars, and more. Yet despite all of that, in its history, the control of the Empire has never supposedly wavered. That's the history that I was taught, or an overview of it. This control has been maintained through the use of excellent and ingenious administration, but moreover, a very advanced and powerful military, which is divided into various categories. One of the more important branches is the cross-regional interstellar neutralizing God-fiend experts, Cringe. They are one of the most elite units who scout talented recruits from each and every galaxy and train them to be loyal only to the Empire, as they can be deployed absolutely anywhere to ensure safety and stability of the Empire. The entire specific purpose of Cringe is to ensure that no major force within the Empire ever harbors rebellious thoughts. Lex was listening very seriously to Alexander, doing his best to not distract the kid as he continued to eat during his speech. But after the pause he took extended a little too long, Lex had to quickly swallow to ask a question. As if woken from a reverie, Alexander was momentarily startled before he refocused again. No, nothing happened to them. It's just that such a force already exists. Yet more and more often, across the Empire, there are reports of small forces trying to gain independence from the Empire. Such a trend is not limited to just one galaxy, but is occurring in many of them. Even the large forces don't dare to cross the Empire, so why are so many of the small ones taking that step? But for now, the trend is completely insignificant. Based on the size and strength of the Empire, such a thing will never destabilize it. Yet the fact that the trend even exists is concerning me. Moreover, instead of reducing, the terrorist attacks across the Empire are increasing. As if that's not enough, I've heard rumors that the fiery mammoths are showing signs of aggression. That is not an adversary the Empire can just shrug off. The timing of it all, it just doesn't seem right. I don't know if I'm imagining things, but I keep seeing all these signs as precursors to something absolutely devastating. Looking at the teenager, Lex could not help but pause. It was easy to always see him as Alexander, the incredibly talented and driven young man who had taken it upon himself to venture out into space alone to build a place for himself in the vast universe. Yet as a result of that, it was also easy to forget that, at the end of the day, he was a teenager. To be clear, he did not look depressed or even demotivated. If anything, he actually felt stronger than when Lex saw him last. It was highly likely that Alexander would be able to regulate his own mood himself soon enough. In fact, if Lex hadn't made him sit to chat and instead directly consented to the spar, it was unlikely he would have mentioned anything at all. Still, Lex felt like giving him a little motivation couldn't hurt. Lex asked, taking a bite from his burrito between words. No, not that. Well, it doesn't really matter. All you need to know is that even the almighty Empire has to abide by the rules set forth by the Henali, or the Henali Convention. So atop the seemingly insurmountable force of the Empire, there is a bigger force. Yet even they, the Henali, cannot blatantly do as they please and have to show due respect to a small, certain group of people. So that means that there are bigger fish than even them out there. Who knows how far along that chain goes? The point is, the universe is a big place, and as hard as it is, you have to accept that you're only a small part of it. Instead of focusing on far-off and distant things, it's a lot more useful to focus on growing your own strength. That way, when you face any problems, you could do your best to resolve them. Although his last words were not the most pleasant to hear, Alexander seemed somewhat relieved to hear them. But the effect was only limited, as Alexander was only somewhat exhausted. He had not succumbed to the pressures he faced. The two continued to chat for a while longer as Lex ate. As absurd as it seemed, he really did need to consume such large amounts of food to keep his body running effectively. Although his dependence on food had dropped drastically, it was not eliminated. Besides, he liked it. But once the meal was coming close to ending, Lex could not help but bring the topic to their upcoming spar. You never really answer my question about why you wanted to spar, he said, before grabbing some sushi with his spirit sense. Like I said, the situation is bad. I need to improve my strength. Raising my cultivation realm would be the best solution, but it will take a considerable amount of time, especially since I have no time to cultivate it all these days. The next best thing is increasing my repertoire and getting my hands on new techniques. But while I have learnt the techniques, I'm not sure how effectively I can deploy them amidst battle yet. That's where you come in. If we spar, I don't really need to worry about hurting you, so I can go all out without any reservation. Alexander winced as he heard that. Lex asked, intrigued. Alexander said bitterly. For the first time, he felt the bitter pinch of poverty as he didn't want to use his family's resources during this time, where they were preparing to shift from Mars to Vegas Minima. Now you're making me curious. Let's head to a training hall. Alexander accepted, and the two made their way to the nearest training hall. Although Lex was looking forward to having a proper spar with Alexander, he knew that his current purpose was to allow the latter to become more accustomed to his latest techniques. "We can get right into it and start the fight," Lex offered, "where you can first test out your techniques on me to practice. You don't need to be worried about holding back. I've improved considerably since we've last met. No, treat this as a normal fight. The whole point is to see if I can deploy the techniques under the pressure of combat. Moreover, some of the techniques rely on the element of surprise." With the decision made, Lex no longer hesitated. Without forewarning, Lex launched himself at Alexander. Due to Lex's current abnormal strength, his speed was devastating and not easy to cope with, especially in the range that they were in. Holding nothing back, Lex threw a punch towards Alexander's face, completely expecting to make contact. But, surprisingly, Alexander had already started to evade even before Lex began to throw the punch. Instantly, a couple of thoughts ran through Lex's mind. First, he was fighting against someone who had some semblance of instincts similar to his own. Second, since attacks with a limited area of impact, such as punches, could be easily avoided by making small movements under the guidance of instincts, he should aim for harder to dodge attacks. Instead of punching, Lex decided to tackle Alexander with his body instead. Surely Alexander would have tried to dodge this as well, but Lex was moving too fast, and they were too close. Lex came in like a wrecking ball and smashed the teenager across the room, leaving destruction in his wake. The training room they were in was supposed to be able to accommodate golden core experts, but Alexander's body broke several of the floor tiles and cracked several of the pillars in the room as he hit them. To be honest, Lex suddenly felt a little guilty about hitting him so hard. In fact, his guilt slowly started to eat at him, and Lex began to wonder if his own sheer awesomeness had left behind a permanent scar in Alexander's psyche. Lex fell to his knees, on the verge of wailing about the absolute tragedy that was destroying the future of such a promising young lad, when he realized that his emotions were abnormal. It was when he had that realization that he also realized that his instincts were warning him of something, but he had been too focused on his guilt to focus on it. A golden laser as thin as about a golf ball suddenly hit Lex on the forehead. Lex had been too slow to dodge, as even he could not keep up with the speed of light, but the laser barely harmed him. Besides making him feel slightly warm, it brought a slight red color to his skin where he was hit, and a single tendril of smoke escaped. Lex suddenly woke up from his abnormal state and realized that at some point, Alexander must have attacked his spirit. The fact that it had worked, however briefly, was absolutely startling. For a moment, both Lex and Alexander looked at each other as if they were looking at monsters. Lex could not believe his mind was affected, for that would require influencing his spirit. But since his spirit was fused with his body and soul, they had the same level of defense. Theoretically speaking, since Lex had survived a physical attack from an immortal, then his spirit should also be able to do the same, albeit he had only survived that attack and came out of it heavily injured. Still, the comparison was enough to explain how difficult it was to sway Lex's mind. Alexander, on the other hand, looked at Lex like some kind of freak out of fiction novel for being able to survive such an attack. Completely unharmed had to be fictional. The spirit attack Alexander had launched on Lex was an incredibly powerful one, which required him to make many preparations before battle ever even began. That meant if he used the attack once, he could not use it again unless he went back and prepared again. But it was worth it, for against a single powerful opponent, let alone freeze them, it could even completely destroy their psyche. Yet Lex had only suffered some mild guilt. Moreover, he recovered in less than a second. Then there was the laser. He had actually killed many golden core cultivators using that technique with a single hit, yet it could not even singe Lex's hair. For a moment, both of them admired each other's skills, labeling the other as a freak. Then combat continued. Lex popped in his fancy lenses and, supported by his instincts, became impossible to hit. Moreover, since this was a spar, began testing out some theories that he always had. His favorite technique these days, impervious hands, had a lot more potential than he initially assumed. Not only did it have a monumentally stronger defense, he could fuse his soul and spirit sense into it to be able to interact with souls and energy respectively. Moreover, once the technique was active, if he augmented it with more spirit energy, he could directly touch whatever affinity Lex had. While previously his affinity was a vague and abstract concept, he had since developed an affinity to space. He wanted to see how his technique would be affected by that. Moreover, he wanted to see how well he could consciously control the energy in his opponent's attacks. The triad that followed wrought untold destruction across the training room. It looked like a tornado had been trapped in a room rather than two people sparring. Lex's absurd physical strength was alone in taking credit for the damage. Alexander had learned a number of new techniques that relied on the golden-colored laser he shot Lex with earlier. Lex's strength and Alexander's lasers jointly became so destructive, they actually had to pause the sparring because it compromised the integrity of the training room. But since Lex still had more time, they just shifted to a new room and continued to fight. Lex had to give Alexander genuine recognition. Although it could not be said that Lex was going all out, he had not held his physical strength back at all. Despite taking a few hits head-on, Alexander seemed to be doing fine. In fact, Lex could subtly detect the means Alexander was using to negate the strength of his attacks. But that did not reduce how impressive the task was. After all, who said one needed to take on all attacks? Not everyone was built as tough as Lex, so it was completely unfair to expect them to do so. In the end, after a few hours of fighting, Mary finally informed Lex that Fenrir had woken up. As much as he enjoyed the fight, that was his cue to depart. So he informed Alexander. But instead of ending it, Alexander asked Lex to withstand one last attack from him. Unlike his previous techniques, which he was proficient enough in to use in battle, this one would take some time to prepare, so he needed to ask Lex to stand still. Once Lex agreed, Alexander quickly sat on the floor cross-legged as if he was meditating. But he was clearly not. The 6 blades that were by now Alexander's signature weapons were summoned and arranged themselves in a circle, pointing towards his palms. Beads of golden light began dripping across the lengths of the blades, falling from the tip into his hands as if they were liquid light. At first, Lex only watched silently and observed, but as time went on, the energy accumulating in Alexander's hands began pressuring him. Although Lex was far from threatened, his eyes widened as he realized just how incredible Alexander was progressing. In fact, considering that the other was doing so well without a system made Lex feel a little ashamed. He decided to lend Alexander some help. Chapter 663 Battlefields. It took Alexander quite a few minutes to completely gather enough liquid light in his hands to complete his attack. Once he opened his eyes and looked at Lex, the light in his hands began to effervesce and began to toss about as if bubbling with untamable energy. Time seemed to slow down as Lex focused on the seated teenager. Maintaining eye contact, Alexander opened his mouth and ushered a single word, but Lex never heard it. There was an explosion of bright light, completely blinding not only him but the contact lenses as well. Moreover, a prickling sensation covered Lex's entire body, as if an army of ants was walking all over his skin. He tried opening his eyes to determine what had happened, but discovered that his movements were extremely slow and disoriented. When he finally managed to open his eyes, Lex discovered, to his astonishment, that he felt dizzy. Moreover, he seemed to be looking at the ceiling. An involuntary grunt escaped his mouth as he eventually tried to move. As incredible as it may sound, Lex's body was incredibly sore and stiff, which made it uncomfortable for him to move. When he finally recovered from whatever attack he had just suffered, Lex discovered that he was, once again, completely naked. Although his body was not too hurt, the fact that his body had turned completely red, as if sunburnt, was already a testament to the strength of Alexander's attack. Whatever this attack was, it had still not managed to break his skin, but internally he felt like his bones had been thoroughly rattled. "That was a good one," Lex said out loud as he picked himself up. The pale-looking Alexander, who had overexerted himself for that attack, had his mouth hung open as he tried to imagine what exactly it would take to hurt Lex. "Thanks," he managed to mumble as Lex helped him stand. "I have something for you," Lex said, as he summoned the crystal crown he got so long ago from the crystal realm. This was an extremely useful tool that Lex had once termed as his thinking cap. It allowed Lex to artificially enter a flow-like state, and it was much stronger than Lex's own ability, or at least it was back then. Now, after multiple breakthroughs, Lex no longer needed it. This thing is called Isogarb, although I just usually refer to it as my thinking cap. It can only be used by people who follow the true path. Lex tossed the crown to Alexander as if it was a toy instead of a precious tool, which greatly startled Alexander, especially since he was still disoriented. But then he remembered he had spirit sense, so he directly grabbed the crown out of the air and put it on his head. After channeling his spirit energy through the crown, Alexander experienced the wonderful feeling of the heightened flow state and immediately understood its value. He asked, taking the crown off. Currently, he did not have the energy to spare to continue using it. "Yes, it's not that useful for me anymore, so you might as well get some use out of it." Then, without waiting for Alexander to reply, Lex teleported away. It was a bad habit he developed while acting as the innkeeper. Even though Lex had left, Alexander still had some more free time, so he decided to stay at the inn and recover from his exhaustion for a bit. He exited the training room and was heading towards the lazy river when he saw a familiar face, one he hadn't seen in a while. Russian Princess 77 was standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Why was she always so creepy like that? But then again, she was always extremely helpful. Back when he was still on Earth, she seemed to maintain some sort of advantage over him in cultivation. He thought that after everything he went through, he would finally overtake her. But no, his instincts were clearly warning him that she still had formidable strength. "Long time no see," he said as he walked to her. "Yeah, it has been a while. I wish we could catch up, but you have no time." Alexander didn't immediately understand what she was saying, so she clarified. "Trust me, you want to go back to work as quickly as possible. When you get free again next time, look for me." Alexander was supposed to have a lot of free time, otherwise he would not have come to the inn. But he already had some experience with Russian Princess 77's prophetic advice, so he decided to listen to her and returned. The moment he reappeared in his room back on Polbitvi, the sound of someone banging on his door welcomed him. Alarmed, he quickly opened the door to find his immediate superior, Immortal Valkyrie, standing there. For some reason, probably due to his exhaustion from overexerting his energy, he had the deranged thought that Valkyrie looked somewhat similar to Lex. He immediately erased that thought, as he didn't want to curse his friend out like that. She asked bluntly, clearly staring at his disheveled state. "I was training." "Well, free time is over. I have no proof, but I feel like I know what Jeffrey and his organization are after on this planet. I believe he is their target." While Lex returned to the Crystal Realm, to once again journey through the bog, and Alexander was being ordered around by Immortal Valkyrie, things on Earth were extremely chaotic. The invasion of New York had been going on for many days, but it suddenly took a turn for the worse. I had stopped focusing everywhere on Earth, and instead were only attacking there. Raphael was in the command center, organizing 4 different battles being held in different parts of the state, and yet it seemed like more invaders were coming from everywhere. Even if he wanted to defend, there were no more soldiers for him to muster. "Anakin, what's the status on your side?" "Nearly there," was the only response he got. While many of them had organic bodies, he finally encountered one which had a body made from machines, or at least machines as identified on Earth. When the war started, young Anakin Indiana McLean was actually slightly scared. But once he got over that initial bout of fear, he discovered how liberating war really was. He had strength, and he had Raphael's guidance, keeping him from messing up. All that was left was to have lots of fun. "You know," Anakin said, as he brought his face near the robotic body lying on the ground, "I've heard the world's first computer virus was in Lahore, Pakistan." I did not respond, but only kept looking up at Anakin. In truth, the battle was already over, but Anakin had been looking for prisoners he could take. He finally found one that would fill his needs. I also have a Russian friend who is holed up near Brooklyn. The robot had no idea what Anakin was saying, but it got the feeling that it should be afraid. But Anakin was not paying attention to the robot's reaction. Anyway, he had thrown his head back and was laughing maniacally, and the shadows in the surrounding area were trembling, as if laughing along with him. Inside Anakin's soul, an old evil grandpa was watching everything, feeling the satisfaction of watching the younger generation grow up. On another battlefield, Raphael was controlling. Larry was fighting like a madman. Influenced heavily by Marlowe, Larry had a deceivingly sly battle style, relying on his inescapable control over metal. Unlike Anakin's battles, where he occasionally took prisoners to study more about their enemies, Larry left no survivors. Most of the time, he left no corpses either. The third battlefield was the most unusual. All the soldiers did not rush forward, and only held defensive positions while Suda alone fought all the enemies. After the death of his previous master, Suda had received a number of quests which involved gathering special materials which could be found in the invading aliens' bodies. Once he completed the quests and gathered the supplies, his system absorbed them and underwent an evolution, turning from a samurai system to a Ronin system. The system had become much stronger, and thus, so had Suda. The final battlefield was Marlowe's. Unlike the others, he had no soldiers backing him up. He was a lone soldier, facing the bulk of the invasion on his own. Chapter 664, Traveling. Once again, Lex was riding Fenrir to pass through the bog. The area he was passing through right now was extremely dangerous, not because of the darkness or the monsters, but some unknown danger. Both Fenrir and Lex felt an extreme threat as soon as they neared, which was unusual, for no such danger was mentioned on the map they were following. As such, Lex was at least reassured in knowing that he had managed to get his suit to Jeeves. He was not wearing his first suit, which Jeeves had designed for frustratingly sturdy defense, but the second one, made from Orion scales. The second suit was designed for stealth, and went even beyond the features the scales provided. The scales could perfectly hide energy signatures, making it easy for one to hide from spirit sense and scanners, yet did nothing for visibility. That issue was handled by other features of the attire. The suit Lex was wearing was styled differently from contemporary suits and was more in line with the fashion trends of Earth during the 19th century. The color was an unusual blend, which would more easily allow Lex to completely disappear in even the mildest shadows, yet at the same time allow him to fall perfectly into the background, even in completely illuminated environments. The pants were straight but smart, the waistcoat quite fitted to his body, and a small bow tie. It was the coat that was most distinct, as it required only the top button to be closed, for underneath it the coat slanted sideways, no longer covering Lex's chest, and transitioned into a kind of cape. Apparently the style was called a frock coat. Although it sacrificed a lot in terms of defensive capabilities, that was never really a requirement at all. Allowed to focus completely on stealth, Jeeves was able to provide Lex with a suit that would allow him to disappear without the need for any spiritual techniques at all. Now that, on top of Fenrir's already impressive abilities, made it so that Lex did not need to be worried about being detected. Yet still the feeling of danger persisted. During this period the duo was extremely careful, and Lex was ready to enter his flow state at any moment. For once, his trusty and handy lenses failed him, in the regard that they were not able to detect the source of any danger. But fortunately, 8 hours later, they left the area unharmed and uninterrupted. The days later, they finally left the bog and entered the Sentinel territory. Here, Fenrir's stealth would play an important role once again. The Sentinel race could not exactly be called xenophobic, as they had good relations with many races. Unfortunately, humans were not included among those races. The Sentinels were a humanoid race with extremely strong spirits, but weak physical bodies. As it turns out, the resources they needed to then cultivate their bodies were often the same as those required by humans. In this matter, they were even more sensitive than humans, for they absolutely needed those resources. If they did not continuously strengthen their bodies, they would not be able to support their growing spirit. In the end, They would be bottlenecked and unable to grow. The lack of resources and the competitive nature of cultivation ensured that the two races were never able to become allies. Even at their best, the two races were able to maintain a hostile neutrality, with countless small skirmishes. There was a small note in the map stating that if Lex had a good relationship with the Sentinels, he could take a teleportation formation from one of their cities and skip a lot of the traveling he was about to face. Unfortunately, Lex had never developed a relationship with them, and thus would not be able to do that. Taking the longer route was his only option. He would have to traverse the Sentinel territory into the unclaimed lands, which would be a stretch of territory where no sentient race had laid claim. Such lands were common, and could be either completely safe or home to exceptionally strong or dangerous beasts. There was no real way of knowing. The duo continued their journey, managing to avoid detection throughout. Weeks later, once they crossed the unclaimed lands, they faced a lake. Although it was called a lake, the body of water was larger even than the oceans on Earth. Crossing the lake was not hard, as Fenrir was easily capable of running on water, or at least it was not supposed to be. 2 days into their journey, a flock of Frio birds appeared in the sky and clashed with a nearby flock of soul birds. At first, Lex thought that they were fighting, but it quickly became obvious that they were involved in some kind of mating ritual. As happy as Lex felt for the local population of these massive divine birds, the results of their ritual were absolutely devastating. A storm covered the lake unlike one Lex had ever seen. Boiling water rained from the sky, beginning to evaporate even as it fell. At the same time, snow and hail battered the lake as if they had a personal vendetta. The rapidly changing temperatures, from warm to cold, from cold to freezing to instantly boiling, and then back again, completely confused even nature itself. Massive tidal waves rose, but evaporated before they fell. The lake froze over, trapping even Fenrir where he ran, then erupted due to pressure accumulated due to the boiling water trapped beneath the frozen surface. It was too much, and even Lex's powerful defenses were nothing in the face of nature's fury. Eventually, they had to retreat to the inn until the natural disaster that was that mating ritual ended. But even 10 days later, nothing seemed to change. At this point, Lex was beginning to feel desperate. His destination was too far, and time was running short. Moreover, every minute his workers were out on the battlefield, risking their lives for a fight that Lex thought was completely pointless. In the end, unable to contain himself, Lex ended up back at the Infinity Emporium in an attempt to purchase a vehicle small enough to fit inside his spatial bangle, while also fast enough to make up for time that he had lost, and at the same time sturdy enough to withstand the accursed, never-ending mating ritual. As it turned out, there were a few options he could take, but they all left him unsatisfied. It was then that he discovered something. Possibly due to being spoiled by his own system, he realized that as incredible as the Emporium was, it had a severe lack of rare or extremely impressive goods. That was not to say their catalog was bad. Clearly it was great, for they had helped Lex numerous times already. But even their rarest items were never of the quality or type he came to expect from systems. For example, he still had not been able to find a cloning technique that satisfied him, but he was somehow sure that if he received a cloning technique as a reward for some SSS Plus rank quest, he would be extremely pleased with it. He was too used to one-of-a-kind, overwhelmingly incredible items from his system in comparison. Normal rare items, which could theoretically be found in the vaults of any large organization, could no longer impress him. After all, that rarity was a result of limited market availability, and not because the item itself was actually incredibly rare and impressive. Feeling spoiled in such a manner, in the end, Lex bought a small jet in the shape of a canoe. It had no thrusters or rockets or guns or anything of the sort, but came with an impressive shield that could block out even serious meteor impacts, and traveled really fast. It was not stealthy at all, and would cause multiple sonic booms on launch, but for now, it fulfilled Lex's needs. He did not have the time to be picky. In the end, Lex and Fenrir returned in their new canoe, only to discover that the storm ended literally minutes after their arrival. Suppressing his agitation, Lex started the canoe and shot through the air. Fenrir tried to stick its head out of the shield to feel the wind, but was nearly launched out of the canoe and was only saved due to Lex. Moreover, the fur on its face had been pulled off as if waxed. The traumatized pup immediately squealed and threw itself in Lex's lap and began sobbing. Lex tried to keep himself from laughing, for the sight was too hilarious. Also, he had to focus on navigating, so he could not afford such a distraction. 3 days later, they arrived in the territory of a Trolop, where he could take his next teleportation formation. Meanwhile, back in the Origin Realm, almost a month had passed since the Midnight Battalion had been sent on their first mission. Chapter 6, 65 Warriors. Chapter 6, 65 Warriors on a continent covered in perpetual darkness by a thick curtain of clouds. The orange glow of molten lava illuminated an area clear of any and all vegetation. Only dirt, broken rocks, and massive, pointed boulders protruding from the ground itself could be seen. To call the region barren would be to praise it too highly, for this was a place abandoned even by death for countless years. Only recently, due to the intense conflict, had living creatures once again crossed this plane of desolation, and the reward for their transgression was to be hunted down mercilessly. What followed, then, was a war that gave even the most experienced soldiers nightmares. Whether it was the elves, the treants, the werewolves, or the vampires, they all looked towards a particular battalion from only the corners of their eyes, almost flinching at the sight of them. They dared not look at them directly. They did not want to offend them. They also did not feel worthy. There, on the precipice of an ocean of magma, stood 999 soldiers radiating an aura of pure and utter annihilation, purely honed and kept in perfect control. As ash and soot rained from the sky, they stood perfectly straight, their attire lacking even a single wrinkle or speck of dirt. Whether it was when they laid siege to armies much bigger than their own, or as they ended a drought that had lasted many millennia by watering the ground in rivers of their enemies' blood, or when they walked through flames or brought down behemoths that shook the ground with every step, their appearance remained pristine, as if to say that they were not putting in any real effort. On this planet where everyone should have had similar power levels, so as to not destabilize the planet itself through too much destruction, they were an exception that totally destroyed the concept of power levels to begin with. As if rising to the challenge that this battalion of impossibly strong soldiers presented, the Fugen revealed a plot both sinister and malefic. Having prior knowledge of the valuable resources on this planet, and anticipating that the fighting parties would not want to sacrifice the planet, they populated the planet with deadly, artificially created aliens. But the threat of those aliens, who were devouring and destroying the planet itself, was merely a curtain of deception to hide their true intentions. Due to the Midnight Battalion's relentless assault, they chased the parasites of this planet even into these lands that should have been out of their way, followed closely by the Allied forces. Here, they discovered a solitary temple, seemingly built out dirt and deadwood. Within the temple, they discovered a larva in the form of some kind of a vile deformity, still being nurtured in an amniotic sac made from the skin of beasts. Surrounding it were numerous formations, feeding it with the aura of death, of pain, of agony, of catastrophe, all accumulated during this genuine world war. But it was already too late. Although still not completely mature, upon being discovered the sac burst and the deformity was released into the world. With a wail that sounded like the misery-filled screams on a trillion souls, the thing announced its arrival. The planet itself seemed to almost fracture under that terrible cry, and suddenly every living being on that planet somehow knew that the planet was heading towards destruction. Panic, fear, confusion spread not only on the surface of the planet, but also through the many ships surrounding the planet. Immediately, the superiors decided to give up on the planet and extract all their soldiers. They could not afford to lose all their elite. Once the soldiers were evacuated, they would kill the creature by destroying the planet by using weapons of mass destruction. But, as if the creature's cry had opened Pandora's box, a meteor shower suddenly appeared out of nowhere, crashing into countless ships. After the initial strike, alien forces appeared in space, resulting in an impromptu space battle, leaving no ships free for evacuation. Hopelessness and desperation spread through the surface of the planet. All the soldiers deployed on the planet were Foundation Realm, but the newly born creature was already in the Golden Core Realm. Moreover, as it quickly burrowed down into the ground, eating everything in its path, its aura was rapidly growing. The creature's destination was the core of the planet, its intentions clear. Perhaps this was only the first step in an elaborate plan the Fuegan had long prepared. The aliens, which had so far shown a distinct lack of unified intelligence, began coordinating impeccably to slaughter all the so-called elites. Although it was unlikely, since the creature had been born prematurely and wasn't at full strength, clearly the mastermind behind the scenes didn't want to take a chance and so wanted to occupy all the forces on ground in a fight for survival. This way, none could target the newborn. It was then, during that most hopeless hour, when death was near certainty and all their efforts seemed for naught, that some noticed this single testament of indomitability. It was like a sword that would cut through the world itself if it came in its way. It was like the first ray of sunshine, pushing back the darkness even of the abyss. It was an unstoppable force that would tear apart any immovable object that came in its way. It was the Midnight Battalion, and their increasingly fast march was their response to the wail of 1,000,000,000,000 souls. They were making their way to the tunnel that creature had dug towards the core with the spirit of warriors that could not be defeated, could not be deterred, could not be swayed. Just as some thought that perhaps there was hope, a tremor shook the planet, and molten lava erupted from the tunnel, like a volcano long stewing. The ripple of that explosion could be seen by the naked eye, and the shockwave killed thousands. But the battalion was not stopped for even a second, as they changed from 1,000 soldiers into a single undefeatable mech. With noble purpose, the mech dove into the lava itself, disappearing from view. Across the planet, Armageddon seemed to have arrived. Tremors, storms, tidal waves, volcanoes, and every other kind of disaster seemed to strike all at once. Scans from orbit seemed to show that the planet was on the path to exploding. All hope was lost. This would be a grievous defeat for the Allied forces. But then, the tremors seemed to slow down, their might waning. Then, shocking every living creature that saw the scene, the ground erupted once again. Yet instead of lava, a mech and a massive insect-like creature emerged from the ground. With tens of thousands of small limbs, the creature smashed the mech, and with a maw that could eat through planets, the creature bit at it. Yet the mech was not only strong, but had deftness one could not expect from its massive frame. Dodging each and every attack, the mech fought back, in plain view for all to see. Very literally, this was a fight to determine the fate of a planet. The fight was devastating, to say the least. Even without the creature purposefully trying to destroy the planet, their fight seemed to put the planet in that direction. More and more lava erupted as the shock waves from their fight seemed to break the tectonic plates, ultimately forming an ocean of lava. Yet there was no reprieve or respite. There would only be victory or death, and clearly the result had been a resounding victory. Once the creature was finally slain, the mech vanished in a cloud of smoke, and the battalion was once again revealed. But instead of the 1,000 soldiers that had formed the mech, only 999 emerged. With such a result, who would have cared? The price of a single life for such a victory was one any commander would be willing to pay. Yet it seemed everyone had misunderstood the situation. The one that was missing had not died, but had dove back into the lava as soon as the mech was dismissed. No one knew his purpose, and when anyone asked, the battalion did not respond. Long gone were the amicable and friendly workers of the inn. These were now the battle-hardened soldiers who dared to steal life back out from the jaws of death itself, and they would not reveal the purpose behind one of their soldiers' actions. Eventually, even as the planet was cleared and evacuations once again began, they chose not to move and not to retreat. Even the Allied command, who had sent them onto this planet, ordered them to reveal what they were doing, but one of the soldiers, Gerard, simply told them to mind their own business. It was only an entire day later that a single, still-suited figure emerged from the lava ocean. The outsiders could not tell who it was, for all the members of the battalion had their faces covered, but they themselves knew who it was. It was Luther, and when he emerged from the lava, he was radiating a much more powerful aura. Clearly, he had restrained himself and kept himself from entering a higher cultivation level. But even still stuck at the Foundation realm, he felt much stronger than before. Let's go. Chapter 666, Little Devil. The 1,000 soldiers seemed to be walking casually, but they smoothly shuffled amongst one another and came into their designated spots. While their gait remained nonchalant, they would be ready to react at the first sign of trouble. From a moment of their birth, they had remained under the nurturing care of the innkeeper, in the paradise that was the midnight in compared to the battlefield that they had recently endured. The battle prowess be what it may be, that did not change the fact that they were now living a completely different life and were exposed to horrors and difficulties they never could have imagined. Undoubtedly, that put immense mental pressure on them. Who wanted to be on a dying, crumbling planet when they would be at the inn instead? Yet while they endured that pressure, their hearts never wavered. In fact, their determination to overcome these trials grew stronger. After all, they finally got a glimpse of the pressure the innkeeper was keeping at bay for them. They finally saw firsthand the trials the innkeeper was facing alone, so that they would not have to. All they had to face were enemies near the Foundation realm, while the innkeeper had to face the entire universe himself. Through fire and fury and blood, they renewed their resolution to grow stronger, and they did. Fighting side by side, ensuring that none of their brothers or sisters was harmed. They used this war as an anvil, and their enemies as the hammer which would shape them into the fiercest warriors. Of course, it helped that their suits made them immune to any damage from a foe at their level. But that defense allowed them to survive their mistakes when they made it, and fix them so that they wouldn't make them again. Gerard asked Luther as he walked up beside him. Although they had supported his actions without question, no one actually knew why he had dived back into the lava. Instead of answering directly, Luther held up his right arm and conjured up a purple flame that seemed to come out of his arm itself, instead of just being summoned atop it. Near the core, I sensed something calling me, so when I had the opportunity, I returned for it. I found a feather made of purple flames that merged into my body and strengthened me. Apparently, I was extremely compatible. Information about my change appeared in my mind. This is the purple phoenix flame, a kind of special flame that is extremely destructive and is born under extremely special circumstances. Of course, these are not real phoenix flames, but that is just how it is named. By absorbing the flames, I have apparently activated my dormant physique, which is the 9 nether fire body. Gerard was not surprised to hear this. Over the past month, many of them had not only awakened their bloodlines, but also other special powers. There were a few of them who had unlocked strange abilities that conformed neither to any cultivation method they were aware of. Once they were evacuated, they could request their commanding officer to give them special guidance from the Allied Forces training officers. Since that would only raise their battle prowess, they would not be denied. Before they were sent to this planet, they had been briefed not only on what was expected of them, but the kind of support that they could get from the Allied forces. Soon, someone with much more knowledge than them would come and teach them about the new abilities they unlocked and how to use them. "What's a special physique?" he asked, only mildly curious. He wondered if he had one. None whatsoever. But what I have figured out is the hidden reason the innkeeper sent us all here. It may look like he was just agreeing to the demands of our hosts, who own this realm, but in fact, he just wanted us to use this opportunity to experience the universe for ourselves and discover the direction we want to go in. In the safe and secure grounds of the inn, we would never face the pressure that is required for us to grow. The teenager was walking behind them, seemingly distracted. His focus was on a floating ball above his index finger. The ball did not exist and seemed only visible due to the fact that light passing through it was bending across its surface. The ball is also contracting and relaxing, like a beating heart. Yet the beat did not produce a sound. Instead, it seemed to spread a ripple through space itself, one which could be felt not only through one's body, but in their soul as well. It was not really a sound, as it was experienced and not heard, but at the same time it reminded one of the steady beat on drums. A second such ball appeared above his middle finger, beating at a slightly faster pace. Together, the beating of the two balls produced a steady rhythm which tickled the memory of many of those around him. The rhythm was familiar, as if it was the beginning of a song they had heard, but could not exactly recall. "Sure, whatever you say," Z replied, not really paying too much attention to Luther. His focus was completely on the balls of distorted space he was playing with. Unfortunately, all of his prepared speakers broke within the last month. So now, he had to think of some alternative way of producing music. Apparently, bending space itself before allowing it to partially return to its natural state produced a beat like drums. Now he had to figure out how to recreate the sound of a guitar through space itself. Although this was hard, once he was finished, he would be able to play his music inside a vacuum as well. That would surely help in space fights. He was looking forward to it. Everyone around him chuckled, but said nothing. Over the past month, it was not Luther or Gerard who had shown the most. Even with Luther's upgraded power, he was not sure he could measure up to Z. As if he were a protagonist of an anime, Z kept growing stronger at an exponential rate. Still in the Foundation realm. Even without actualizing his affinity in his energy, which only happened in the Golden Core realm, Z was playing around with space as if it took no effort to distort it at all. Although he was not the only one who had attained a space affinity, he was the only one who had mastered it to such an unbelievable level. He was now stronger and more lethal than any of them. Yet unlike the rest, he did not gain a hardened and jagged aura from the month-long war. Instead, he retained his childlike innocence, his slightly introverted and shy tendencies, despite the fact that he had somehow become friends with almost all the workers at the inn. Without the music around to completely change how he behaved and fought, for a time, he had become extremely docile. After all, it was not in his nature to fight. He used the music to get him in the mindset to fight. Without it, he was handicapped, until the last fight, in which he discovered the power of drums. Using only those, he unleashed the power of war drums. What happened after that? Well, since he was the one in charge of the mech, the results spoke for themselves. Among the other battalions who had seen him fight, and recently even among his own comrades, Z had gained a new nickname, though he himself was unaware. Behind his back, and in whisper, people spoke about the little devil who hid his true self behind a camouflage of youth and innocence. Not that anyone was complaining, since he was on their side. The members of the inn didn't even take it too seriously. But in the Allied forces, a file was compiled on the little devil and sent up the command chain. It seemed even some superiors had begun to keep an eye on him. In the Crystal Realm, Lex continued to travel across the lands that seemed to never end. Since it was not safe to cultivate in such an environment, even inside his ship, Lex mostly took this time to review his arrays. He also sent his projections inside the library in the inn to begin studying. The lenses were revealing a lot of information to him that he didn't understand, which only showed the depth of his ignorance. He had to remedy that as soon as possible. Like this, another 2 weeks passed. After traversing various terrains and avoiding countless dangers, Lex arrived at the next spot he would take a teleportation formation. For some reason, despite his progress, an anxiety began to build in Lex's heart. He seemed to be feeling like he was running out of time. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 6, 67 Random Events. The area he arrived at was not the territory of some noble, but instead a trade city established by some kind of sect. The sect itself was quite mysterious, and not many knew the details of their practices or purpose. They were, however, quite accepting of everyone and everything as long as they obeyed the laws of their territory. Moreover, the sect would accept members of any race without compromising the unity that the sect members displayed. Why the members had so much unity was yet another mystery, and not one Lex was too interested in at the moment. Lex was too distracted by the growing tension he felt. At first, he thought that the anxiety was normal. After all, almost 2 months out of 6 had already passed, yet he was not anywhere close to his destination. Sure, the teleportation formations would surely help, and theoretically, he would arrive in the middle of the 4th month or early in the 5th month, if all went well. This was the deduction based on the map. But there was no way of anticipating any problems he might encounter along the way. But as the anxiety grew, Lex reassessed the situation and concluded that it was a hint from his instincts. He began deducing what issues he would encounter and how he could circumvent them. In his mind, the feeling of running out of time was a result of him being on a tight schedule, which was the most logical deduction. After making a few contingency plans, he headed directly to the teleportation formation to continue his journey. As it happened, quite coincidentally, at the exact same time, various seemingly unrelated yet incredibly important events were taking place. In the Crystal Realm, at that very moment, Aegis, the crown prince of the Hum Nation, seemed to be in the middle of a devastating battle. As the foremost genius the Hum Nation had ever produced, there were very few instances where he was beaten so badly, and all of them were the hands of his own father. This time was no exception. The king asked, somewhat exasperated, was it not enough to rule the entire human race? Now, he had to deal with parental issues as well. Around the two was a battlefield, littered with the corpses of Craven. They were deep within the territory lost by humans, so neither of them had reason to be there. Cornelius especially should not have been there. Why am I doing this? I think the question should be, why aren't you doing this? I have told you, Aegis, you alone cannot face all the threats that humans face. The human race as a whole must become stronger. Such a convenient answer, when it requires you to sit back and do nothing but let the humans die. Why train me so hard then, if you were never going to let me use my strength? I'm not doing nothing. I am raising the strength of the human race bit by bit. The cultivation technique of the true path. What's the point in pursuing a path that the majority of the human race cannot follow? At this point, Aegis was screaming at his father. Years of bitterness and resentment had mixed in with the new frustrations he felt as he began exploring the truth of the Crystal Realm under the hints of the innkeeper. He had already developed a few theories of the truth, but each one hurt his innocent heart more than the next. Before Cornelius could answer, there was a flash of lightning, and with it, Aegis disappeared. In his stead, he left behind a few roaring words that echoed throughout the battlefield. Wash your neck, old man. Instead of being angered, Cornelius only sighed. It seemed his son was finally entering his rebellious phase. Elsewhere in the Crystal Realm, an army of Craven was slowly marching out once again. Yet what was different between this army and every other army that they sent out was that each and every member was an immortal. Hundreds of thousands of immortal Craven were on the move, their destination unknown. Back in the Origin Realm, quite a few significant events were happening at the same time as well. The Allied forces, meaning the various forces who under the order of the Henali combined there, strength to combat the Fugan, were both unified in their mission, yet at the same time very disjointed in their chain of command. At least, that was the case with the Allied forces operating in the Swear Galaxy. As such, a lot of information often went missing, and entire records sometimes disappeared. This was usually not due to any sabotage, but just bad logistics. Among the millions of orders being processed each minute, a file containing the deployment orders of the Midnight Battalion suddenly disappeared, and in its place, another file appeared with completely different orders. At the same time, a file containing details of Z were copied and sent to an unknown destination, far away from the galaxy. On Earth, the battle for New York took a drastic turn when a group of immortals suddenly appeared and surrounded Marlowe. Yet facing certain death, Marlowe did not frown and instead grinned like a madman. On his neck, the golden nanotalismans he was so proud of began to shine. The advantage of being known for stupidly intense brute strength was that people often forget that Marlowe was also a genius businessman, strategist, and an overall intelligent person. For a long time, he had been wondering if he could create a spiritual technique that mimicked the effects of a nuclear bomb. If he could, then he'd be able to convert it into a talisman, right? It was time to see the fruits of his efforts. In another place in the Origin Realm, the Fiery Mammoths had officially sent a delegation to the central galaxy of the Jotun Empire, while unofficially they had begun to invade the galaxy neighboring theirs. True war was not their intention. So as long as their negotiations were concluded successfully, the situation would not escalate. In another planet in the Origin Realm, Batet and Phallic wore a depressed look as they were escorted into a jail cell. At their cultivation level, they were more or less at the absolute peak strength that the Origin Realm would naturally allow, so the identity of their captor was extremely mysterious. Even they did not know who it truly was or what they wanted. After all, they had been overwhelmed the instant they were discovered. Somewhere else, in the Henali portal, someone sent out an invite for members to join a book reading club. The venue for their meeting would be the Midnight Inn. Elsewhere, far away from both the Origin Realm and the Crystal Realm, in one of the older and more complete realms, a group of 4 had encircled a single being. The group consisted of a true dragon, its massive red body radiating unbearable heat, a Graven, a race equal to both dragons and celestials, a Henali, and Kilgore, a beast completely unique in the universe with no other members of its race besides itself. The being that was encircled was, surprisingly, a member of the celestial race. What was more unusual was that, despite the celestial being a Tao Lord, looked like he was suffering from grievous wounds. The celestial asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you think you can afford the consequences of harming me? There is no race more unified than the celestials. You should have thought of that before you messed with the Versailles Bank," said the Henali, showing no signs of remorse. "Are you serious? Stupid celestial, don't you know the most important law in the universe?" growled the dragon. The celestial said, anger and hatred filling his voice. "We shall see," replied Kilgore. Then the group attacked once more. They did not ultimately kill the celestial, for that was easier said than done. They did, however, capture the celestial and took him away. As soon as the celestial was delivered, their debts to the bank would be cleared. As for what happened afterwards, that was the bank's problem, not theirs. Chapter 668, Destiny Rank. Based on his previous experiences, Lex was prepared to face some kind of hurdle. But, unexpectedly, he faced no problems. He used the teleportation formation normally, like every other paying customer. When he arrived at his destination, he traveled for a few more days on his ship before once again arriving in a neighboring territory where he could once again use a teleportation formation. Such a trend continued for one more month. Not only did Lex not encounter any unusual problems, but he even came across a few people who were quite helpful. For example, he stumbled into a large caravan that was heading in the same direction as him. After paying a nominal sum, he accompanied them on their airship, which brought him to his destination a week ahead of schedule. Another time, he reached a city to discover that the teleportation formation of that city had recently been upgraded and could take him much farther than was in his original plan. Moreover, the owner of that city seemed to be married to one of Jasmine's siblings. As such, upon discovering Lex's token, not only did he expedite his journey, he took no money from him either. Paying was not really a problem for Lex. As a result of his many trades at the inn, he had accumulated well over 100 million ordinary spirit stones. Paying a few thousand here or other made no difference to him. During his long periods of traveling, he would send a clone to study various topics at the library so as to increase his knowledge. Since the innkeeper was perceived as a powerful entity, Lex had to learn as much as possible about as many things as possible. Fenrir could not do such a thing, but he was not bored either. Although Lex offered to leave him at the inn, he wanted to travel as well. Even when he could do nothing else, he enjoyed looking out at the passing scenery. During this period, Alexander once even asked Lex for help. Unfortunately, Lex could not afford any delays until he reached the Crystal Realm, and so had to tell him he was currently unable to help. He also got regular reports from Mary about the ongoing rumors at the inn, as Velma still compiled the files she used to submit to the innkeeper. The thing that interested him most was that apparently the war on Earth had temporarily stopped, because apparently everyone was afraid that Marlowe would destroy the planet. There were no details to that rumor, yet somehow Lex did not doubt the authenticity of it. At the same time, he discovered that Roland, the once newspaper boy back in the Crystal Realm, had developed an extremely wide and vast information network that he used to supplement the Midnight Newsroom. Apparently, the entire realm was heading towards turmoil as no one was at peace. Lex did not pay attention to such things, as he had other concerns. The several-month-long event that he had held was coming to a close, which meant that naturally he would lose all the security the event brought with it. That naturally meant Lex needed to think of a new event. For now, he had the planning division propose some ideas, as he was too occupied to come up with and oversee a new event. The good thing was that the inn's income had been quite steady, and during this period his savings had come to 350 billion MP once again. Basically, there was more than enough MP to continue doing events for a long time. He also had to continue expanding the inn, as more and more guests were starting to come. Lately, developing a large underwater city had been added to his agenda, as a lot of aquatic beasts were beginning to visit, and the small lakes and rivers he had across the inn were beginning to get crowded. But these were just on the agenda for now. He would deal with all this once he had enough time. At the current rate, it would only take him a couple more weeks at max to reach the Crystal Nation, and then from there he imagined getting to Valesco should be easy. After all, he was expecting them to have a comprehensive transport system within their own territory. The reputation of the strongest and most developed race of the realm required at least that much. But it seemed that Lex's good luck eventually ran out. One day, while they were traversing a grassland in some unclaimed lands, during his last long-distance journey for this trip, something happened. The ship could not fly too high and was traveling about 10 feet from the ground. Normally, that was enough to get them clear of any obstacles, but the grass in these grasslands was unusually high, so Lex's visibility was null. But such a mundane problem could not stop Lex, as he just used his spirit sense to keep an eye on his surroundings, ensuring they were traveling in the correct direction. But the distance his spirit sense could cover was ultimately limited, and he could not see too far away from himself. As such, he did not notice that he was heading directly towards a wall of rolling fog, which seemed to be covering the grasslands. Perhaps, if his visibility was not blocked, he could have seen it coming. But even so, what could fog really even do? He could still navigate with his spirit's sense, so it was unlikely he would have done anything. But the odd thing was, even when he got close enough for his spirit's sense to interact with the fog, he was not able to detect it. In fact, even his instincts failed to warn him that anything was approaching him, whether it be harm or not. It was not until the ship flew into the fog that he actually noticed it. Immediately, Lex became alert, though Fenrir looked at him with confusion. There seemed to be no threat, so why was Lex reacting like this? The answer was simple. Although Lex was heavily dependent on his instincts, he was well aware that his instincts could not react to things related to systems, so he never dropped his guard. Naturally, if there was one thing that his instincts failed to interact with, there could be others. Although the fog did not seem threatening at all, the fact that he was taken by surprise was a very alarming matter. In fact, even as he continued to travel through the fog, his spirit senses were unable to detect it. There's something wrong, Lex began to tell Fenrir, when he noticed something else, which was even more alarming. The lenses could not detect the fog at all. In fact, even his right eye could not see the fog. Only his left eye, which had mutated, could see it. Lex raised his alertness to the maximum level even as he turned the ship around to immediately head back. He was not concerned for his safety, as he could always retreat to the inn. But if he retreated to the inn, every time he would return to the Crystal Realm, he would still be here. Ultimately, his quest to reach the Crystal Race would suffer. Yet despite his quick response, he was too late. The ship had been moving too fast, and even in the split second it took him to respond, it had already traveled through the fog and come out the other side. The sound of a massive crowd surrounded Lex, as a bright light blinded him for a moment. When he recovered, he discovered that they had entered a completely new area. An artificial sun seemed to be shining a bright light, illuminating a vast, dry bowl-shaped canyon filled with millions of beings. In a single glance, Lex was able to spot humans, sentinels, poliids, trollops, the crystal race, and even the craven among the crowd. There were a few fights going on, which was extremely natural when hated enemies were suddenly brought together. The craven themselves had a warring nature, so every single craven was already fighting, and the extreme fighting prowess made it so they seemed to be winning. But even at a glance, Lex knew that they would not survive long, for they were too outnumbered. After all, among the millions here, there were so many races that Lex had never even heard of. The craven were just a few compared to all the beings here. In the center of the canyon stood a massive tower built from white marble, and it was the only distinct feature here. Lex had no idea where he was or what was happening, but the first thing he did was to check his connection to the inn. As expected, the connection was still there, for he heard the sound of a notification before he could even check. New notification. Host has entered a space sealed by a Destiny rank space lock. Teleportation facility unavailable. Chapter 669 Study. For once, Lex wasn't able to stop his expression from changing. Carefully, he read the notification once again. New notification. Host has entered a space sealed by a Destiny rank space lock. Teleportation facility unavailable. He asked inside his mind. Of course, Lex did not reply immediately, for he was currently analyzing his situation. He was connected to the inn, still, but he was once again stuck in a situation where he could not teleport back. But unlike last time, where he was unable to teleport back because his system was too weak to carry out cross-realm teleportation easily, this time it was because of something that locked space. He analyzed the situation a bit further, not relying solely on his instincts, for they had already proved that they were not reliable in his current situation. He had been teleported mysteriously to an unknown location, alongside millions of others. Although he did not recognize many of the races, he had reason to believe that every one of them had come from the Crystal Realm. After all, while the Crystal Realm boasted 7 major races that controlled the majority of the realm, it did not mean there were no minor races. Subtle racial traits, as well as traces of different energy signatures, led Lex to believe that everyone had been pulled to this mysterious place from across the entire Crystal Realm instead of from just nearby, where Lex was. He also noticed that the majority of the crowd seemed to be gathered either near the tower in the middle or the edges of the canyon. Moreover, they were near these places only because there seemed to be some barrier keeping them at a distance. So that meant that they could neither leave the canyon nor enter the tower. Lex stopped his ship from moving forward, or he'd immediately reach the tower, which was not something he wanted. Getting off the ship, which was extremely prominent and eye-catching, and jumped to the ground. Until he had a better idea of the situation, he did not want to attract any attention. He swept his spirit sense and observed some of the crowd near him. The crowd's cultivation level seemed to vary and range from mortals all the way to nascent realm cultivators. It was reassuring that there were no immortals, but they could also just be far away from him or hiding. The fact that the crowd was so mixed meant that there really could be some immortals around. He listened to the conversations happening nearby and thanked the system for the universal translator, for almost everyone was speaking in a different language entirely. It didn't take him long to gather that people had apparently been brought here only a few hours ago at most, yet no one knew anything. "Mary, I seem to be trapped somewhere again," Lex told, feeling like he was living through a bad joke. Why was it that the first time he encountered an area able to completely block out all teleportation was when he was in a rush? "That's strange," said Mary. "According to what I can tell, you should still be in the Crystal Realm. I'm being blocked by a Destiny-level space block. Have someone start looking up relevant information about that, wherever they can. Moreover, I'm going to describe the area I'm in to you as well. Have Velma look into any information regarding it from the Crystal Realm. Make sure to check old stories, myths, and legends so that all possibilities are covered." Lex described the area in great detail, though there really wasn't much to go on. He could only hope that he was caught in some usual and known phenomenon of the Crystal Realm so that he could safely make his way out. If there was no information about this place at all, there could only be two possibilities as far as Lex could tell. Either this was the first time such a thing was happening, or no one had ever made it out after entering this place. Once he passed Mary the information, he let her be so that she could oversee the search while he himself began to study the area some more. His instincts were not picking up on any danger around him, but that could possibly be because they were being suppressed somehow. He stayed away from all fights and chose not to interact with anyone as he waited for a while. Fenrir, too, was looking around curiously, sniffing the air from time to time. He waited for a few hours, but nothing seemed to be happening, except that more and more beings appeared in the canyon. Eventually, he reached a conclusion that nothing significant would happen until either the canyon was completely filled or that the canyon would continue to fill until something significant happened. Tired of waiting, he decided to make his way to the edge of the canyon first to investigate the barrier keeping them in. Moving should not have been much of an issue, for all the fights had ended by now, and the Craven had been overwhelmed. Anyone else who was not smart enough to not antagonize millions of beings on their own also met a similar fate. Unfortunately, Lex's bad luck seemed to continue as a new Craven appeared in front of him just as he was making his way to the edge. The familiar, poisonous stench of the black slime covering their body irritated Lex, so he did not hesitate to extinguish the Craven by using evisceration before it could even attack. The Craven was only able to let out a single, painful squeal before it collapsed. The surrounding crowd was shocked at what happened, then moved to keep a distance. Whether they wanted distance from the poisonous slime or the intimidating Lex who killed a Craven with one look could not be accurately determined. Chapter 670 Web. Chapter 670 Web. While Lex's feat of killing with a single look was intimidating to most, it in no way made him out to be overwhelmingly powerful. For example, Trollops within their own territories were vastly more powerful than their realm should allow. But the few Trollops here had been plucked from their territories and dropped in the middle of nowhere, putting them at a severe disadvantage. Usually, even if a Trollop left their territory, they would at least be able to summon some support from their territories. Yet now that they were in this mysterious place, they were completely cut off and were at their weakest. But not everyone had such clear weaknesses. For example, the few members of the crystal race who were present. Similar to how the crowd gave Lex a wide berth, so too did they avoid those ridiculously overpowered beings. As a race with guaranteed immortality, they had countless geniuses who revolutionized cultivation or really any field that they were interested in, and then continued to do so since they wouldn't really die. Moreover, due to the biology of the crystal race, they really never suffered from depression as a result of their long, never-ending lives. Sure, they got bored from time to time, and they would treat that by sleeping for a few eons. As such, the cultivation system of the crystal race was extremely well developed, and since they could transmit information extremely easily, each member understood how to cultivate perfectly. Basically, there was no such thing as a weak member of the crystal race. Only ridiculously strong freaks of nature, and geniuses among those who surpassed all common sense. Then, there were always a few geniuses in every race, some of whom had made their presence known in the canyon. Suffice to say, Lex declared himself as a powerhouse with his single move, but he was not the only one. Not that Lex really even cared about any of that. The barrier blocking the edges of the canyon was being heavily bombarded with countless attacks and weapons, so it was quite a lively scene, at least to Lex. Beasts and creatures of all kinds howled and screamed. Fangs and fists attacked the invisible blockade. Rocks, bullets, and balls of energy were all hurled or launched at it, spreading chaos and carnage in the surroundings. But the barrier itself did not even ripple. The calm and casual Lex seemed an anomaly amidst such madness, but he merely stood there calmly as he looked at the barrier right in front of him. None of his senses could detect the barrier, save his sense of touch when he pressed his arm against the barrier, and his left eye that saw a massive wall of flowing fog. After probing the barrier with basic physical strength, then channeling his normal spirit energy into the wall, Lex decided to take things more seriously. He used impervious hands and immediately felt the difference. The fog, which previously acted as an impenetrable wall, immediately became soft. He could dig his fingers into it, and even pull some fog out, though as soon as he tried to do it, his instincts immediately screamed danger. Fortunately, he stopped in time and did not allow his impulsive thoughts to land him in trouble. He tried to see if he could achieve something by digging his hand into the fog, but the same sense of danger crashed down on him as soon as he tried. Ultimately, Lex decided to let it be and go investigate the tower. Hoping for a quick and easy way out was wishful thinking to begin with. If he wanted to exit, he would have to play by the rules of this place, though he did not understand them yet. When he approached the tower, he discovered, through his left eye, that the barrier surrounding it was not made of fog. Instead, it seemed like an intricate web, which would react to each and every person or attack made contact with it. He noticed that sometimes the complex web blocking everyone's path would sometimes thin in reaction to certain beings, but never enough to reveal a path. Instead, when it was attacked, the web would thicken and multiply, increasing the complexity of the barrier. It seemed that they were supposed to somehow figure out how to cross the barrier on their own. When Lex touched the web, it seemed to thin as well, yet not nearly enough to cross. So he tried impervious hands. This time, he discovered that he could easily move the web with his hands as he wished, either creating an opening or making the barrier thicker and stronger. For a moment, he considered whether to create a massive opening and let everyone enter, or just enter on his own. He did not know what the tower held, so it was a risk. He could either be bringing reinforcements with himself if a terrible foe awaited them, or be bringing in competition if the tower led to some treasure. It all came down to how much confidence he had in himself, and how much of a risk he was willing to take. He looked at Fenrir, as if asking the puppet's opinion, and saw only excitement and eagerness. "Well, I hope I don't regret this then," he murmured as he pushed aside the web just enough to create a small opening. Before anyone could notice, he grabbed Fenrir and jumped through the hole, passing through. The moment his hands left the web, the hole disappeared and the web regained its normal appearance. Immediately, the millions of beings trapped in the canyon fixed their gaze on Lex, and countless beings jumped after him to try and follow him, but to no avail. A stampede occurred as everyone wanted to try for themselves. Countless hateful and angry gazes fixed on Lex, as if he was stealing from their ancestors' graves. Yet none of that was of any concern to him as he walked into the tower. A part of him was glad he had put on his new, defensive suit. Whatever was about to happen, at least he was glad he didn't have to worry about suddenly becoming naked again. Chapter 671 Tower. There was no opening on the tower that could serve as a door, so Lex just approached its surface with the intention to see how impervious hands reacted to it. But the moment he touched the tower, he disappeared. The millions of beings watching were further aggravated as a feeling of falling behind filled them. Though most of them did not know what this place was or what approaching the tower entailed, it was clear that it was the only way to get out of here. A few, however, clearly knew what this place was, or perhaps it only appeared that way since they maintained their calm, even as the canyon was whipped up into a frenzy. It was a strange coincidence that all those who seemed to be in the know were from the crystal race, though not all members of the crystal race seemed to be privy to this knowledge. But despite the fact that Lex already disappeared, no other change seemed to occur in the canyon. More and more beings began to be dropped in, slowly filling up the entire canyon. Lex, who had vast experience in teleportation, felt the familiar sensation of being moved through space, though this time was not instantaneous. A special kind of energy seemed to cover him, protecting him from the turbulence, as this teleportation seemed to take a long time. Unable to move, as his body was stuck in the position in which he touched the tower, he decided to take this time to study the sensations he felt while being teleported. Since space was apparently one of his affinities now, he should learn how to make use of it. If he only knew how much progress he had made despite having a lesser affinity than himself, Lex might have blushed from shame. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they were as far from one another as they could get. Using his spirit sense, soul sense, and instincts, Lex continued to study space for what felt like hours before he finally appeared in what felt like an ancient yet grand courtroom. Lex immediately began to study the room, failing to notice that for the first time, his connection to his system was suppressed. If he tried to contact Mary for the first time, he would be unable to do so. Everything in the massive hall seemed to be carved out of stone, from the floor to the walls and pillars, to the endless intricate designs etched over every inch of the room. In front of Lex, in the far corner of the room, was a kind of throne, once again carved out of stone. On each side of the throne were smaller chairs, as if to accommodate aides or advisors for whoever sat in the middle. Despite the primitive impression the room gave, it also projected feelings of grandeur and an ancient power. It was not easy to make Lex feel like he was being judged, since he was the one usually doing the judging, but standing in this place, he felt like a mere plebeian waiting for his sentence. The cold, hard stone of the room reminded him of the days where he was just a mortal, and his existence was fragile. Lex narrowed his eyes as he began circulating his spirit energy, his determination fighting against the oppressive aura of this place. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not accept being belittled. Although he had started out only pretending to be someone powerful and significant to play the role of the innkeeper, he had slowly come to accept that he was far from ordinary. He did not know if it was a good thing or bad, but he had developed a bit of pride, even knowing his cultivation level was much lower than that of many, and that his existence could be a matter of no more than a whim for such beings. He could not keep himself from developing such a mindset. As if rewarding his reaction, the aura in the room disappeared, and the chair became inviting instead of intimidating. It was as if the room was made specifically for his coronation, and he was to be awarded great honors as soon as he took his rightful place on his throne. Lex was not really swayed by the changing pressures of the room, but as nothing else seemed to be happening, he approached it. Soft, distant whispers seemed to fill the room as Lex walked, initially incomprehensible. Yet the further he walked, the clearer the voices became, up until he reached the throne, and the hall was filled with voices of various political figures, discussing the future of some sacred civilization. Lex looked around and saw nothing, even as he felt people were talking right next to where he stood. Unable to stop his curiosity, Lex sat down and saw as countless figures appeared in front of him, garbed in ancient cotton gowns in golden and silver colors. They wore basic, handmade jewelry, yet the impression they gave was of opulence and luxury. Lex noticed almost immediately that their discussions never seemed to reach any conclusion, and they continued to debate quite audibly, as if their very purpose was to make Lex aware of the situation based on the content of their conversation. Simultaneously, a stream of information entered Lex's mind. The White Tower he was in was an artifact that had existed from time immemorial, and it played a role in the development of the entire universe itself. The origin of the tower was unknown, and the exact reason for its existence was also unknown. What mattered was that the function of the tower was known, and in fact was directly transmitted to Lex. Anytime a group, or an organization, or a company, or a country, civilization, or race accumulated enough merit and reached a turning point in their history that would either lead them to the pinnacle of success or to an unprecedented nadir, the tower would automatically activate. There was no explanation for what this merit was or how it was accumulated. What was explained was that the tower's purpose was to help the specific group as much as possible. Moreover, it would not randomly send people over. Each and every person who had been summoned to the canyon was specifically chosen by the tower, for they would have the exact specific skills or necessary expertise to help specific groups. But just because someone had been chosen did not mean they would automatically be able to help. Entering the tower was the first hurdle. If someone wasn't able to enter, they would stay at the canyon till the specific group that needed their help would go through whatever situation they were stuck in. The second hurdle was actually being able to help the situation once the tower brought them into the specific scenario. If they were not able to overcome the situation, they would never be able to return. The only way of returning was to help his assigned group successfully go through the turning point in their history or survive the repercussions of failure. Of course, he was not randomly hurled into an unknown situation. The tower arranged for an appropriate identity for Lex, so that he could seamlessly involve himself in the present circumstances. Lastly, it wasn't as if there was no reward for the people the tower had summoned. If Lex was able to successfully navigate the situation and return, the tower would provide him with something he sorely needed. There was too much about this situation and the tower that made no sense to Lex, but there was nothing he could do about it for now. Instead, he focused on his new identity. As it turned out, the identity that Lex got from the tower was the leader of a rising nation. Information about this nation and the general information about the world was automatically provided to Lex. Moreover, information about the turning point was even specifically given to him. This country, which was quite similar to ancient Egypt, was facing an unprecedented danger that they were incapable of overcoming. The country had formed a unique form of governance where their leaders and leader candidates were orphans, trained from birth to rule justly and without bias. There was no concept of inheriting power, at least as far as the ruler was concerned. Moreover, their strict moral and cultural values made it so the country had excellent security and living conditions. As a result of a government and ruler who genuinely wished to benefit the country instead of accumulating their own power, the country rose up quickly, and their quick rise was also what attracted trouble. With insufficient military and wealth that did not match their global status, they had been targeted by their 3 neighboring countries. Their existing leader had been assassinated, as well as all the orphans who were being trained. As per the scenario set by the tower, Lex took the identity of the lone survivor who qualified to take the ruler's position. He had, just now, been coronated, and in a few hours representatives for all 3 neighboring countries would arrive to offer condolences and aid during this difficult time. The impending negotiations would forever determine the fate of this fledgling country. Lex smiled. Was this supposed to be a challenge? Chapter 672 Plans. Having understood the situation, Lex suppressed his curiosity and concern about the tower and began to absorb information about his surroundings. A quick scan showed that everyone in the room was in the Golden Core realm, though their cores seemed weak and frail in comparison to even normal cultivators, let alone Lex. There were a few soldiers who looked extremely intimidating and had decent cultivations, but even those were in the minority. Most guards who stood around the room were in the Foundation realm, and even then Lex could tell they were far from outstanding. Any casual Foundation realm cultivator from Earth could suppress them one-on-one easily. Although no one said so, Lex drew the conclusion that this country had a terrible cultivation heritage. It remained to be seen if this was the case in its neighboring countries as well, or just here. Suddenly a thought occurred to Lex. Was he still in the Crystal Realm? If he had to guess, he would say he wasn't, as the ambient spirit energy was quite weak comparatively. Then he began focusing on the conversations the people were having. The way in which they were conversing was extremely artificial, as they were discussing minute details about each ministry they oversaw. It was clear that, through their conversations, they were indirectly providing information to Lex about the various factors of the Empire. The most significant factor that Lex immediately realized was the military truly was lacking in this country. Due to excellent social services and economic support, scarcely was there anyone in the entire country who could not achieve a stable and successful life. In a scenario where everyone could easily achieve a comfortable life without much pressure, why would anyone be willing to endure the arduous life of a soldier? Only those who genuinely wanted to protect the country would take such a path. Already he could tell this would be his greatest hurdle, as the martial incompetence of the country was more or less an established fact and known widely. After learning some of the details, Lex diverted his attention elsewhere. He was hoping they would have some geographic advantage, only to learn that most of the country consisted of plateaus or plains, as it was at the feet of a long mountain range inside one of the neighboring countries. While that provided a vast amount of fertile lands, there were few natural barriers except rivers, which was not really a problem for cultivators. As time passed, and Lex learned more about this country, he realized that, without external intervention, this country was set to be a treasure chest constantly raided and looted by external forces. He did not even need to spare a single brain cell to come up with countless examples of colonists who occupied rich, fertile lands, all to loot and pillage them. If anything, he could not understand why this country had not suffered such a disaster before, and was even allowed to grow to the level it had already reached. After all, it already had 3 neighbors who could invade their lands. To sate his curiosity, he began listening to the guy discussing the general history of their land. Slowly and steadily, he got an overview of the entire situation and came to the conclusion that there should be no way for it to overcome this crisis under normal circumstances. This country, which was called Farrago, was a piece of juicy meat dangling in front of a group of hungry street dogs. The only possible redeeming factor was that the neighboring countries were not overwhelmingly powerful either, and had conflicts of their own to resolve. It was only comparative to Farrago that they were more powerful. Adorning a look of absolute calm, Lex closed his eyes and allowed his figure to project confidence to all the various ministers in the room. In his mind, he was devising various strategies on how to overcome the situation. A lot of how he behaved would depend on the representatives and their respective plans. Previously, Lex used to form a few plans in which he would take advantage of people's psychological blind spots and manipulate them based on having them form assumptions. But now, due to how fast and the vast experience he had accumulated in handling people, he could form multi-layered plans and various contingencies. Suddenly opened his eyes and looked at an old man who was in charge of the personal guard for the king. The man looked like he had aged considerably, and though he stood firm in his post and exuded an aura of bloodlust, it was easy to determine that he had taken the assassination of the previous king as a personal failure. According to Lex's analysis, the old man had not purposefully failed in his duty, but the enemy had just outmaneuvered him. He could still be trusted. Using his spirit sense, Lex passed the old man a few orders. Surprise and hesitation painted his face when he heard his orders, attracting the attention of everyone in the room, but he did not voice any of his doubts. He simply bowed to Lex and quickly left the hall to carry out his orders. Perhaps before he would have offered resistance and counsel, but he had lost a lot of confidence lately and could not bring it in himself to disobey orders. Lex once again closed his eyes and resumed planning. The envoys from the neighboring countries would arrive soon, and everyone was waiting on pins and needles for their arrival. If Lex had arrived a little earlier, he would never have gathered everyone to wait for the arrival of a mere delegation. It put them in a weaker position, but it was already too late for that. He would salvage the situation as best as he could. In the meantime, he was already compiling a comprehensive strategy for military reform. A few more hours passed, and the sun was nearing the horizon. The sky was filled with hues of orange and yellow, forming a beautiful tapestry hanging over the city, which was engulfed in a mood of despair. The dichotomy of the situation was absolutely tragic. All the ministers, who had been waiting all day now, looked irritated and miserable and allowed a sense of helpless frustration to fill them. It was clear that while they all were noble people, focused on the benefit of their nation, they had little to no experience facing real hardship. The door to the hall opened, and a messenger swiftly approached Lex and passed him a simple scroll. After taking a look, Lex nodded to dismiss the messenger, then turned his attention back to the ministers. All of you take a seat. Confusion and hesitation filled their eyes as they looked at one another, trying to determine if anyone knew what was going on. That was not a request. That was an order, Lex said in a cold, firm tone. I do not have time to elaborate on my plans, nor can I afford for a poor performance from you to compromise the outcome. So, for now, all of you must simply obey my orders instantly and without question. The time for you to use your intellect will come later. This was far from Lex's usual style of doing things, as he was usually very considerate of his underlings. But the way he saw it, being firm was not the same as mistreating his subordinates. Moreover, he did not have a comprehensive understanding of their personalities, and so he could not include them in his plans. As such, their only role would be to serve as an audience. Upon hearing Lex's command and feeling his subtle aura of oppression, Everyone obeyed and took a seat. But just sitting did not change the fact that they looked extremely tense, and a glance was enough to determine their true thoughts. That was where Lex's various experiences came into play. In the Crystal Realm, back when he was in the academy, he was first introduced to the complicated ways in which nobles and higher-leveled cultivators use spiritual energy and aura to build and hold prestige. In the way that mundane humans wore regal suits and dresses and styled their hair, applied makeup, and used fragrances to establish a persona for themselves, so too did cultivators use their additional capabilities to embellish their image. A person's aura itself could have a scent which other cultivators could sense. The flow of energy in a room could affect its inhabitants the way a breeze could affect people on a hot summer day. Each and everything played a role in establishing oneself. Lex normally did not need to think of such things, as his host attire would automatically do all of these when he presented himself as the innkeeper. In fact, the host attire probably even took care of various such subtleties that Lex was not even aware of. But currently the host attire could not help him. It was fortunate then that he had long been studying these things, so that he could seamlessly merge in a higher cultivator society if he ever needed to. Chapter 673, A Great Show. Chapter 673, A Great Show, while Lex was planning out how to fulfill the requirements of the tower and get out of it, then seemed to be running well on autopilot. All the staff was well trained, and Mary knew what to do in most situations. Moreover, it had only been a short while since the connection between Lex and the system was blocked, so the chances of something going wrong were abysmally low. Unfortunately, sometimes it did not matter how low the chances were. After the previous star rank upgrade, countless immortals had received just the push they needed to move up in rank. That had naturally led to a reign of lightning tribulations. There were naturally other tribulations, but they were not as prominent as the lightning ones. But it had been months now, so the frequency of tribulations had dropped drastically. The tribulations had not, however, completely disappeared. This was because the process of cultivation at higher levels took a much longer period. It would not be surprising if there continued to be tribulations for many years still, just based on the previous star rank increase. Even among the tribulations, there were various levels. For example, the tribulation that Ragnar had faced had been the most devastating so far, due to his incredibly high cultivation level. Now, it just so happened that mere minutes after Lex's connection was cut, one such tribulation once again started to arrive. Lex had already reinforced all the tribulation rooms with formations and protections similar to the one Ragnar faced, hoping it would be enough to contain the destruction. Now, it would be put to the test. Lex's spirit energy swept through the hall as he used various spiritual techniques to influence the environment. Slowly, the overwhelmed ministers began to notice that, despite their own lamentable state, the atmosphere in the room began to change. Soon, it no longer felt like this was a hall where they were waiting for a death sentence. Instead, it felt like this was a grand hall, befitting a great and glorious king, one who was the ruler of a strong and prosperous nation. Instead of handles and chandeliers, the room had large metal bowls which contained fire to light up the room. As if it had been injected with the perfect kindling, the flames grew into a larger blaze that nearly overflowed from the bowl, projecting its brilliant orange light across the hall. A breeze seemed to blow in the hall, taking away the stale air and bringing in with a subtle scent of vanilla. It also seemed to blow away any and all dust and dirt that had accumulated in the hall, leaving it immaculate. The ministers watched bewildered as the changes swept the hall, and were taken by complete surprise when the energy in the hall gathered around themselves as well. Their appearances seemed to change subtly. Their wrinkles seemed to fade or disappear entirely, and their skin seemed to tighten. Though the skin did not suddenly become clear, it did look fresher. Their clothes did not change, but somehow seemed to appear more grand than mere moments ago. Even their auras changed, and they went from being anxious and concerned to being completely relaxed and yet dignified. The hall, previously a theater where a performance of nations was to take place, had become the court befitting someone who was to be called Majesty. The next change was amongst the soldiers. They stood at guard with their backs to the walls, facing the hall. Of the entire group, they were actually who needed Lex's help the least. Weak though their cultivation may have seemed in Lex's eyes, it was not for a lack of resolution or bravery. Their rough, tanned skin, their rippling, chiseled muscles, their firm, focused eyes all spoke of men who had faced the trials of battle. Amongst their own ranks, where everyone had cultivation techniques of a similar quality, they were champions. As such, they did not really need much bolstering. But Lex did it anyway. Their auras strengthened till they became suffocatingly overwhelming, and then he suppressed it to their bodies. If no one looked at them, they would not even know of their existence. But if one looked in their eyes, they would feel the full force of their augmented aura. Some of these effects have been brought about by the various spiritual techniques Lex learnt, and some, such as the breeze carrying vanilla scent, have been done by arrays. Even though Lex had learned about such things, he had not gone into too much detail, so for now this is all he could really do. Although it might seem impressive to an outsider, he knew that those who considered themselves true nobles among cultivators took things to levels unimaginable to an outsider. But for Farrago and its neighboring countries, which seemed somewhat lacking in regard to cultivation, this much should already be more than enough. When the envoys arrive, do not say anything or interfere in any way, Lex commanded, his voice still just as firm as before. Lex swept his gaze over the ministers to judge if there was still any hesitation or reluctance in them, but found that his performance had thoroughly subdued them, and that though they were still confused, they chose to obey without delay. Lex nodded gently. Though they had been made to wait nearly an entire day for the envoys, they had arrived precisely during the golden hour, making everything the sun touched even more pleasant to look at. Lex looked down at himself and found that, instead of his suit, he was wearing a majestic robe of gold and white. Although he preferred his own attire, he supposed being dressed according to the situation was more important. The doors leading to the hall suddenly produced a loud creak before being swung open by the guard station outside. Presenting the envoys from Solis, Javi, and Nefario, he said loudly, announcing the identities of those who were arriving. 3 men, 2 who could be considered a little chubby while the third looked quite slim and fit, walked and followed by a number of retainers. The group had 3 distinct dressing styles, so it was easy to distinguish which countries they belonged to. Based on the knowledge he had acquired, Lex could easily identify which group belonged to which country. Normally, based on his knack for hospitality, Lex would have stood up and warmly greeted these new guests. But, considering his current circumstances, he did not. In fact, not only did he continue to sit, though he of course maintained excellent posture, he also tracked the group's arrival with his eyes, an amused smile on his lips. "Forgive us, Your Majesty, for arriving so late. We came as soon as we heard of the awful attack," said one of the chubby men, the representative for Solis. Before the man could continue his, no doubt, prepared spiel, Lex interrupted him. "There is no need for apologies. Your poor infrastructure and lack of roads is common knowledge." Lex's voice was quite calm and even had a hint of praise, as if he was complimenting a child on trying his best. The envoy from Solis froze momentarily as his eyes bulged. Despite also being in the Golden Core himself, it took almost an entire second for him to get over the shock of open insult he had just suffered, as well as the veiled condescension. It was true that their countries did not have many roads linking their various cities, especially if they were far from one another. So then, how could they possibly have roads heading towards Farrago? All they had was one major road that was used for trade. After all, cultivators could easily make do without such things, so there was no need to waste money investing in them. The fact that mortals suffered greatly as a result was of little to no consequence. The comment about their quick arrival was the most shocking. Though the king claimed to be praising them for their quick arrival, it was a fact that they could not have arrived so quickly if they had indeed departed after the incident happened. He was clearly making fun of their poor attempts to veil their involvement or knowledge of the incident. The reason why he was shocked the most was because this was not the reaction he was expecting from Farrago. Not only had they suffered a devastating loss in terms of leadership, they were in a weaker position, especially when facing all three countries at the same time. They should have been the most cautious, yet instead their king immediately broached the most sensitive topic as soon as they arrived, completely unafraid of offending them. As envoys, they were naturally smart and trained in diplomacy. They immediately realized something was amiss, and that they might have possibly fallen into some trap. It was at that moment that the three envoys suddenly realized that in the hall they had an audience. All the ministers of Farrago had gathered and were sitting in the corners of the room, as if they had come to watch a great show. Chapter 6, 74 Bandits. Chapter 6, 74 Bandits? Countless thoughts surfaced in their minds as the three envoys tried to explain what was happening around them. Though they were shocked, and they could not explain why the newly appointed king was acting so fiercely, it was a little early to jump to conclusions. As it was, they were the ones who held the upper hand in the situation, for all three countries had a united stance on the matter. Regardless of whatever they were plotting, the downfall of Farrago was already determined. The only thing that remained to be decided was how costly it would be for the three countries. When we heard of the situation, we spared no expense to hurry to your aid, said the envoy from Nefario, the slim man of the three. Lex's smile widened just as bit as his gaze fixed on the man speaking. Compared to his companions, the envoy from Nefario was clearly more competent and quick-witted. His explanation for Lex's previous remark pointed out Farrago's weak military, as well as the fact that its current existence relied on the three countries' grace. The moment they decided to attack Farrago, it would not survive. In fact, the whole point of this meeting was an attempt to get Farrago to peacefully allow the military of the neighboring countries to enter and peacefully hand over its cities. All of this would be done under the guise of protection and military aid. This way, the three countries would not have to invest in a campaign against Farrago and win all the prizes, while the current king himself would be allowed some concessions for allowing such an easy handover. He could become a minor noble or something and live out his days in luxury. The way the envoys saw it, the king was not trying to trap or attack them, but was merely building up his own importance before the negotiations began. To Lex, however, this was only an amusing attempt to maintain control. He had no intention of playing by the rules. Yes, indeed, the security in Farrago is atrocious lately. There are bandits' attacks and raids everywhere. Despite the envoy's goading, Lex retained his casual tone and did not hesitate to lace his concern with sarcasm. While the ministers were confused, for Farrago never had any problems with bandits, the envoys too were confused. The king blatantly admitting to having to suffer at the hand of bandits was actually weakening their position. But the thing was, Lex never intended to negotiate to begin with. Relying on the mercy of others would forever mire Farrago in a weak position. The solution he had come up with to resolve this issue was not to intimidate them, or even get on their good side. It was instead to turn them against one another. The reason he had mentioned bandits was because of a plan he had set into motion even before the envoys arrived. He ordered his general to have his strongest unit dress up as bandits, and on the way back ambush the envoys' party as they returned. But how could the strategy Lex took so much time thinking up be so simple and straightforward? It would be obvious to anyone that the bandits were not really so due to their strength and training. The real plan would be implemented when the envoys, who would just barely push the bandits back, would actually discover, by accident, that the bandits were actually soldiers from Javi. But then again, just that would not be enough to throw suspicion their way. So Lex had already arranged for some of the retainers from Javi to be poisoned, and to make it look like normal travel fatigue. The envoy of Javi would naturally have to stay back until his retainers recovered, conveniently missing out on the ambush. Now, with some evidence and a convenient coincidence keeping the Javi envoy from being attacked, the suspicion pointing towards him would be greater. But suspicion was not enough. He needed the others to be certain of their guess. It was at this point one might beg the question, why was Lex targeting Javi instead of Solis or Nefario? Weren't they all equally susceptible to taking the blame? Did he then choose the country randomly? The answer was no. He had targeted Javi specifically because of the complex sociopolitical history of the region. Javi shared a border not only with Farrago, but also with Nefario in another country. Up until recently, relations between Javi and Nefario were tense because there was a blazing iron mine close to their borders. They often had skirmishes and small disputes to contest the ownership of that mine, until it was eventually completely depleted. With bad history already existing between them, all Lex needed to do was plant the idea that Javi was secretly conspiring with Farrago against Nefario at the expense of Solis. Then, through a series of coincidences and misunderstandings, he could sit and watch as the three countries tore each other up. All the while, they would not be concerned about Farrago, which was apparently continuously being weakened by bandits. They could take care of it when they settled matters between themselves. That would give Lex enough time to begin implementing a series of military reforms, which would not only strengthen their army and martial culture in the country, but ensure that full control of the army stayed with the king and did not fall into the hands of some generals. Of course, Lex was not going to be around to see all this. He would just make the plan and set the wheels in motion, which would lead to the dominance of Farrago in the region in close to a couple of decades. The envoy from Solis said boldly and with arrogance, "Indeed, they would be completely crazy to attack all three of you together," said Lex with a soft smile. Chapter 675, Finishing Up. Chapter 675, Finishing Up. Your Majesty, clearly the situation in Farrago is extremely dire, said the envoy from Nefario, wearing a solemn look. Let us not waste time and directly deal with the matter at hand. A hidden force has taken action against Farrago and assassinated your predecessor, as well as many of your peers. While we currently suspect demonic cultivators from a rising demonic sect, we cannot deal with that matter until the situation here is stabilized. You yourself have claimed that Farrago is even having problems with bandits. The situation is going from bad to worse. The noble nation of Nefario is already dealing with the savage beasts that constantly invade us from the neighboring mystic forest. We cannot afford a neighbor becoming a den of criminals and demonic cultivators, as that will cause us to divert resources away from the forest. As such, the royal family had decided to act preemptively. So long as you give us permission, we can have 3 battalions cross the border and help stabilize the situation here. Solis can also send in 4. How magnanimous, said Lex, as if he was really praising them. Yet the look on his face and the tone of his voice said otherwise. I'm afraid, even if I were to accept your help, it would not be so simple for your armies to come in, he said, looking at the envoy from Nefario. It seems a mortal trader who is using the river to cross into Javi, transporting a shipment of red lily powder, was attacked by bandits as well. As a result, the entire shipment was destroyed and the river was polluted with the powder. Although the river was heading from Farrago to Javi, it crossed the border of Farrago before heading there, so the excuse was quite believable. Moreover, red lily powder was an extremely unstable compound which was used in the production of various medicines, but on its own was quite poisonous. On the surface, everything seemed fine, but besides making medicine, red lily powder could also be used to make an extremely strong irritant, which was known to drive beasts crazy and attack with abandon. Nefario, as a nation, was quite sensitive to anything that could aggravate beasts, for they faced attacks from wild beasts throughout the year due to the border they shared with the Mystic Forest, a forest that was home to an endless number of wild beasts. In truth, there was no such contamination, at this point at least. Lex had ordered the powder spilled into the river, also through his newly established bandit unit. Although agriculture in Farrago would suffer because of this, so would Javi. Moreover, Nefario would begin to suspect Javi was creating those irritants to aggravate beast attacks against it. It was a win-win. This time, Lex suppressed his smile, as he was supposed to have no idea of the insinuations of the powder, and was merely pointing something out. The envoy had to believe he uncovered this plot on his own. With such a start, the meeting with the envoys went on for hours. Though they made no headway with Farrago itself, countless conspiracies had been subtly uncovered during this time, slowly affecting the unity that the envoys came with. They studied one another from the corners of their eyes and took mental notes to report as soon as they returned. By now, they were not even thinking of the merit they could gain by bringing this information home. Instead, they were worried about the imminent war that seemed to have been brewing on their borders, all without their knowledge. The envoy from Solis, which was the richest of all the countries here, slowly began to believe that in truth, Farrago, Nefario, and Javi all were secretly working against it, and in actuality planned to ambush the 4 battalions they were originally planning on sending. The ministers, on the other hand, mostly had no idea what was happening. They only kept wondering if they had missed out on some important news, for they had no idea about half the things the king mentioned. Like this, the first day of negotiations ended, and the envoys were escorted separately to their quarters. A full night would be plenty of time for them to reflect on what they had heard today and begin drawing conclusions. In the meantime, Lex inspected the poison to be sent towards the Javi retainers. It seemed quite potent. With a smile, he nodded his head, and then returned to the hall to have a meeting with the ministers. During this night, he had a pass on the plan for developing their country for the next few years, so the direction of their development would focus on the right path. As for the continuation of the meeting with the envoys in the morning, it would never happen. When they woke up, they would be delivered news that due to the declining situation, Farrago had entered under martial law, and the king had already left to command his armies against the bandits. That would be enough for them to understand that Farrago did not intend on cooperating, leaving Tim no option but to depart, and quickly. The reason Lex was doing all this so quickly was because he was certain that as soon as he set things up enough and put all his plans in motion, the tower would consider his task complete and pull him back. He did not have time to waste on such stupid things as babysitting a country. Speaking of which, he wondered what happened to Fenrir. He had entered the tower with it, but had been separated afterwards. Was it also sent to save someone by the tower? Chapter 676 Providence. Chapter 676 Providence. A full moon illuminated the land with its gentle, silver light, yet the massive trees in the forest blocked the light from reaching the forest floor. Only a few scant, thin streaks of light reached the ground. Shadows flickered through the silver streaks, one after another, as a wolf pack ran through them. An abnormal silence took hold of the forest wherever the wolf pack passed, as even the crickets singing in the night froze out of fear. A war for territory was being waged between the bark-brown wolves and the winged leopards, and the collateral damage had already claimed countless lives. Such a thing was quite common in the mystic forest, for the forest had an unusual effect on beasts. Often, a seemingly mundane and ordinary beast would randomly undergo a mutation or unlock a deeply hidden bloodline, thus becoming more powerful. With its new status, it would naturally have to expand its territory and would begin a search for a suitable area. Survival of the fittest was the rule that dictated the forest, and with the forest's perpetual augmentation of beasts randomly, the fittest were often tested. One would think that with such never-ending fights, the population of beasts in the forest would plummet, but for some reason, that was far from the truth. In fact, the population of beasts would often grow so high despite the constant fights that beasts would be forced out of it and end up invading the neighboring lands occupied by humans. None of that mattered to the wolves, though. Whatever secrets the forest held, whether it was why the population of the beasts never fell, or why some beasts randomly grew stronger, could not concern them even if they unlocked a higher intelligence. Such concerns would only bother those who did not have to struggle to survive every day. What did it matter if there was some conspiracy at large, if they could not survive to see tomorrow? The fight with the invading winged leopards had put a lot of pressure on them, and their pack almost considered migrating somewhere else. But then, a new, younger, and more powerful pack leader arrived. Under its leadership, not only did their own casualties dwindle, they even began to retake some of the territories they had lost. At the front, Fenrir led the way, its abilities muting the sounds of the pack as it traversed the forest. Although the wolves in the pack it was leading were not dumb, Fenrir's own intelligence far surpassed them. Despite its inability to speak, Fenrir had a deep understanding of strategies and formations. Moreover, it was constantly being influenced by Lex, so it knew how to frustrate its enemies to death. But for once, it had surpassed Lex in a certain aspect. While Lex had sped through his mission designated by the tower, ensuring the best outcome in the least amount of time, Fenrir was taking its time. That was because it noticed something as soon as it became the pack leader. The worship and obedience of its pack had somehow activated Fenrir's bloodline on a deeper level, and it began to unlock the true powers of its bloodline. It did not know if this was a result of the forest's unique quality or being the pack leader, but it knew that it had best utilized this chance to the best of its abilities. Comparatively, Lex was in too much of a rush to exit to consider any possible benefits he was receiving, let alone the fact that he was not really attracted by random benefits of the moment, either. As a result, he had not noticed at all that while he was in a position of leadership at Farrago, similar to how he led the inn, his leadership styles in both situations were extremely different. At the inn, he was more or less mellow and took things slowly. He also could not use his workers the way he used the soldiers of that country. In comparison, in a single day, he changed the destiny of the entire nation by being more strict with its policy and its people. Although it could not be claimed that Lex was cold-blooded and emotionless when designing the future policies for Farrago, he certainly did not shy away from putting them in harm's way to get the best results. He was completely oblivious to the drastic difference in result a simple mindset change had brought about. He could not be blamed for it, though, as it was the hardest to pick out flaws in one's own behavior without it being pointed out. After all, everyone always assumed they were behaving the most logically, given their circumstances. After Lex concluded his final meeting and dismissed the final ministers, as he expected, he was teleported away. He did not know how the ministers of Farrago would behave after his disappearance, or how they would handle the selection of a new king without interfering with his established policies, but that was not his concern. The tower would take care of it. After being teleported out, a stream of information entered his brain. The first thing he learned was that the tower was called the Tower of Providence, and it had a very specific purpose. While entropy was the nature, or rather one aspect of the nature of the universe, it was not the nature of life. The tower worked against the forces of chaos to give the worthy a chance of survival. Although the effects of its efforts were extremely subtle on a universal scale, they were surely there and guided the direction of the universe with a gentle hand. Such things were too far removed from Lex and were too abstract for him to comprehend or deal with. All he cared about was how to leave. But the tower was not done yet. More information entered his mind. Having completed the objective of the tower, Lex had now become an agent of Providence and had become connected to the tower. Their relationship had only just begun. Chapter 677 Lament. Lex suppressed a groan. He had lost count of how many universal entities he had established a relationship with. The Midnight, it was obvious. Then there were a number of Dao Lords and Demi-Dao Lords. Then there was the Henali. One could not also forget the mysterious man who suddenly showed up inside his room one day. He should also not forget that he had an unknown enemy out there somewhere from whom he had stolen Fenrir. He had no idea what level that guy was at. There were also a number of systems he had been skirting around, but avoiding getting too involved with, such as the Emporium and Reaving Dread mercenary group, the group through which the inn hired extra guards for its events. As if all of that was not enough, now he had to deal with this Tower of Providence. Once he was done lamenting, he turned his attention back to the information he received. He had completed a task for the tower, so in exchange the tower would reward him, and at the same time make him one of its agents. As an agent, a connection between him and the tower would be established, and he could apply to complete another task whenever he wanted. As a result, he would continue to be rewarded. Moreover, the rewards would not be random, but would be what he needed most at that time. If he chose to not take up any missions on his own, once every 100 years the tower would randomly summon him to complete another task. Looking at it objectively, this wasn't such a bad thing. In fact, if other people encountered such a thing, they would consider it their lucky break, as they had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Who would say no to being rewarded exactly what one needed most at the time? The thing was, Lex was really too busy to care about such things. Moreover, he had numerous ways to get great opportunities. Even if his quest rewards weren't counted, he could always just go fishing inside the well at the inn. As such, he really couldn't be bothered. It was like a multi-millionaire who was forced to attend tedious meetings unrelated to his main business. Sure, he would be rewarded a few $100,000 now and again, but when compared to his main priorities, it really wasn't worth it. But since it really wasn't in his control, he stopped brooding and turned his attention to his reward. Since it was apparently the thing he needed most at the moment, it would surely be great, right? Considering he was once again in the process of being teleported and could not really move, he could not directly investigate the item that had landed in his hand. All he could do was check the information on it, which had also been sent to his mind. It was a golden color, translucent ball, which acted as a container for an extremely precious and rare item called Taro's fertilizer. It had many uses, all of which had been listed systematically. The one that was most relevant to Lex, however, was that it drastically sped up the sprouting of a realm seed. Without it, the realm seed would take over 1,000,000 years to sprout, but with it only a few months would be needed. Lex froze. Well, technically he was already frozen in space, but now his mind also froze. The realm seed would take over 1,000,000 years to sprout normally? Why didn't he know this? Was this something the system would have taken care of? Or was it something he would have had to figure out on his own? Logically, if one thought about it, it made sense. A normal realm was no small matter, and was different from the minor realms which were found everywhere. So for one to be created, it made sense that it would take a long time. But considering that the reward was from the system, he did not think too much about it. Now, it appeared as if things weren't so simple. Fortunately, he had run into the Tower of Providence and received this reward. It really was the thing he needed most right now. He spent the remainder of his time considering if there were any other misconceptions he had about information given to him by the system. He had been misdirected so easily, despite the fact that he had his guard up. Once the teleportation finally ended, Lex found himself on the grassy plains through which he had been teleported away to begin with. He looked around to search for Fenrir, but did not find him. He was not too worried, though, since according to the connection he had with Fenrir, the pup was fine. He would have to leave it behind, as he didn't have time to wait around for it. But as soon as it finished its task in the tower, Lex could directly summon it to himself. Next, he checked up on the system to ensure everything was fine, only to discover the abnormally powerful tribulation taking place. He was instantly reminded of the tribulation Ragnar underwent, and began adding additional protective formations around the tribulation room. This was insane. The power of these stronger tribulations was too much for him to bear at the moment with the facilities he had on hand. Maybe, in the future, he should set up a restriction on the level of guests allowed to attend the star rank upgrade ceremonies. Curious, he checked the identity of the person undergoing the tribulation, and discovered that it was the devil that Ragnar had challenged. His name was Warheil, and he seemed completely unbothered by the lightning that was ferociously striking his body. He was sitting casually with his legs folded, as if it was not something worth considering at all. A solemn look entered Lex's eyes. This devil was too powerful. Ragnar's performance was already impressive when he broke through, but this devil was even stronger. Chapter 678 out of time. Chapter 678 out of time. Ragnar's tribulation, as Lex recalled, consisted of a single black lightning strike that destroyed almost every protection he set against it. Over 10 billion MP worth of protective formations had barely been enough to contain its awesome might, and, in a sense, it had still failed. That was because the lightning strike had caused everyone to undergo a hallucination. While the hallucination itself was quite an experience, and provided many with a unique insight into facing tribulations, he did not want the incident to repeat. After all, many guests were either swimming, driving, fishing, or doing other tasks, an interruption during which could cause serious harm. After all, there was even an area for guests to learn the Tao of the sword from Kawain at the base of the Midnight Mountain. An unfortunately timed interruption could cause serious harm. As such, Lex had specially put formations that blocked spirit-based attacks around each abode. But what he could not do was afford to put 10 billion MP worth of formations around each abode. So what he did was simple. Since he had unlocked the feature of rune creation when he was tasked to design the tribulation room, he tweaked each and every room he had. As soon as any room sensed a tribulation, they would automatically begin setting up protective formations around itself. Since this did not qualify as a service to the guest, since the room was protecting itself and not the guest, the price did not increase. As a result, Lex would be the one who had to pay. When he thought of the idea, Lex felt like a genius. Now, though, he realized it was not so smart. This devil's tribulation, while similar to Ragnar's, was also different. There was black lightning, yes, but somehow it did not seem as dangerous. Yet at the same time, instead of single strike, there were multiple. He did not know if the overall difficulty was decreased, increased, or stayed the same. Yet he could tell based on a massive bill he had accrued that he definitely had been screwed over. Already 13 billion MP had been spent, and the tribulation was nowhere near over. But the higher expense did not reflect the true difficulty of the tribulation. This was because when Lex chose the formations himself, he would select formations which would support one another, thus allowing each one to absorb more damage. The formations chosen by the room itself were completely random. As long as their function was to protect the room, it would suffice. Shaking his head, Lex immediately took over and changed the formations. At the same time, his capitalistic gleam was revived. Mary, informed someone from the Jotun Empire. The devil that Ragnar challenged to a death match is about to be free. Unlike all the previous fights in the murder grounds, Lex wanted to stream this one so that he could earn some MP off of it. But the match would not be so quick. It would still take some time for the devil to overcome his tribulation, as best as he could tell. He checked up on the rest of the inn, and after ensuring everything was in order, decided to continue his journey. He had already noticed that Fenrir had not returned from the tower, but he was not concerned. Well, he was not too concerned. He was confident Fenrir would be able to overcome whatever trial it faced, and once it did and exited the tower, Lex would be able to use his connection to summon the pup to himself. Speaking of the tower, he had gotten a lead of what Destiny rank meant. As usual, he could check the Emporium for it, but Lex did not bother with it for now. He'd get to it eventually. For now, his anxiety about running out of time was forcing him to rush to the Crystal Realm as quickly as possible. Taking out his ship, he once again continued on his journey, though this time he did not relax his vigilance at all. Days passed, and Alexander once again asked for his help as the situation on his planet was getting extremely difficult. Unfortunately for him, Lex could not yet spare any time. In fact, Lex no longer even took the time to enjoy the scenery as he traversed the land because he was too focused on getting to his destination. Once, he even had to resort to brute force and intimidation to avoid having his teleportation delayed. 2 weeks later, he finally reached the lands bordering the Crystal Nation. No race besides the Trollops were allowed to take control of the land near the Crystal Race, and even they were allowed to do so with very stringent requirements. They had to use their ability to terraform the land according to the aesthetics of the Crystal Race, which changed from time to time. Moreover, as strange as it felt, anyone wishing to enter the Crystal Nation had to go through an immigration process within the territory controlled by the Trollops. It was thus Lex found himself standing patiently in a long line of various races, many he had never even heard of, both humanoid as well as quadrupeds. He stood at the base of a hill, and the line extended well over the peak of it and beyond to the other side, so he had no idea how long it would take. But for once, he had no choice but to be patient. No one dared be presumptuous bordering the territory of the Crystal Race. Fortunately, after asking around, Lex discovered that there was no need for a passport or anything along those lines. If there was, he didn't know what he would do. As for what the immigration process actually entailed, no one knew exactly. They would be made to walk through a number of formations, the purpose of which was unknown. If, for any reason, one of the formations detected that there was something wrong with you, you would be marked. Once marked, the security team, which consisted of a race known as Earth Golems, would escort you to a room where the Trollop in charge of the territory would interview you. At no point in the entire process would anyone be harmed, at least according to the established precedent, though whether you would be allowed to enter or not was up to fate. No one knew exactly what would prevent one from being cleared for entry, which is why everyone was always tense. Since they would be spending the next few hours together, Lex got comfortable and befriended the reptilian creatures next to him. As for what race they were, they themselves did not seem to know. Or at least, since they knew who they were, they did not feel like knowing what others called them mattered. Apparently, they had been specifically selected to inhabit some territory within the Crystal Nation. But despite their invitation, their destination remained a mystery to them. Who invited them, or why were all questions that they did not consider asking. After all, most of the lesser races in this entire realm practically worshipped the Crystal Race. Upon getting a chance to live in their empire, none would bother asking arbitrary questions. Despite their lack of, due to their limited intelligence, there was not a lot Lex could learn from them. So instead, he began practicing his innkeeper charm to keep the conversation going. The truth was he needed to distract himself as best as he could during this long wait, because his increasing anxiety had suddenly vanished. But the disappearance was not a good thing. From the sensation his instincts were giving him, it felt as if he had already run out of time for something. Far away from the Crystal Race, on the borders of the Hum Nation, an army larger than ever appeared, as if overnight. The land was blanketed in darkness as if the night sky was reflected on the ground, but the truth was nowhere near as beautiful or poetic. The black, poisonous slime covered the millions of craven that were crossing had covered the ground evenly, not allowing a single speck of earth to remain untainted. The army broke through the border and invaded the nation with an unyielding ferocity, the likes of which even the craven themselves had never shown. Moreover, it was not just the humans that were being targeted. Every nation other than the Crystal One was suddenly being invaded all at once. The feeble defense of the walls and formations crumbled under the tide of a mortal craven, and soon after, so too did the towns and cities begin to fall. The unprecedented attack on all fronts began without any warning, and continued to crash forth as if it had no intention of stopping. It seemed the craven were determined to end this war once and for all. Chapter 679 Answers. Chapter 679 Answers. An unstoppable tide was sweeping across the Crystal Realm, targeting those lands owned by the nations as well as those farther, disconnected lands held by mere nobles or less powerful races. There was no forewarning for this attack, nor had there been such a massive invading force of craven ever before. The number of immortals deployed was far beyond a number that any one nation could employ. Perhaps if multiple nations worked together, they could muster up the number of immortals required to fight off the force invading a single one of them. Yet, as things stood, there seemed to be little to no recourse. The only remaining advantage they had was that the Crystal Realm was so ridiculously vast, it would take even immortals a lot of time to traverse if they were not taking teleportation formations. Moreover, since the force was invading, they had to ensure they thoroughly swept each and every spot. So not only did they move slowly, they could not utilize teleportation formations. A state of emergency was declared in every single nation, and mass evacuations were underway. Martial law, code black, and various other such names were thrown around in almost every conversation, and the countries decided how much of their territory to give up while they prepared their own defenses. Despite their clear disadvantage, it was not as if there was nothing they could do to retaliate. The Sol and Frio birds depended on the massive populations, just as much as the people living there required those birds. This was a secret well kept, but was now put to use in every battlefront. Although enemies of this level would not do any harm to the craven, yet the birds pulled out of the territories being invaded, plunging the land into darkness. Such was the case with all the territories controlled by the craven. Yet despite being inundated by endless monsters spawned from the darkness, they always seemed to have enough forces to spare for attacks. For now, the trend seemed to be set. The craven were advancing forward, and none of those being invaded seemed capable enough to stop them. The process had just begun, so there was no indication yet of how the nations would retaliate once they got a hold of the situation, but many were already praying that the crystal race would get involved. Well, at least the citizens were praying for such. Meanwhile, at the border for the Crystal Nation, Lex continued to wait in line. In stark contrast to much of the realm, he enjoyed the peaceful environment and continued to wait in line. In fact, he bought some of the local fruits from a peddler who continued to walk beside the line, hoping to attract the attention of those waiting. It was quite a pleasant experience. Several hours later, when Lex was nearing his turn to proceed through the investigative formations, a worried Mary contacted him. "Lex, there's a situation I think you need to be updated on," she said, hesitant yet concerned. "We have some new pro bono guests, which is quite normal. But the issue is the information they revealed. When they arrived, they were in quite a wounded state. Such situations are quite normal among pro bono guests, so they were brought to the recovery pods. It's when they woke and began conversing amongst themselves that I noticed something unusual. They seem to be mentioning a massive army of Craven." "As unfortunate a thing as it is," Lex replied, "such things happen quite regularly here. If that were all, it would not be worth notifying you. I thought the behavior of the survivors was unusual, and so sent Velma to investigate and interview them. As it turns out, the county they were in was 4 counties away from the battlefront. The Craven should not have been able to just appear there overnight. Most importantly, while the survivors themselves were too weak to be sure, they claimed that the number of immortals was way too high." Lex frowned. He did not have enough information about the situation to judge it accurately. "Keep an eye on guests from the Crystal Realm. See if you can learn any more information about the situation. The guests are sentinels. I recall we made a spot at the inn for all the spirits and encouraged them to go there. Recommend that area to the sentinel race. They might be more comfortable there. In the meantime, keep investigating. If you learn anything relevant, don't hesitate to contact me." For a moment, Lex wondered if the anxiety he had been feeling had anything to do with the aforementioned Craven invasion, but concluded that he did not have information. Although the timings seemed to match, there was no saying for certain if the matters were related. After all, Lex's instincts would only come into play if he would be the one affected. How could he possibly be influenced by an invasion far off? He turned his attention back to the line. As soon it would be his turn. Feeling as if he was walking through security at an airport, Lex eventually walked over the illuminated path through a number of formations. As he passed, he could feel himself being probed by various senses, though he was not sure exactly what the formations were looking for. There seemed to be no problem, though, and at the end Lex was led to a private room by a massive earth golem. Inside the room, surprisingly, sat a human in a security guard uniform, studying a document. "My name is Lex," he said, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. "My purpose here is to visit an elder of the crystal race. Do you have anything that can corroborate your claim of an invitation? Or do you know the name and address of the elder you are referring to?" "I have this," said Lex, as he handed over the letter given to him by the crystal race elder so long ago. It was sealed, and Lex had not tried to open it, yet he had read the name and address on the letter. It bore the elder's name, alongside some numbers the purpose of which Lex could not yet identify, as well as the name of the place the elder asked Lex to meet him, Valesco. The guard read the elder's name, which was Ezio, and showed no reaction, but when he read the name Valesco, he was startled and sat up straight. He gave Lex a bewildered look before turning his attention back to the letter. Despite his station, he did not dare open it himself. "Please wait here a moment," the guard said, and scurried out the door, letter still in hand. Lex expected somewhat of a reaction, since he had learnt that Valesco was a prison. Yet this was too much, right? A short while later, a small cat made of tree roots walked in, followed closely by the guard, and jumped up onto the table. This was the smallest Trolop Lex had ever seen, but the aura he radiated was one of the strongest. It reminded him of Ani Gina, one of the first Trolops he had ever met. To date, Lex felt like she was the strongest Trolop he had ever encountered. This tiny cat was a close second. "Dear guests, do not be alarmed. Your admission into the Crystal Nation is all but assured. We just need to ask a few mandatory questions for our own record-keeping purposes. I can't remember exactly how long it's been, but it's already been many months," Lex said. To be honest, Since he left Earth, he had stopped paying attention to the calendar. He didn't even know what month it was. Maybe he should create his own calendar once he has his own realm, so that he can keep better track of time. A couple, I suppose. For one, we discovered a sleeping chamber of the crystal race. I don't know what happened to it, but we reported it to our seniors at the time. The second was a run-in with a craven. The more answers Lex gave, the more grave the cat looked, until Lex eventually realized something was wrong. Chapter 6, 80 Lord Belmont. Since the immigration process seemed to be quite thorough, it made sense that Lex would be questioned in detail about his purpose. Considering that he learnt that the invitation he had was from a supposed prison, he had already prepared himself to face some difficulty. But the issue was, Lex wasn't really facing any problems at all. In fact, even during the questioning process, everyone was quite civil. The problem was the more questions that Lex answered, the more his questioners looked grave. It was as if their roles were reversed, and Lex was grilling them instead of the other way around. Lex asked, when he realized there was a pause in the questions, as the Trolop seemed to be digesting his answer. Yes, you have been cleared for entry, but there are some follow-up procedures you have to take part in. The cat jumped off the table and led Lex out of the room and away from the immigration area. Once outside the building, the cat seemed to grow with each step as more roots emerged from the ground and joined with its body, until eventually the cat's body became as large as a horse. "Climb abroad. It'll be quicker that way," said the Trolop, with no regard for the dignity of an immortal. Lex felt slightly awkward, but lacking any real reverence towards immortals, he did not hesitate, and soon found himself nestled atop the wooden cat. "Hang on tight," it said, before it suddenly leaped forward, nearly jerking Lex off its back. Fortunately, Lex had quick reflexes and tightened his grip on the cat's body with his legs. A part of him wanted to ask the cat if it could use the roots that made its body to form stirrups or a seatbelt, but then thought better of it. "I am taking you to one of the gates to the Crystal Nation," the Trolop told him. "From there, you will be escorted to Valesco. I will share some of the crystal race customs with you, so you do not remain ignorant of what is happening around you. First of all, and most importantly, inside the Crystal Nation, you will have the status of a guest. That will afford you some perks, but it will also restrict you. For example, you will not be judged for any crimes you've committed outside the Crystal Nation, so long as it wasn't against a member of the crystal race. However, your rights within the nation are severely restricted. Without a member of the crystal race sponsoring you, you cannot get a job, own or rent property, attend a school, enter museums, enter certain areas in their cities, hunt, or approach private property. Those are just some of the restrictions on you. But you do not have to worry about that, as you have a sponsor, which will be Ezio. Another thing, if you accidentally commit a crime while following the orders of your sponsor, you will not be held liable. Instead, it is the sponsor who will have to answer for your actions. Thirdly, if a priest or pastor of any of the temples requests your presence, you do not have the right to reject. I highly recommend you stay as far away from them as possible, as attracting their attention will not usually end well for you. Fourthly, if a member of the crystal race takes interest in you, in any capacity, you have the right to refuse or strike up a bargain. Fifthly, and most importantly in your case, if you become a witness in an ongoing legal dispute among members of the crystal race, you will be forced to remain as long as the dispute trial goes on. Lex asked gravely, a guess forming in his mind. It couldn't be, right? The cat turned its head to look at Lex, hesitation in its eyes. It seemed to be debating something in its mind, but eventually decided not to answer. Faster than Lex anticipated, they arrived at the border to the Crystal Nation, which had literal walls extending both ways, with a magnificent 100 feet, 30 meters, gate in the middle. Though the walls were only slightly shorter than the gate itself, something told Lex that flying above them would prove easier said than done. A number of guards stood at the gate, wearing armor and holding up long spears, though it was hard to tell since every inch of their body was covered by the armor, not even revealing their eyes. Lex believed these guards were of the crystal race. From what he recalled, the crystal race was a very conservative race who did not like showing their crystal to anyone. If they revealed their crystal to you, It was a sign of great trust and intimacy. Usually, there were, of course, many members of their race who lived quite liberally and showed off their crystals bare in the wind, like precious stones. The guards, who stood there like statues as a number of various races passed them by, seemed to gain a semblance of life as they noticed the Trollope appearing, an unknown human astride it. "Ahoy, Sylvia," said one of the guards, clearly familiar with the Trollope. "How fares thy against the horde of migrants?" "You're not a poet, Fran. Don't try to be eloquent," the cat replied, the dismissal ready on her lips. It seemed like the two were old friends. The other guard only chuckled, but the exchange ended there, and the cat swiftly skipped the queue and took Lex through the gates. His senses tingled as he passed through, a consequence of his affinity for space, he guessed. The world beyond the gate seemed entirely different. This is what his guests probably experienced, Lex thought, as the pure and somehow cleaner spiritual energy swirled around him, washing away the pollution that was the impure energy from outside the gate. Though Sylvia, the Trollope, did not pause, for she was long accustomed to this sensation, Lex stopped paying attention to his surroundings as he studied how the energy washed his body. It was curious, as he felt that even the faintest aura of energy from outside was purged, as if it wasn't energy but a plague. Although Lex had long noticed how there is a difference in how energy behaves depending on purity, this was a phenomenon that he experienced for the first time. It was only the energy that he had stored within his body, long influenced by his affinities, that remained unaffected by the purge. He wondered what star ranking this energy density would fall under, for it definitely wasn't the same as the rest of the realm. But Lex did not have the opportunity to wonder for long, as Sylvia's voice woke him from his stupor. Lex looked up to see a rather slender member of the crystal race, his face entirely revealed to the world, though the rest of his body was covered by a slim, fitted suit. The crystal that made up his face carried in it a faint hue of green, giving this Lord Belmont an aura of vibrancy and vitality. Just by looking at him, Lex felt his mood affected, seemingly calmed down and filled with admiration. The sensation lasted only for a mere moment before Lex gathered himself and detached his mind from his feelings by entering a state of flow. Although the man was not an enemy, Lex had never experienced such an influence on his mood, even when facing immortals. Little did he know that was because the system protected him from such things within the inn. At the same time, while wearing the host attire, he himself affected others in a similar fashion. It was a natural trait of those who had exceptional mastery of certain laws. Though Lex did not allow a single change to appear on his face as he entered the state of flow, Lord Belmont seemed to notice that Lex had extricated himself from the influence of his natural aura. Laughing, he said, "Please excuse me if you find my aura disturbing. I mean no harm by it." Lex only nodded without saying anything, as he was waiting for an explanation. It was clearly obvious now that there was something wrong with the elder who invited him. He just hoped it wouldn't present a hurdle in his own mission. Smiling, Lord Belmont received the invitation that Sylvia was handing him, the very one that Lex had presented as proof of invitation. When he saw the names on it, Lord Belmont's pleasant expression changed to surprise. He asked, unable to control himself. Chapter 681 Valesco. Chapter 681 Valesco, Lex once again reiterated his whole experience, by now having mentally decided that his conjecture was most likely accurate. Mere moments after Lex was done explaining, as if confirming Lex's thoughts, Lord Belmont said, "The elder who invited you is one of our most heavily guarded prisoners, locked up in maximum penitentiary. He's been under lockdown for a few hundred years, so there is no way he should have been able to invite you." Lex did not bother to resist his sigh. Of course he would be caught up in some grand scheme. To be honest, he didn't even care about that. His greatest concern was that he was planning on leveraging the position of the elder who invited him to host a meeting of leaders at his tavern during the upcoming wedding. Clearly, that was no longer an option. But Lex had already picked out an alternative. This Lord Belmont seemed like a significant figure. If he played an integral role in resolving the situation, then perhaps he could build enough of a relationship to have him come over. For this, he would pull out all the stops, including using the golden key for the Midnight Inn to attract his attention. Lex asked, though he already knew the most probable course of action. "We have to investigate, of course." Lex nodded, as if he was acquiesced to a request. Although Sylvia had already told him that he would be required to cooperate in case he was involved in a legal dispute, that did not apply to him. If he wanted to leave, who could really stop him? He merely needed to think about it to begin the teleportation process to the inn. "Lord Belmont," Lex addressed the man, deciding to keep using his title for now. "Although the situation has changed now that I know Ezio is a criminal, the reason I came to the Crystal Nation is regarding a matter imperative to the situation of the entire realm." Lord Belmont smiled, as if he heard a child say something cute. "Although we need your help to identify if the person you met was Ezio, once that is done you can have your conversation. Though he may be a criminal, he still has great influence over the nation. Your purpose may still be completed. If the matter is not a secret, I can also listen in." If the matter had not been so serious, Lex somehow doubted they would have really helped. After all, they had allowed war to wage across the entire realm without caring about the consequences. Or perhaps there were still some hidden secrets in this that he was not privy to. Either way, this was the best he could do for now. Since the matter was decided, Lord Belmont did not procrastinate. He sent back Sylvia and put his hand on Lex's shoulder, teleporting the duo to an entirely new place. During this single jump, Lex was exposed to the laws of space to a greater extent than ever before, giving him some insight in teleportation. Before he could spend any time reflecting on the experience, Belmont led him through a number of guarded rooms until they finally reached their destination. Having used them so frequently, Lex easily recognized the teleportation formation that had been established in the middle of the room. Yet how could it be that something used by the crystal race was of the same quality as others? The formation was larger and more complex than he had ever seen, and at the same time extremely beautiful. Most other places hid the formation underneath the floor tiles, but the crystal race had put it out on full display to be admired. Of course, Lex had no time to admire or learn from it, for Lord Belmont did not delay for even a second. Communication with the control room, probably through spirit senses, he ordered the formation to target Valesco. Lex could do nothing but follow along. Lex asked, his question displaying a lack of reverence for the crystal race. Such a thing was rare enough to be taken note of. Belmont raised an eyebrow, or what was equivalent of an eyebrow for their race, and simply said, "I guess not. It's more of a matter related to security. Hold Up and Valesco are the most dangerous criminals of our race." Lex refrained from commenting, but wondered if their danger could meet the same level as the havoc wrought by the Craven. He doubted it, for how can individuals match an entire hostile race? The formation activated, and Lex once again found himself in the familiar folds of space through which they traveled while teleporting. But what was unique, though, was that Lex was not being oppressed by the force of space and being forced to remain in a fixed position. He could walk around and even talk so long as he stood on the platform underneath them that seemed to be teleporting as well. Lex couldn't help but ask. Ezio's crimes are of a different sort. Instead of harming people, he is responsible for the destruction of the history of the realm. Single-handedly, he has destroyed the history and heritage, not only of the crystal race, but of countless other races. I realize that such a crime may not seem so serious to others, but to the immortal crystal race, the destruction of history is one of the most serious crimes. Without art, culture, and history to enrich our lives, living for eternity will become a curse rather than a blessing. Lex nodded. It made sense somewhat. Moreover, when he met Ezio, he seemed to be destroying any ruins that may depict any information about the arrival of the Craven. It seemed even his reasoning might not be so simple. Before the conversation could continue, the teleportation ended, and Lex found himself in a similarly designed room. Though it is not entirely significant that you're the first human to be allowed in here, do take the opportunity to take in as many of the sights as possible. Lex chuckled internally. It seemed to be bothering Belmont that Lex was not worshipping him as others usually do. He's taking this opportunity to show off. Following Belmont, Lex exited the building, curious as to what he would find. He was not expecting to be impressed, but the moment he stepped out, he had to admit that he was wrong. The teleportation building seemed to be built on a hill, so the view upon exiting encompassed the entirety of the Valesco complex. A massive, inverted pyramid that seemed to be descending into the ground rather than rising up came into view. The pyramid seemed to have countless levels as it neared the center, and each level was a massive open space filled with exquisite smaller structures that looked akin to chapels and theaters. The use of mosaics could be seen all around, accompanied by endless legends depicted in murals painted on the building walls. It was not just the view of Valesco that was impressive, but the aura it radiated as well. Through clever use of spirit stones as tiles and marble, a massive formation was hidden that elevated the building to seem like the palace of a deity, not a prison for dangerous criminals. Thousands of soldiers were patrolling each level, moving in synchronization that made the palace seem like it was alive, and the moving soldiers were the pulse of the place. The splendid use of colors, from subtle ones like beige and off-white to vibrant colors like red and orange, brought another layer of life to the place, making it shine with remarkable splendor. He had to admit, even at the midnight, and they had no buildings like this. That meant only one thing to Lex. He had to get himself a crystal race architect. Chapter 682, Prison Cell. Belmont did not say much, but a subtle smirk grew on his face as he watched mesmerization in Lex's eyes. Sure, his reaction was still tame and not nearly on the level he expected, but no one could deny the greatness of the crystal race. Indeed, Lex really could not come up with a single flaw in the exquisite structure. Despite all the ease the system afforded him in designing buildings, there was no replacement for meticulous and detailed planning. This was a step beyond anything he or even the planning division had designed. What's more, he was 100% sure that there were many details of this place that he was overlooking or simply unable to detect, for the fundamental purpose of this place was a prison. So how could there be no security measures? Sure, he saw the endless number of guards, but he was sure that the security measures were greater than just that. Sure, the majestic pressure the structure radiated was impressive, but he was sure that it had other more practical reasons as well. Instead of directly taking Lex and himself to their next destination, as Belmont had been doing previously, he decided to walk and allow Lex to take more of the structure in. Unfortunately, walking through the structure did not elicit any more reactions from Lex, as his expression had long since returned to normal. Sure, he was studying the structure, but his motive was to absorb ideas to implement at the end rather than to appreciate its beauty. The one thing he noticed only once he reached the structure was that the pattern made using spirit stones as tiles was identical to one of the characters he had studied for arrays. The meaning of the character could not be expressed in a single word, and the nearest English translation of its meaning, or the way it expressed its power, meant strong earth. The addition of a character into the structure's design is ingenious, Lex said lightly. Of course, now that he had seen the idea, he could mimic it at the end, but something told him his implementation would still fall short of the original architect that designed this place. Returning to nature is a strong theme within the crystal lifestyle, Belmont said with pride. Biomimicry goes beyond just basic shapes and structures. Lex nodded very seriously. This was already a very enlightening experience for him. If he could recreate what he learned here and implement it across the inn, he felt he would reach a whole new level. But he still needed to study more. He had only seen things at a surface level. The most ideal situation would be if he hired a crystal race architect for the inn, and then thoroughly studied his process and learned it himself. Though they were walking, it was not as if they were out for a casual stroll. Their speed was still incredibly fast, and in mere minutes they reached the center point of the pyramid, which was the entrance to a massive and elaborate underground structure. Once inside, they took a spiral staircase that seemed like it was carved right out of the ground and seemed to go down forever. Since there were walls on both sides, there was no way of seeing how far deep the staircase went, but every so often they would encounter a door to a certain floor. Even with their impressive speed, They had to descend for at least 20 minutes before they reached not the bottom, but the door they had to use. If Lex had to guess, he would say they were around 60 miles, 100 kilometers deep underground, which was an inconceivable concept to him. Across the various floors, he felt differing auras, meaning that different restrictions were applied to each floor. Although he did not know what the effects of those auras were, his instincts told him plainly that if he were to get trapped here, there would be no chance of escape. Teleporting to the inn would be his only option. Suddenly, it occurred to Lex that there was probably some kind of formation deployed here to prevent teleportation as well. That was probably the first and most important part of a prison holding cultivators. But since he could still feel his connection to the inn, he was sure he could still teleport out. I locked space somehow. Lex continued to study the elaborate complex and took down notes as they went along. Luther had long been asking for a prison, and Lex was considering taking inspiration from here and making one for him to manage when he returned from the war. After going through various twists and turns, and descending several more floors, as well as traveling through short-distance teleportation formations which could not be accessed from outside the structure, they finally arrived at what was supposed to be a prison cell. To Lex, however, it seemed like an underground mansion furnished luxuriously. Was this really the Crystal Race's concept of prison? He was dumbfounded. This made even Swedish prisons look drab. The duo did not knock or announce their presence, and simply walked through the force field that was shielding the prison cell. They entered the building and made their way through, as if Belmont knew exactly where Ezio would be. And indeed, he was correct. They found their target meditating inside what looked like a Zen garden, a small bird resting on his shoulder. Small yet colorful insects flew around him, reminiscent of butterflies and ladybugs. The scene was very beautiful and peaceful to watch. Lex decided that in the prison that he made, he might not add this feature. Or maybe he would. Who knows what kind of requirements he might have in the future. Lex studied Ezio and tried to determine if he was the same crystal elder he saw. As far as appearances went, he looked more or less the same, but Lex had very limited experience with crystals, so he was not sure if that was enough to identify him. When I gave you the letter, I expected it would be at least a century or two before you arrived, Ezio suddenly said, opening his eyes and focusing on Lex. As soon as Lex felt Ezio's gaze on him, he was sure of one thing. This was actually not the same crystal he saw earlier. Although back then Lex was comparatively much weaker than he was now, he still had a very good idea of the power level and aura of the crystal he met. The Ezio in front of him was countless times more powerful. But then Lex frowned. Despite the power difference, he could not explain why he knew Lex. Unsure of the correct answer, Lex could only share his findings with Belmont and leave it up to him to judge. This crystal is a lot stronger than the one I met in the minor realm. Both Ezio and Belmont were surprised by the certainty in Lex's voice. Asked Ezio, studying Lex thoroughly. About these things, I've never been wrong yet. Ezio shook his head in disappointment. There's a reason for that. If you had arrived in a couple of centuries as I expected, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that you've arrived so early, my plan is completely ruined. They'll find out sooner or later anyway. So I'll just tell you. The person you met earlier was still me, but that was just a clone of me that I've left in the outside world. Both Lex and Belmont were startled. Lex had been searching for a good cloning technique for so long. If he was able to discover one now, then Ezio really would be his lucky star. Not only had Lex received his thinking hat from him last time, but had learned incredible things just on the way to meet him. Should he hire him at the inn? Belmont asked gravely, his body emitting a dangerous and furious aura. Your sentence will only be increased further if what you've said is proven true. We'll track the activities of your clone now that we know about it. Ezio shook his head as if he was uninterested in conversing with Belmont. Instead, his attention remained on Lex. I told you to find me when you've discovered enough secrets, and for every secret you share with me, I'll share one with you. The fact that you've come so quickly must mean you've learned something important, or you wouldn't be confident enough to find me. Chapter 683 Floss. Lex really wanted to get into this, but he did not want to start the conversation while Belmont was still distracted. After all, as things stood now, Belmont was a more reliable person to get what he wanted. At the same time, he had already started making plans for how to proceed if neither of them decided to help. The situation had already deviated from what Lex originally would have expected, and although the situation was not completely out of control, it was best to be prepared for the worst. Although common sense dictated that faced with the destruction of this realm that they lived in itself, they would definitely want to resolve the problem, he wanted to be prepared for the worst in any case. I have, indeed, learned a few things that I want to discuss with you. But before I get into that, Lex did not really continue, but he looked towards Belmont, who still looked furious. Ezio sighed, as if he had been asked to take care of an extremely tedious matter. Eventually, though, he turned to look at Belmont. What is it that you are surprised about exactly? That in this instance of forceful imprisonment, I did not cooperate with you wholeheartedly? Are you familiar with the concept of prisons and prisoners? What part is surprising for you exactly? Despite the blatant condescension, Belmont was not provoked, though he allowed a bit of his pride to get to him when it concerned Lex's reaction to the Crystal Race's achievements. In professional matters, he maintained his calm always. The only thing I am curious about is how you managed to hide the existence of the clone. Our methods are supposed to be thorough, so before anyone is admitted, we test for clones among other things. Ezio shook his head as if disappointed. Young man, the moment you think you know everything or are prepared for everything, you enter the territory of arrogance. Do not be pedantic, old man, Belmont said, his earlier grace of a lord all gone. If you do not wish to say, that is fine. When did I say that I wouldn't tell you? When I was imprisoned, I was tested for any soul-connected devices or techniques outside my body, and the test came back negative. That was simply because the clone was in the gestation period. The connection with my main soul had not been formed yet, but within the clone, I had left a small piece of my soul as well, which was absorbed. But you have been under lockdown. It was not needed. Since the clone already absorbed a part of my soul, it already became destined to become an extension of me the moment it was born. Belmont did not immediately reply, for he could not confirm the authenticity of his claim. According to his own understanding, such a thing still should not have been able to circumvent their investigations. After all, Valesco was not a project undertaken by the young and inexperienced crystals. Some of the crystals involved in establishing it were even older and stronger than Ezio, and so should have enough experience to account for such things. Still, since Ezio had given his explanation, he would be sure to report it. They would, of course, still go through with their own investigations. But none of that was actually Belmont's domain. After all, his responsibility was the border. The only reason he had conducted the investigation himself was because he felt if he went through the proper protocol, things would have taken much longer, and this was not a matter on which they could afford to lose time. As if Ezio had read his mind, he smiled and turned to Lex. Now, then, shall we discuss? I am quite eager to see what you have learned. I'll have you know, quite a bit of effort was put into erasing records of events from back then. Even many of the people who lived through the time remain ignorant of what actually happened. But do not be too worried. Even if what you have learned falls short of my expectations, you can always visit me again later. Lex did not hesitate to smile as he heard Ezio. Clearly the crystal did not want to raise its hopes too high for whatever Lex had managed to learn, and was trying to leave an opportunity for him to return in the future. He had no idea why he would be allowed to visit Ezio again in the future after his misconduct had already been discovered. Perhaps he was expecting some leniency for unknown reasons. But that did not matter, for Lex could not even determine if the realm had a few centuries left to exist. What if the realm was destroyed long before then? What would be the point in keeping all these secrets by then? I'm also eager to see if I can meet your expectations. After all, if I cannot, who knows if I'll ever be able to get a chance to meet you once again. Chapter 684 Silent. Chapter 684 Silent Lex had purposefully been cryptic in his wording to attract the two crystals' attention, yet he did not explain what he meant immediately. Nor did he wait for Ezio to respond, for in the given situation Belmont was of more use to him than Ezio. Moreover, based on his behavior of eliminating records of what happened, who knew if he was somehow complicit in whatever scheme was in place which was resulting in the realm's degradation. Therefore, while he wanted to still have a conversation with him to uncover as many secrets as possible, he had to ensure Belmont stayed as well. If I'm being entirely honest, I haven't had any time to conduct any real research into the matter myself, Lex confessed. Anything I learned was through a series of coincidences. There are some things the sources of which I can share with you, and some that I cannot. It's up to you whether you trust me or not, or find my narrative believable. I will assume that you already know about the existence of realms, so I won't go into detail about them. Both the crystals were taken aback by Lex's knowledge of realms. This was not a topic that could be considered common knowledge, even in more mature realms, let alone the crystal realm. Technically speaking, such information should have, at most, been shared with those who were about to break through the limits of the realm and transcend. Even then, most immortals actually thought the stories of ascendance and going to a higher realm were just rumors, and that Earth immortals were actually the limit of cultivation. Only a select, elite few knew the truth. The crystal race was an unusual exception to this solely due to the fact that their entire race was abnormally powerful. Although for many of them, their cultivation rate was low, mainly because they felt no pressure to cultivate quickly. It was a common perception that every member of their race would reach the immortal realm sooner or later. After all, the entire race was immortal. Even if they cultivated at the slowest pace possible, sooner or later they were bound to make enough progress to reach a higher realm. While other races had to speed up so that they do not become victims of declining vitality and their bodies failing them, the crystal race had no such concerns. As a result of this, they were a lot more liberal with sharing sensitive information as well. After all, to them it was only a matter of time till they became eligible to learn this information. It was only learning a little earlier than later. Using his sixth sense, Lex knew that his words had an impact on the two crystals, but he did not pause for emphasis. There was too much to cover. I repeat, I was informed that the realm itself is suffering from some kind of anomaly, not that there is an anomaly inside the realm. Out of curiosity, I began to conduct some research on the matter. Due to my limited power, I obviously could not begin searching the entire realm, so then I began studying the history of the realm. The thing that stood out to me the most in the recent past is the abrupt hegemony of the Craven. I tried to look into the Craven a little more. Were they some suppressed race, hidden off somewhere in the realm? Were they a race that was born from mutation? Lex paused for a moment to allow the two crystals to absorb what he was saying. The most unfortunate thing was that if Lex had been able to converse with Luther and the others and talk to them about it, the Craven would have been extremely familiar to them. It was not like they had run into the Craven anywhere. Instead, they had already faced biological creatures who had been designed explicitly to fight against the inhabitants of a certain planet. If they had heard Lex's explanation, their first thought would have been that the Craven sound like they were designed explicitly to take over the crystal realm. These were, again, things I could not verify on my own, but I continued to pay attention to them and how the various nations reacted to them. Although I cannot begin to guess the rationale of the crystal race, the reactions of the other races confused me as well. Of the original 7 great nations of the crystal realm, an entire nation had been wiped out by the Craven, yet still the remaining nations never sought to retaliate against them and were forever satisfied to continuously lose land to their invasion, one county at a time. At first, these were only my suspicions. But then, I met someone from the royal family of the Hum Nation. Although he himself did not understand the reason, I learned from him that the human race had purposefully been avoiding retaliating with full force. They had artificially engineered a situation where the Craven were putting immense pressure on the entire nation, chipping away at it bit by bit, and somehow they were content with it. In fact, if someone were to take independent measures to retaliate against the Craven and achieved a certain level of success, they would be stopped from continuing to do so. Lex was about to continue extrapolating, but Belmont interrupted him. The matter with the Craven really is too confusing, he said, admitting to lacking certain knowledge himself. According to latest reports, An unprecedented army consisting solely of immortal Craven has laid siege all across the realm, save for the territories of the Crystal Race. Chapter 685 Secrets. Chapter 685 Secrets. Lex was shocked to hear the scope of the war taking place. An entire army formed only of immortals? Especially an army large enough to face the entire realm? How many immortals would that even be? Hundreds of thousands, no doubt. Maybe even millions. Was it even possible for the Crystal Realm to produce such a massive army? The surprised Lex then looked from Belmont to Ezio, who wore a troubled look, but not a surprised one. The scope of the army is unbelievable, he said, fearing what he would do if such a force invaded the inn. He probably didn't even have enough MP to hire enough guards to fight such an invasion off. He really should start upgrading his butter knife again. But I don't know why you're surprised about the fact that the Crystal Race is not lending a hand. Based on what I know, they have never interfered in the Craven War unless their own territories were at risk. Although Lex was not asking directly, he was hinting at the fact that for some reason the Crystals refused to help. Only if their rationale was explained could Lex understand if their lack of action this time as well fell in line with their ideology or there was some other reason for it. Belmont was about to explain, but Ezio spoke first. Ezio slowly stood up from his meditation position and beckoned them to follow him as he exited the meditation garden and entered a salon. Lex, once again, could not stop himself from wondering how any of this was supposed to be a prison. As if to emphasize his point, an automated bot appeared, carrying a tray full of snacks and delicacies, which Ezio offered the duo. He tried some of the snacks as Ezio began his story. Back when the Craven invasion began at first, no one took them too seriously. After all, such minor wars happen all the time. Moreover, regardless of where they came from, no one had too much of a significant impression of them. The Poliids have their own strengths and weaknesses, but no one could say that they were a weak race. At this point, Ezio paused, as if he were a professor, allowing time for his students to absorb the information he was providing. Sure, Belmont knew more than Lex about these matters due to his position, but he definitely did not know as much as Ezio, so he tolerated the situation and listened silently. The Craven, either unsatisfied with their fortunes or filled with ambition, continued to wage war. The Crystal Race, too, faced their probing attacks. Of course, we thoroughly let them know not to mess with us, so they never tried again, but no other race was able to make such a stand. Thus, with the passage of time, all the other races became victims to the Craven's war efforts. The other races often looked to the Crystal Race for help, and asked them for help, or to even eradicate the Craven. But for the Crystal Race, the question remained, why should we intervene to begin with? We had a good relationship with some of the other races, sure, but the races themselves have long since forgotten that once they too carved out a place for themselves through blood and fire, replacing others who were there before them. Suddenly, it dawned on Lex that he had not thought of things from such a point of view. He had been influenced by the knowledge that there were 7 dominant races in the Crystal Realm, but that did not necessarily mean that it was always as such. In the beginning, to expand their lands and gather more resources, surely each race would have had to fight and conquer territory. In fact, the 7 races may not have even become dominant at the same time. One may have come to power before the rest, and witnessed history unfold as 7 races became dominant over the realm. In this case, it need not be guessed that it was the Crystal Race who was the oldest, and this had witnessed the rise of all the subsequent races. Thus, from the point of view of the leader of the Crystal Race, the activities of the Craven might just seem like that of one race replacing another. But wait, although Lex's train of thoughts had been led in this direction by Ezio's explanation, a sign of anyone with basic extrapolation skills, he was not someone who would be blindly influenced by others. Though it seemed reasonable when Ezio said it, he could quickly and easily pick out the flaw in this. Although the Craven could be like the other races, carving out a space for themselves, they were also fundamentally different. The other races built up their civilizations and grew alongside nature, even if some were more wasteful than others. They farmed, tended the land, and incorporated various beasts and races into their way of life. But the Craven were not as such. He had flashbacks to the strangely desolate area in a minor realm near the Craven. Wherever they went, they would mindlessly kill and destroy all living things. Their spread was directly harming nature, and they had purposefully made themselves out to be as enemies of all sentient beings. Such a distinct contrast should have still elicited a sense of disgust in the crystal race. It should have been easy for them to determine that even if the Craven were not a threat to them, their spread across the realm would directly harm the environment of the realm and ultimately lead even the crystals to suffer some loss. If things went to an extreme, the Crystal Nation might eventually become the last habitable place in the realm if the Craven continued to spread the way they had been for so long. It seems you have noticed the flaw already, Ezio said with a chuckle. Yes, what you have heard right now is only the nominal explanation given out to the public. The real reason is a lot more straightforward and at the same time a lot more shocking. Since you know about realms, you must also know that upon surpassing the Earth Immortal realm, they ascend from the Crystal realm and go to another. They do not head toward a random realm, but one called Primordial Garden. As one can reasonably expect, the Crystal race also has a presence there, though admittedly we are nowhere nearly as indomitable there as we are here. When the Craven invasion began, even before the Poliids were defeated, the Crystal Nation detected the true threat that such a race faced. Just as we were getting ready to lend a hand, we were contacted by one of the elders who had transcended the Crystal Realm. Contact through the realms is not easy, and so is reserved for only the most important news. The details of that message I will keep to myself for now. Lex was shocked, but at the same time he already expected some kind of conspiracy, so this was an acceptable outcome for him. It was instead Belmont who was shaken the most. Lies! You have to be lying. He roared furiously, the crystal that made up his face taking on a red hue. Ezio asked, almost annoyed at Belmont. It's easy to confirm. Now that you know, you can consult the permanent members of the Crystal Parliament. The more confident Ezio sounded, the more shaken Belmont became. If he were not already sitting, he might have stumbled. Lex did not understand the relevance. As to him, it made perfect sense. If orders or instructions came from a more senior person within the same race, it made sense that they followed it. That did not necessarily mean that the Crystal race was the mastermind behind the scenes. Maybe they were just avoiding some hidden, unknown danger under the guidance of their race members from a higher realm. It was too soon to jump to conclusions, as there could be many explanations. Unfortunately, it seemed like he would not find out why Belmont was so startled right now. Ezio asked Lex. Chapter 686, Unexpected Response. Chapter 686, Unexpected Response. The way Ezio continuously dismissed Belmont was more than a little insulting. Perhaps there was some history there, or maybe Belmont had some kind of negative reputation amongst the Crystal race. Outsiders, such as Sylvia, would still worship him, but within his own race, perhaps he was looked down on by a certain class. That would also explain his need to boast in front of Lex and feel superior. That was not necessarily a bad thing, for Lex at least. Equipped with this knowledge, he could think of more ways to get what he wanted. After all, he was nearing the end of what he knew. Although the accumulated evidence kept on pointing towards the anomaly being something to do with the Craven, what if that was not it at all? Sure, the Craven could still be a part of some scheme or conspiracy, while the anomaly could be caused by something else entirely. What if the anomaly was actually related to the mysterious birth of monsters in the darkness? Sure, that had a much longer history in the Crystal Realm, but whoever said the anomaly was new and not old? Gathering all his thoughts, Lex took a deep breath in and added all the new information he heard and quickly thought of how to incorporate it into his own theories. Fortunately, for now, all the revelations seemed to support his assumptions. Well, yes, I'm about to get to the core of the matter. But first, let's recall what we now know. The royal family of the Hum Nation, and possibly the leaders of all other nations, were for some reason suppressing full retaliation. Now, whether having reserved their forces so far will pay off or not facing such an unprecedented assault remains to be seen. But unless they all had foreknowledge of this attack, holding back their forces made little sense. That is the first point of suspicion. Then the fact that not only do crystals from this so-called primordial garden know of the Craven and their invasion, they even felt it necessary to send instructions down, not to interfere, and it makes me think that the Craven invasion is not entirely normal. Either they were sent from another realm, possibly even the primordial garden. Lex paused and gave Ezio an uncertain look before continuing. Or perhaps there's a tier or portal in the realm somewhere, directly linked to wherever the Craven are coming from. Rather than believing that the Craven were just sent once, I am more inclined to believe there is a breach or perhaps permanent link through which the Craven continuously come from. The appearance of an army consisting of hundreds of thousands or perhaps millions of immortals would also make sense then, because I find it hard to believe that they were able to nurture so many immortals in just a few hundred years. Moreover, if they had such a massive army from the get-go, then based on their nature, they would not have kept it in reserve. Lex did not bother pausing for suspense, though he knew it might have been a good tactic. In this situation where too much was unknown and Lex was not aware of how much information the duo actually had, he could not accurately gauge how to build the necessary environment for suspense. In this case, it was the actual revelation itself that would have to suffice as the ultimate shock. So that you can corroborate this information if needed, I will share with you in detail the sequence of events. In the unowned lands, in the territory of the Noel family, in a small port town called Babylon, I have a tavern called Midnight Tavern. From there I noticed an abnormality in the sea and ventured forth to investigate. There I encountered the territory of a peculiar Trolop named Toro. Let's spend a few minutes describing in thorough detail what the liquid looked like and the features it presented, and even pulled out a picture of the liquid he had stored in a spatial bangle and showed it to them. The liquid was turning all passerbyers with an even slightly weak spirit into mindless drones, and so Toro was quite eager to get rid of it. As a result, I took a sample and consulted A. Senior, I know about the results. The liquid is called Cosmic Erosion Elixir. According to him, the liquid is produced as a result of a realm destabilizing due to an external influence. Belmont scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd thing ever. The Elder is completely misleading you. I have never heard of such an absurd thing. The realm. Belmont stopped talking, or rather his voice stopped traveling to them, when Lex gently reached out and seemed to grab space. He was using impervious hands and augmenting the ability with his own spiritual energy, which allowed him to somewhat make use of space affinity. Since Lex had not practiced much of his affinity, he could not use it as effectively as Z, but that did not mean he was completely inept. After months of long-distance teleportation, he had already gained some insights on how he could make use of his ability. By grabbing space, even if lightly, he produced some visible wrinkles in space. This was not much, and the wrinkles could not even be used to attack or defend, but they were enough to block out the sound of Belmont speaking. I've already used the Cosmic Elixir to gain spatial affinity, so I can guarantee that it is real. He pulled out a golden key, suddenly attracting the full attention of both crystals. Even without Lex's explanation, they could tell that there was something special about the key, though they still waited for him to explain. Ezio was especially intrigued, for this previously simple distraction he had found for himself had turned into something extremely interesting. This is the key to the Midnight Inn, a place for guests and travelers across the universe, regardless of any realm. He smiled at the two and chose to return to the inn. Due to the heavily placed restrictions on space, there was an awkward pause as Lex's return was delayed a little. Just as Belmont was about to speak, his pupils constricted and his cultivation roared to life as he saw Lex disappear from right in front of him. His spirit sense flooded the entire prison cell as he tried to locate Lex, but there were no signs of him at all. But as Belmont grappled with the thought of the ramifications of teleportation within their most secure prison, Ezio frowned, the look in his eyes becoming more and more grave. He now had reason to believe what Lex was saying was true. If that was the case, and their realm really was at risk of destruction, then the couple of minutes Lex disappeared from the cell were spent filled with turbulent emotions for the duo, and his return did not exactly calm him down. Belmont, especially, reacted extremely aggressively and locked down Lex with his spirit sense. The crystal roared in anger, unable to think clearly. "Do you wish to break the prisoners out of Velasco?" Lex, who had returned feeling good, assuming that he was about to establish good relations with the crystals, was taken by surprise. Wasn't this reaction a little too strong? But then his good mood was spoiled. Even if he was planning on using the crystals, he had never acted with bad intentions in mind. As such, he absolutely did not appreciate being treated as such. With his body frozen still and the pressure of an immortal bearing down on him, Lex was not filled with fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with a dangerous anger. Ezio, who had been ruminating amongst his own thoughts, suddenly noticed the abnormality and sensed that things were not normal. He suddenly realized that if Lex's claims were true and he had the ability to travel between realms, then his background absolutely wasn't simple. He could not allow that duffer Belmont to screw things up. He let out a roar, his voice filled with an unknown power. Though he was supposed to be restrained and did not have access to all his abilities, his voice should have been enough to wake him from his manic state. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 6, 87 Contract. Although Lex had an impressive defense, he was nowhere near strong enough to cause immortals any harm. The qualitative leap in power over each large realm resulted in a difference that could only be measured on a scale of order of magnitude. Basically, Lex could do nothing to harm them. This was moreover so for a race that was not only inherently stronger than humans, but had a longer lifespan and more well-developed techniques. All he could do was return to the inn, admitting failure. Moreover, as the place that he returned to the inn to was from prison, he would only be able to return there in the future if he wished to enter the Crystal Realm. Basically, he was stuck. The only option for him now in the Crystal Realm was to use his remote presence ability. But Lex was not resigned to running away. Although, yes, if he kept a cool head and behaved logically, he could endure the suppression of Belmont until Ezio knocked some sense into him. The situation was, after all, not yet resolved. There was room for it to progress in any direction, and he could salvage things. But Lex had long shed his training to cooperate with the authority which living in the legal system on Earth had embedded in him. Yes, he had been pinning his hopes on the Crystal Nation, but that did not mean he was helpless without them. So while suppressing his frustration could lead to a better outcome, he was not totally dependent on the Crystal Race either. Now that he was not dependent on them for anything, he did not have to fear acting against them. But the question was, what could he even do? There was absolutely nothing he could do that could harm immortals. Moreover, they would notice and then stop him as soon as he even tried to do anything. As if that were not all, he was even frozen in place. He had no options, supposedly. Although the pressure of the immortal held him in place, it did not extend to the depths of his body, or else even his blood would be frozen in place, and he would die. If his internals were not frozen, then he could manipulate his spiritual energy. Of course, using any technique right now would be futile, but he still had a raise, did he not? The voice thundered in the small room, waking the Lord from his manic episode and restraining his aura. But in Lex's eyes, the duo did not see the relief of someone who escaped the wrath of an immortal. Instead, in his eyes they saw the scorn of someone even more prideful than an immortal. The duo was once again surprised, but before they could react, Lex once again disappeared, for good this time perhaps. But he did not leave without a departing gift. 2 arrays hung in the air where he had been. The first was a simple array that left behind a voice message. I came to the Crystal Nation with good intentions, to warn of an impending doom. Yet all I found were conspiracies and hostility. Perhaps the reason they do not fight against the Craven is because they already know this realm is bound to be destroyed and have already secured their own escape to the Primordial Garden. The message was full of spite, and it was clear that Lex had developed an incredibly negative opinion of them. But who could blame him? Being oppressed by the aura of an immortal was easily said, but not easily endured. The physical and mental strain of such an experience could leave others crippled. In fact, the first time Lex had been exposed to the aura of an immortal was also during the Crystal Realm. and had left him unconscious for a long time. Though he was much stronger now and would not be rendered unconscious just from being exposed to aura, it was still an unpleasant experience. He also did not like the notion that others felt that he could be manhandled. Just as the duo was absorbing the words from the first array, Belmont, even feeling a dash of guilt for overreacting, the second array triggered. As it happened, the array was built around the character he saw up on the surface, with the intention of causing resonance with that character. Since that character was drawn into the structure, it would not be used up like in an array. Instead, it would continue to express the effects that character was associated with as a representation of the universal laws. By creating a simple enough array, which resonated by that permanent and empowered character, Lex ended up creating an array with a much greater power than one would have expected. The mansion around the two immortals morphed a little, as if the very stones making it up had undergone a change. While internally the mansion looked more or less the same, only one real change occurred. All exits from the mansion, and thus the cell, had been blocked off and, moreover, reinforced by stones and rocks. Moreover, they were not so easily removed either. As far as Lex was concerned, this was far from the retaliation he would have wanted. But, given his power, he would have to be content with a forced attention. Ezio grimaced and looked at Belmont, who looked both awkward and angry. For centuries I've been lobbying against the establishment of positions based on nepotism, Ezio said, frustration and irritation evident in his voice. Such a great accomplishment you have made, Belmont, making any enemy out of someone capable of traveling realms. Let alone the loss we will now suffer being deprived of the possibility of easy traversal between realms. Can you imagine what kind of backing he must have? Can you tolerate an enemy able to facilitate inter-realm traversal? Worst of all, what if his claims are true? Belmont could not help but roar, his embarrassment coloring his face red. Ezio scoffed. I could receive a pardon whenever I wish, child. You know nothing of the world and its way. Not paying him any mind, Ezio left to try to exit his mansion. He needed to contact some crystal on the outside and assess the situation. Behind him, though, Belmont began to worry about the repercussions to his reputation if word got out. As mind conjured up greater and greater threats to his future, his eyes once again were filled with mania. No one must know. He locked onto Ezio's back and attacked. In a room sat a priest, his robe worn and heavily damaged. His once tough and buff body was now also battered and bruised. His beak, once his pride and joy, had now lost a lot of its color. Like the deity he used to worship, the priest had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. But as the religion-worshipping RA was eradicated from the origin realm, so were almost all its followers. Even this priest had only survived due to special circumstances. Opposite to him sat a truly revolting slug creature from a race known as Gelati. A few other creatures sat in the room with them, as well as a devil. They were all waiting patiently for news. Some time later, a portal opened and the succubus Karen walked through. Ladies and gentlemen, slugs and bugs, beasts and monsters, the moment we have all been waiting for has finally arrived. The location of the Midnight Inn workers have been verified, and a plan has been put into motion. Soon, you two could try to get your hands on one of them. All you need to do is sign this confidentiality contract, witnessed by an elder devil, and we'll be ready to go. There was no clapping or celebrating, as everyone in that room was in a sour mood. They were all gathered here as enemies of the Midnight Inn. Some of them just wanted to hurt the inn somehow, while others wanted to blackmail them, while others still wanted to dissect and study those workers. Their personal reasons varied, but they were unified in their goal. One by one, they got up and signed the contract. In the corner of the room, a devil watched with eager eyes and a massive grins as he rubbed his hands together. Breaking a contract with a devil was nigh impossible, but the devils oh so loved it when someone tried to do so. Even now, this devil was hoping that some of them would change their mind midway. Chapter 688, Invitation. Inside Valesco, the moment certain changes took place inside Ezio's prison cell, the guards noticed. The entire prison entered lockdown, and a number of guards approached the prison and tried to enter it, but found to their amazement that they could not. The stones and rocks in the surrounding area had morphed so that all entrances and windows had been blocked. But being blocked was not the main issue. The issue was that the entire prison cell had somehow become an impenetrable box, able to withstand a bombardment of powerful attacks. Still, the crystal race could not be underestimated. Based on their judgment of the toughness of the cell, it would take them exactly 12 seconds to break it and enter. They could only hope that nothing ridiculous happened within those dozen seconds, as the sounds of a fierce fight could be heard inside. Lex, who reappeared at the inn, was still in a foul mood. But he was not a child, and he was not immature, so he could not let his mood continue to influence him. Instead of checking up on the inn, as he usually did, Lex entered his own meditation room and began to meditate. He calmed his mind and allowed himself to relax, keeping himself from reflecting on recent events. After a short 20-minute interval, seeing as how the environment was just right, he decided to spend some time cultivating. Since he had entered the Golden Core realm, he realized that his cultivation speed, despite the excellent environment, was quite low. This was not only because it was harder to grow in the Golden Core realm, but also because he barely ever cultivated. He got away with cultivating now and then during the Foundation realm, but in the Golden Core realm, that did not seem to be the case. Several hours later, when he finished cultivating, he slowly exhaled and allowed himself to completely relax. Now that he was certain that he had completely calmed down, he finally allowed himself to reflect on what had just happened. To a degree, he considered this his own failure as well, not because he could have stayed back and salvaged the situation, but because he should have never even allowed the situation to deteriorate as such. He had great pride in manipulating people and controlling events subtly, but this time he had allowed the situation to get out of hand. That failure had made his subsequent task more difficult, albeit he still had not given up on it. It had been a while since he tasted such failure. When he had just begun his journey in the cultivation world, he seemed to be constantly making stupid mistakes, but with time and experience he became better. He faced numerous tricky situations and always came out the winner. Now, after a long time, he came out as a loser once again. Instead of cribbing or complaining about it, it was better if he learned from it. For example, there had been subtle signs of Belmont's character from as early as he met him. Yet Lex had become so used to dealing with capable and intellectual people that he overlooked all his faults. Moreover, he had been so determined that once he met the elder from the crystal race, Ezio, that his problems would be solved, that when he finally encountered the situation, his anticipation had put him in a psychologically inferior position. Although it was not obvious based on Lex's behavior, the fact that he felt like he could not have manipulated them was a sign of such a mentality. Of course, it was always easier to pick out mistakes and problems in hindsight, so Lex was not too hard on himself. Once he was done contemplating on how he could have done better, he began planning out what he could do now. He still had not learnt the secret of the Crystal Realm, and he needed to use some way of gathering as many dignitaries at the wedding to raise the quest performance value. What resources did he have available? How could he entice people to visit? How could he take advantage of the current situation in the Crystal Realm to his benefit? Gathering people at the inn would have been easier, but that did not in any way benefit his quest. He had not yet moved from his meditation position as all these thoughts crossed his mind, and he did not intend to relocate either until he was done. Nor did he plan to use his state of flow to help him with his planning. Almost instinctively, without even thinking about it, Lex felt like this would be the best way for him to recover from his setback. Soon, an outline of a plan formed in his mind. Some parts were still not certain, and would depend on how things played out in the real world. Now that he had a plan, a smile returned to his lips. The greatest mistake he made, in his estimate, was relying on the crystal race to fix all his problems. Since when had he needed others' help? In fact, others should come to him in search of aid. He teleported to the innkeeper's office and grabbed the innkeeper's pen, dipped it in the inkwell. He lamented for a moment that there was no innkeeper's memo card or innkeeper's notepad upon which he could write for even further enhanced effect, but he would make do without it. A square, white paper was summoned in front of him, and he finally put pen to paper. Although Lex had not specifically practiced calligraphy, he had enough control and sufficient imagination to allow him to write beautiful characters on the page. As for the language he wrote in, it did not matter at all. So even the characters he wrote were completely made up. No matter what he wrote, even if it was a scribble, so long as he used the ink from the inkwell, anyone who gazed upon his writing would perfectly understand exactly what he meant to convey. Moreover, since he was writing with the innkeeper's pen, his writing also benefited from the fact that the words were imbued with the aura of the innkeeper. Of course, since he did not intend to sign his name as the innkeeper, his identity would remain unknown to the reader. Once he was done writing, he put the card aside and began writing on another one, resulting in 2 identical cards. But he was not done, and continued to create a few more cards. Once he was done, he smiled mischievously as he read the contents of his cards. You are cordially invited to the wedding of Fardy Noel and Jasmine Phillips to celebrate their union. As their houses unite in matrimony, so too should the nations unite to discuss the darkness that ripples through the lands. Besides those words, there was only the venue, which was the Midnight Tavern, and the time of the wedding. If the address was explained in too much detail, it would take away from the mystique of the invitation. So he left it up to the recipients to conduct their own investigation on where the tavern was. He was confident that they would manage. These words seemed simple, and perhaps even underwhelming as the prologue of his plan, but that is only when one failed to consider the immensity of the aura radiating from those words. For a realm that was limited to Earth immortals, the full dignity and immensity of the innkeeper's aura was not something they had ever witnessed or could even conceive. This was an aura that even Tao lords did not belittle, and allowed them to assume the innkeeper should be of rank with them. So how, then, could a measly Earth immortal compare? When seen from that lens, this entire invitation took an entirely new meaning. Although Lex had not said outright what the invitation was for, anyone would be able to conclude that the only darkness rippling through the lands at the moment was the Craven. Moreover, there is even a jab at the inaction of the crystal race in the letter, as well as the insinuation that they were somehow involved in some conspiracy. Even if the recipients actually knew the truth behind the Craven and the crystal race turned out not to be involved, just the fact that these words had been written by someone of such immense aura, they would begin to doubt if what they knew was the truth to begin with. Truthfully, Lex was not so petty that he would malign the whole race just because one member earned his ire. No, he would first create that misunderstanding and then later pin the entire blame on Belmont. He would pretend as if his entire purpose in going to the Crystal Realm was to personally deliver one of these letters to them. As for the consequences of his actions, well, who asked Belmont to mess with him? Sure, Lex wasn't so petty, but he was still a little petty. He wouldn't ignore being bullied due to a higher cultivation realm. Chapter 689, The Seventh Race. Chapter 689, The Seventh Race. With a number of letters now in hand, the next step was to deliver them. That part, unfortunately, was easier said than done. He no longer had months to travel, as the wedding would take place in less than 2 months. He would need to recruit some aid, but at the same time, finding people with the necessary connections to deliver the letters to the heads of the various nations was not easy. Frankly speaking, he barely had a way to deliver the letter to King Cornelius. Although, admittedly, he was looking forward to seeing the king's reaction when he found Lex at the inn. He had sent his son looking for him, but now Lex was openly inviting the king to his own tavern, and with some kind of mysterious and unknown backing. It would be a good show. He could ask the Phillips family to have the letters delivered. The letters may reach or they might not, as the connection of that family to other nations was of questionable value. He had a better idea, though admittedly it was a little crazy. First, though, he scanned the inn. It would be a test of his luck if it turned out. He smiled and teleported away, reappearing at the bar inside Midnight Manor. A sulking crown prince by the name of Aegis was futilely attempting to intoxicate himself with the selection available at the bar. Unfortunately, Lex had nothing that would work on immortals, and so he was failing miserably at his objective. Defeated, for now, he was resting his forehead on the bar as he pondered on the future. "I take it you've had a bad weekend," Lex said extremely casually as he sat beside him. "Bad weekend. That's one way of putting it," he replied without lifting his head from where it rested on the bar. "I had a run with my tail tucked between my cheeks. I ran into an army made entirely of immortals. Even I'm not stupid enough to think I could take that on." "Yeah, I can see how that would bring the mood down," Lex said as he ordered himself a pina colada. A part of him wondered, though mostly he was still just focused on Aegis. Aegis finally looked up, his eyes filled with fatigue. He had recently mustered up a lot of courage and determination as he had, once again, decided to face his undefeatable father. Turning over a new leaf was a lot of work, both literally and mentally. As a recently recovered alcoholic, he was not used to it and was having a tough time. So when he was faced with the tidal wave of a mortal craven, his newfound resolution immediately crumbled. Given enough time, he would probably be all right. He only needed to recover mentally before he could once again take up the challenging task of uncovering his father's secrets regarding the craven with newfound vigor. After all, the craven just became a much bigger threat. Unfortunately, for his natural development, Lex could not wait so long. Moreover, despite any rebellion he may have shown against his father, Lex now needed him to return to him, so an intervention was absolutely necessary. He put an invitation on the counter and slid it across the counter till it stopped in front of Aegis. A beautiful yet random scribble adorned the front, radiating a majestic aura, while at the same time translating to a single name, Cornelius. The situation in the Crystal Realm is a lot more dire than just a massive craven invasion, Lex said, taking a sip from the frothy, bubbly drink he received. His visage did not match that of a person discussing potential Armageddon at all. Briefly, Lex explained his discovery of cosmic erosion elixir and put the explanation of the elixir onto the powerful innkeeper, the mysterious owner of the Midnight Inn, and thus the Midnight Tavern as well. Aegis' eyes never left the letter, a feeling of unsurpassed foreboding filling him. If the realm itself was at risk, he had to put aside his grievances and ensure that his own father received this invitation. The upcoming meeting held unprecedented significance and could forever alter the history of the realm. Moreover, this was far more serious than any other conspiracy he could even conceive. He needed to confront his father and discover if he had foreknowledge of this threat. If he did, Aegis could not even imagine what he would do if his father already knew of this. "As it happens," Lex continued, waking Aegis from his reverie, "I need to send invitations to the leaders of the other nations as well. Delivering the letters to the capital of the nations of Varns, as well as the Sentinels, is not an issue at all. With our long history of cooperation with the Varns and the frequent necessity for diplomatic missions to the Sentinels, we have teleportation formations already set that can reach their leadership. For the Crystal Race, it is not so easy, but there is a process through which we can go. The new country formed by the Poliids is completely out of our reach, and we have no ties with them, so I cannot help you there." Lex nodded, as if that was already a great help, but then suddenly paused. He counted in his head, and suddenly realized that the number didn't add up. The crystals, humans, Trollops, Sentinels, Varns, and Poloids together formed 6 of the 7 races that occupied the Crystal Realm, but the 7th wasn't even mentioned. Although Aegis did not know he did not need to deliver a letter to the crystals, he at least mentioned them. But he had completely ignored the 7th race, and not mentioned it at all. In fact, it was now occurring to him that he had never even heard mention of the 7th major race in the Crystal Realm. Not in the Academy, when he was learning the history and geography of the realm, nor anywhere else had there ever been mention of a 7th race, except in mention of the fact that there were 7 main races. Suddenly, all of Lex's attention was focused on this issue. Why had he never noticed this small oversight before? This was abnormal. For the Crystal Race, the Trollops and Poliids, I'll think of another way. Lex focused all his attention on Aegis, completely mentally prepared for some unexpected revelation. Could this unknown 7th race be behind the anomaly at the Crystal Realm? Could there be some secret behind this matter? Was this unknown race perhaps so enigmatic that people would subconsciously ignore them unless there was a matter that specifically concerned them? Aegis, who was up until now struggling to deal with shock, gave Lex a peculiar look as if he had heard a most unexpected question. Wasn't this common knowledge? Unfortunately, for Lex, who was not a native of the Crystal Realm, it was not common knowledge. The seventh main race of the Crystal Realm doesn't really have a nation. That's because that race consists of soul and Frio birds. The entire Crystal Realm is their territory. Lex's extremely serious look morphed just a bit as he suppressed his lips from twitching, but ultimately failed. There's a primogenitor soul bird and a primogenitor Frio bird, so I suppose they could be called leaders. They live in the territory of the Crystal race. But I've never really heard of the soul birds acting in unison as a race before. The largest their groups go to is a single flock. Lex nodded. He would skip the invitation for the birds as well then, since he had no way of reaching the Crystal race territory. He put down 2 more invitations on the counter and requested Aegis deliver them to the Sentinels and Varn capitals to their respective leaders. As for the rest, Lex sighed and turned his attention to Zagan, the latest in worker who had yet to perform a single task. The moment he had arrived at the inn, he underwent a breakthrough to a higher realm and had since then been in retreat. It was time for him to contribute a little. Chapter 690 Work Ethic. Chapter 690 Work Ethic, 8 dozen seconds, was an inconsequential amount of time for most mortals. Unless one was performing some excruciatingly difficult task, such as performing a plank or counting down the timer on a microwave for food when starving, it would pass without even giving enough time for significant thought. A good stretch early in the morning would easily surpass such a time limit, and there was certainly almost no task that required less time. Yet for immortals, 12 seconds was an eternity. With minds fast and powerful enough to work through countless scenarios and resolve an untold number of issues, each second was enough to determine life and death. It was ironic, really, considering that the greater their cultivation level became, the longer their fights took. So for 12 seconds, the guards who stood outside the sealed prison lived through 12 lifetimes as they waited for an opening. Meanwhile, sounds of a bitter struggle could be heard from within. More and more guards also trickled into the outer room, joining the queue of those ready to face any threat. Finally, when they were able to puncture a hole into the perimeter of the cell, dozens of spirit senses flooded in to investigate. The sight that awaited them was both extremely shocking, but also blatantly predictable. Ezio and Belmont were fighting. But, with all his powers and cultivation sealed, Ezio was not fighting so much as he was struggling to survive. His entire body was covered in cracks, both big and small, indicating the bitter beating he had just suffered. Yet he was not dead yet. The crystals that made up his body were stronger than Belmont expected, and even with such an overwhelming advantage, he was not able to kill him. Belmont, on the other hand, did not look so great either. He was not harmed, but the crystals that made up his body were all tinted with a deep, flowing red, hinting at his mania. As a crystal who had constantly faced scrutiny and had to live with judgment and condescension from his peers, he was extremely sensitive to any negative news relating to him being spread. Although not a shred of him believed Lex's claims. Facing the possibility where it might be even 1% true and he had driven Lex away, he could not imagine the reproach he would face. But now it was all for naught. Ezio had survived, and so he could not spin his own tale. Before he could consider anything even more drastic, the guard streamed in and suppressed him as well. Things were out of his hands now, and his mania finally subsided. All that remained was regret that he had not directly killed that stupid human the moment he saw him. Hatred flashed in his eyes. Ezio, on the other hand, looked quite happy and even content. Soon he would be treated, and then he could investigate the matter that they had been informed of by Lex. Moreover, he still needed to pay Lex back for sharing a secret. While he himself was stuck in prison, for now, his clone was not. Fortunately, Lex had already shared the location of his tavern. The clone would head there directly. While Aegis waited for the Craven army to pass so he could return to the Crystal Realm, Lex teleported away. In a distant corner of the inn sat Zagan, currently in a human form. He looked incredibly pale, almost as if he was sick, and had straight black hair. At a glance, he looked like a high school kid from Japan. But of course he was not. He was an immortal monster which had gained sufficient sentience, and a lazy loafer besides. He had spent a ridiculously long time to pass the test, and since passing he had only been cultivating. He had been no help at all. Though, to be fair, from Zagan's point of view, he was the pinnacle of haste. The monster had lived for millions of years, so its concept of time was very different. Any ordinary task it performed would be stretched over a few years at least. In contrast, it did not even take a single year to finish the test. Moreover, it was currently undergoing a tribulation. If it succeeded, then it would undergo a period of rapid growth during which time it could only cultivate. In his modest expectations, it would be another 6,000 or 7,000 years before his current cultivation cycle ended. It did not know much about the Midnight Inn, to be honest, but when it became a worker, it felt the bond created within its soul, linking it to the inn. To be able to do that, the owner of the inn definitely had to be much more powerful than it. In that case, he had probably lived much longer than Zagan, right? If that was the case, a few thousand years to get accustomed to its current level should be completely understandable. In fact, he would not be surprised if he was commended for his speedy resolution of his personal affairs to show up to work. As his first ever job, he was looking forward to seeing what it would entail. These were only some of the passing thoughts Zagan had while it underwent its latest tribulation. After the more commonly known tribulations, such as fire and lightning, ones it had already experienced before, it was now undergoing an entirely new form of tribulation. An entity presented itself to Zagan in his mind in the form of an ancient, extinct race known as Farum. The Farum, for crimes unknown, were excluded from the cycle of life and death, and were sentenced to the bidding of heaven or the universe until they can atone for their sins. In this case, that atonement was in the form of testing Zagan's mentality through a series of illusions it suffered in its mind. But as a monster that had lived for millions of years, this was perhaps the easiest tribulation it had ever faced. It was others with far less life experience than it who would really struggle with this tribulation. Just as it was focused on its illusion, it felt a physical stimulus attracting its attention. Was this also a part of the tribulation? He felt the stimulus again, and opened its eyes to find a human standing in front of it, poking him. Zagan immediately shut his eyes again. Although the tribulation it was suffering was easy, it could not afford to be distracted. Opening his eyes activated all kinds of techniques and abilities which subtracted from his main energy reserve. Too much of such stimulation would be dangerous, for he currently did not have the ability to control his cultivation. He asked, his tone filled with arrogance and condescension. Excluding Alyssa, who had treated his wounds continuously, Zagan still saw humans as inferior beings. It was too used to it, after living an entire lifetime of only seeing them cower in fear before they died. Unfortunately, Lex could not care less about his superiority complex. You're from the Crystal Realm, right? You've lived there a long time? You probably have a lot of contacts and know a lot of secrets. Now is not the time, human. Uncaring, Lex poked him in the face again. Listen here, buddy. You've been freeloading off the inn from the moment you came. I don't really mind, since the innkeeper doesn't mind, but you better pay your dues. Are you going to help me? Or should I have you sent back to the Crystal Realm? Zagan panicked. What was going on? It had not even been a century yet, and people were complaining that he wasn't working. What kind of job was this? He should have at least a 100,000-year notice before he is required to do any task, so that he could rouse himself and adjust his mentality. This was employee suppression. This was slavery. This was animal cruelty. Wait, did it count as an animal? Wait till I am done cultivating. It's now or never, buddy. You don't need to do much. Since you can talk, then just talk. I need to deliver a letter to the sacred lands of the Trollops and need to reach the Poloid's new country. I cannot be distracted, Zagan said in a weak, pleading voice. But little did he know, his boss had his work ethics trained in the capitalistic center of the world. Humanity? Workers' rights? Decent working hours? Such concepts were for hippies. Here, they got the job done. Chapter 691, Fishrider. Chapter 691, Fishrider. Truth be told, Lex felt some pity for Zagan. Obviously, he was in a precarious situation, and Lex was here bothering and distracting him. But at the same time, if instead of arguing and fighting back, he had simply given the answers he required, he would be halfway done by now. Look, I understand you don't want interruptions. I also don't want to bother you, nor do I want to continuously bicker. Zagan did not immediately reply and showed a disgruntled face. The Farum-inducing illusions could sense his distraction, and so immediately increased the potency of the illusion. For a split second, Zagan almost genuinely believed that the illusion he was living was real. Cold sweat appeared on his brow, and this seemingly easy tribulation was made immeasurably more difficult, all with the addition of a simple, single human. Or perhaps this was also a part of the tribulation. Of course, it suddenly made so much sense. He was a noble and dignified immortal, working for the mysterious and powerful Midnight Inn. How could his training be casually interrupted? How could some human just waltz up to him? Moreover, how could a weakling utterly ignore his impressive and dangerous aura while he underwent a tribulation? Little did he know, it was impossible for anyone to be harmed by passive aura inside the inn, for the system neutralized all such auras. It was one of the inn's original features, which is why Lex and so many others were able to tolerate the aura of Tao Lords without losing complete control. So this was a part of the tribulation too. More than an illusion tribulation, this should be called a heart tribulation, for only with simple tricks his heart and faith in the noble Midnight Inn was almost shaken. It all made so much sense. The human was poking his face again, though this time Zagan's heart was calm and serene, like a monk praying to Buddha or an introvert in the safety of their blankets in their room. The knowledge and wisdom he had accumulated over millions of years was showing off now. Fret not, human. Since you're a co-worker, how could I leave unassisted? From what I recall, you need to move across vast amounts of space quickly. Oh yes, the Trollops' sacred lands. As for the Poloid's new country, I have no idea where that is, but it is not a concern. Since Zagan was convinced that everything that was happening was an illusion, he did not hesitate to give his best performance. After all, it wasn't like it would have any real ramifications. His eyes still closed, Zagan lifted his right hand and showed it to Lex. It was empty. Then, like a magician performing a trick, he swung his hand around, and in it, an oval-shaped, sharp, black scale appeared. This is my heart scale, meaning the scale that used to cover my heart. It fell out during my lightning tribulation, but a new one will grow once I complete my tribulation, so I don't really need it. You can use this scale as a token to prove your identity, and as a sign that you are acting at my behest. The scale should continue to contain my aura for at least another 10,000 years, so you only have that much time. But the scale alone will not help you. As a noble immortal, I naturally have many followers and worshippers. One particular follower of mine is quite adept at traversing great distances quickly, though he is not the most intelligent fellow. I will teach you how you can summon him using my scale, and so long as you possess my scale, he will obey you. Zagan paused for a moment as he collected himself, then began explaining to Lex the process of summoning his subordinate. Surprisingly, the sequence of events played out in the exact direction Lex had hoped. Although he had no idea, this was only because Zagan was under the impression that everything was an illusion, or he would have been extremely hesitant to hand over his heart scale. But as far as the monster was concerned, in truth, he really did have his heart scale, so he was not worried. Once Lex had everything he needed, as promised, he left Zagan alone to continue his tribulation. He hoped it would end soon, as such a powerful yet submissive worker would be very valuable to him. The issue he had to face next was who he could have work at his behest in the Crystal Realm. If he had not sent away his most reliable workers to the inn, he would definitely pick one of them. As it was, he could only delegate this task to Rick, the handyman of the tavern. Rich was in charge of miscellaneous work at the inn and could often be seen cleaning dishes, serving guests, making beds, dealing with laundry, and anything and everything else that came up. The only job he had not done yet was actually barkeep, which made sense. Roan, the actual bartender of the tavern, was quite possessive of the job. Anyway, Rick was a simple, straightforward worker. He did not talk much, nor did he do much else outside of his assigned tasks. For this particular job, such a person would be best. The more they paid close attention to Lex's instructions, the better this job would go. The only regretful point about him was his almost non-existent cultivation. Not delaying the matter further, he used his remote presence ability and summoned a projection in the tavern. Summoning Rick to a private room, Lex began to carefully instruct him in his following tasks. Just to be sure, he even had Rick repeat his instructions to ensure he had everything memorized correctly. When the instruction was complete, Lex handed over the scale to Rick and escorted him to the roof where they would begin to summon Zagan's subordinate. Considering Rick's lack of cultivation, he actually wasn't able to do this on his own, so Big Ben was temporarily recruited to aid in the process. Up on the roof, Big Ben channeled his spirit into the scale while using the spirit technique he had been handed over by his co-worker. The process was creepy to say the least and was reminiscent of cult rituals. Fortunately, no blood sacrifices were required. Once he completed his job, Big Ben retreated from the roof, leaving only Rick and Lex's projection. The duo stood there in awkward silence as they waited. Lex tried to strike up a conversation with Rick, but even his charisma failed to elicit more than one-word replies, so they ultimately once again returned to silence. A few hours passed, and just as Lex was getting impatient, he sensed a change in space. There was a ripple in the air, as if air were water, and from the ripple emerged a large catfish. The fish, which seemed to swim through the air, focused all its attention on the scale, and then froze. It neither looked at the two of them or tried to do anything else. It simply continued to stare at the scale, as if it was its entire world. Lex asked hesitantly as he looked at the simple-minded fish and straightforward Rick. "Yes," he replied, nodding, before he walked to the fish before discovering it was too high. He lowered the scale to the ground, and the fish similarly descended, its eyes still locked on. Then, without warning, Rick jumped up to try and climb the fish. Unfortunate, as the scale also rose higher when Rick jumped, so too did the fish rise, resulting in an awkward failure. Completely unperturbed, as if he had not just done something silly, Rick paused for a moment to think. Eventually, he slowly grabbed onto one of the fish's whiskers and pulled it down. The fish complied. Finally, he was able to climb aboard. So concerned was Lex that he did not even make any cowboy comparisons as Rick rode off into the sky on his catfish steed. His first destination would be to Toro, to whom he would show the invitation. That was because Toro was the closest Trolop around. Then, either accompanied or guided by Toro, they would head to the Trolop's sacred lands to deliver the letter to whichever Trolop was in charge. Upon delivering that letter, he would return to the tavern, during which time Lex would search for someone who could guide him to the Poloid's new country. Riding a monster fish that could swim through space, Rick should face no problems. So why then did Lex feel so worried? Chapter 692 Book Club, Bonus Chapter. Chapter 692 Book Club, Bonus Chapter. There was a crisp morning chill in the wind that blew in the midnight inn, cooled endlessly no doubt, while flowing gently over the untouched snow that covered much of its grounds. The wind felt invigorating rather than uncomfortable, and was even better than coffee at waking up someone who woke up from a nap. A clear, perfect crunch could be heard as a figure walked through one such untouched field, leaving behind deep but clear footprints. A few of the trees the figure passed were bare, and some showed a hint of green needle, like leaves topped with the white of snow. Most of the trees, though, were quite colorful. The trees with leaves of purple crystal had spread quite fast across the inn, and remarkably, changed colors with the season. Now, various shades of red, from deep scarlet to blood red, to the soft blend of hues occasionally found in the rising sun, dotted the endless inn grounds. The visage was quite picturesque. A figure garbed in all black moved across an ocean of white, with various colors around, some bunched together and some far apart, like an abstract painting of the cosmos. Parveen, who watched the figure get closer, took another sip of her extremely rich, smoldering hot chocolate. Her thoughts wandered like smoke through the wind, comparing the figure to everything from a solitary hero through a field of pure happiness, brought about from his own noble acts, to a desolate soldier, walking not through lands, but through his happy memories moments before he succumbed to the final embrace of death. As an avid reader and perpetual bookworm, she had an overactive imagination, and most of her social interactions usually involved her imagining her compatriots in various interesting scenarios. The dark figure asked in a gruff voice, unwrapping the gray scarf around his neck. He hated the cold, yet always found himself attracted to it for the pure bliss it delivered in terms of excellent naps. "A little," Parveen replied. "But don't worry." The dark figure made a sound to acknowledge the statement as he finally finished unwrapping the scarf. The dark, furry face of a Nico, or commonly known as a cat-human, was revealed. As it turned out, the figure was dark not only because of the dark clothes he had worn, but also all the black-colored hair his stocky build was covered in. "There are some new members, though. I told you the midnight and would be a good place," Parveen said absent-mindedly, her thoughts once again preoccupied with various scenarios as she fueled herself with more hot chocolate. "I will be the one to judge if there are any new members," Gladius, the Nico, said harshly. He was strangely strict in admitting new members, as he should be. After all, joining his book club was no simple matter. Silently, the duo retreated into a small clearing in the middle of a few dozen trees. It seemed as if the trees had protected this place from the snow, and somehow the chilly winds did not enter past the furthest tree, forming a safe haven from the elements. In the middle, there were a number of small huts, some simple log stools, and a burning campfire. Alongside the few dozen members of the book club, parrots and peacocks rested there, as if completely unafraid of the nearby gathering. "You've finally arrived," said a monkey who was seated nearby, a pair of hipster glasses resting on its nose as it read an incredibly thick book. Even as the monkey talked, he could not look away, as if the story he was reading had gripped his very soul. "Keep reading your dictionary and don't talk to me," said Gladius, completely irritated by this member who never seemed to read the correct book. The monkey, as if unable to detect the irritation in the voice, said, "I most definitely will," while murmuring as he tried to pronounce the new word it was reading. "Be nice," said another member, who similarly had her eyes locked onto her book. She was a demon, a zombie to be exact, who had somehow retained the consciousness of her body before she became a zombie, having lost almost all of her senses except the desire to eat meat filled with spiritual energy, preferably raw. She now took all her pleasures from reading. "I don't want instructions from someone reading the manual for a squatting toilet," murmured Gladius, but not too loudly. For better or for worse, the zombie was pretty powerful, and he didn't want to antagonize her. Asked another new potential member, excitement bubbling out from every corner of his being. "How did you discover such excellent books?" This member was one of the spirits who had survived death by giving up his entire wealth, and now lived permanently at the inn. It was only in death did he have the time to discover the wonder of books, and he did not want to miss out on a single one. Gladius interacted with each of the members, or prospective members, before he finally made it to his designated seat in the center. All the others also found their seats, and a hush fell over the area as eager eyes all focused on Gladius. For many here, the book club was the main source of social interaction, but even for the rest, it was the one they looked forward to most. After all, it was so hard to find like-minded people, let alone an entire club full of various races all dedicated to and in love with the same thing. Gladius cleared his throat loudly, as if attracting everyone's attention, though that was unnecessary. "We have some prospective members here, so let me go over the rules of the Catnip Book Club, CBC. We meet once a week, though attendance every week is not exactly necessary. However, if someone misses 4 consecutive meetings, they will be considered removed from the club until further notice. Each week, I provide a list of reading materials. There is one main focus, which we will discuss the following week, and several suggestions that members can discuss amongst themselves. Gladius spent a good amount of time explaining the rules, his posture perfect and his voice loud and clear, as if declaring that he was the one in charge. No one really contested his position, because not only did he recommend excellent books, everyone loved to play with his incredibly silky and soft hair. He was the perfect reading companion. Once he was done explaining the rules, he opened his satchel and from within removed a massive book with an extremely colorful cover, depicting a magnificent hero wielding his sword, ready to take on a universe, and behind him his endless wives. The title of the book, Ultimate King Emperor, All the Gods Call Me Daddy. Gladius paused for a moment to glare at Perveen, the oldest member of his book club, before he continued, and it was definitely a unique read. As much as I pride myself as a quick reader, I was only able to read the first 31,000 chapters during this past week. His voice trembled again. One by one, the members only said what chapter they had reached, though at some point Gladius became distracted. A notification grabbed his attention. New notification. Congratulations on gathering 50 members for the Catnip Book Club and unlocking the achievement, the Budding Book Club. Reward. The haunted bookmark excited, Gladius began investigating his new reward and began checking out the new features of his Book Readers Club system. At the same time, he received a new quest as well. New quest. As a budding book club, you should also begin to develop a collection of rare and valuable books to show off your achievements. Find a signed copy of the comic, The Innkeeper Volume 3 Love is an Ocean of Fire, and I Am the Lifeguard by author Rachel. Gladius could not keep himself from grinning, though his members mistook his actions as a reaction to the amount of progress they had made in their reading and felt highly motivated. The reason he was smiling was because he had heard a rumor that a signed copy of that exact comic would secretly be auctioned deep underground in the reading circles of the Midnight Inn. The one who told him this rumor was his good friend Velma, and she always had good information, so he trusted her deeply. Soon, he could see his book club growing even further. Without realizing it, Gladius began to purr. Chapter 693 Time Skip. Chapter 693 Time Skip. Despite Lex's concerns, Rick ended up performing his job well. It helped tremendously that accompanying him was an incredibly strong monster with almost no intelligence at all. The reason why it was almost no intelligence instead of actually none was because he was smart enough to suppress his base instincts to attack mindlessly while in the presence of the aura of its leader. Moreover, with Toro as a guide, and the awesome might radiating from the invitation, an exception was made and Rick was allowed to enter the Trolop sacred lands. Moreover, they even promised to help out in delivering the letter to the Poloids. With his major troubles taken care of, Lex slowly took a back seat and allowed things to progress naturally. With Ash coordinating well with the Phillips family, let alone the tavern, all of Babylon was getting ready for the wedding. The resources of the Midnight Inn also came into play. Spending a mere 100,000 MP was not an issue for the Noel family or the Phillips family. So both the bride and groom soon reached prestige level 3, which allowed them to avail the services of Jeeves, the tailor. The guild was, of course, also made use of, and various items that were not easily available in the Crystal Realm were being exchanged nonstop. Due to the sudden increase in wedding-related activity, word finally spread at the inn that some of the guests coming were from a different realm entirely. When that news spread, there were mixed reactions. Most people did not care. A majority of them would never even leave their home planets, let alone things such as star systems, galaxies, or even realms. Why then should such a thing matter to them? Someone from another realm was just as much out of reach for them as someone from another planet. Others, however, did not react so simply. Since this time, the Henali were already keeping an eye on the inn, they noticed immediately, and yet another emergency meeting was held about how to react. Bringing in citizens from another realm, while bypassing the Henali protocols, was a severe transgression. Of course, Lex did not know about that, and there wasn't much he could do about it either. Lately, he had been spending all his time in the library or inside the Henali portal, studying. He was looking up anything and everything, so as to increase his general knowledge. Of course, if certain things caught his eye, he would pause his general study and focus solely on that topic. For example, he found the similarity between talismans, formations, arrays, and techniques, spiritual or otherwise, quite interesting. While arrays solely relied on the characters and energy to bring about various effects, formations, talismans, and techniques all could reproduce the same effects. Of course, the potency and power that was released by each, assuming all related things were on the same level, was vastly different. Take, for example, an array that produced fire strong enough to harm a foundation-level cultivator. A formation that only used materials and resources at the foundation level would be able to produce a much stronger flame. A talisman would produce a flame stronger than an array, but weaker than a formation. It could be used instantly, but the resources required to make it may be more difficult to find. A spiritual technique could produce a flame that was either weaker or stronger, and the cost would depend entirely on the technique as well as the cultivator using it. While each had their own advantages and disadvantages, Lex was intrigued by the fact that each one could replace another, to some degree at least. The fact that talismans could be prepared beforehand was actually quite enticing, and Lex almost considered delving into it as well. But, for now at least, he did not have time to take up a new discipline. While he did not attempt learning anything entirely new, he delved in deep into the capabilities and limitations of everything new he encountered. For example, he was most intrigued by how the major powers got around the language barrier of different planets and races. When he found out it was often through techniques or technology, he studied about them in great detail, as well as the concepts behind them. But he did not study those techniques themselves. Speaking of techniques, as the days went by and slowly turned into weeks, and Lex waited in anticipation for the wedding, he also took some time to study various techniques. His focus, up until now, had always been combat-oriented. It was only once he began to explore other avenues that he realized how much he was really missing out on. There were techniques to help in singing. There were techniques for skincare. There were techniques for art, for calligraphy, for better sleep, for body odor, and so much more. There was a technique that allowed Lex to copy every video game character in history and double jump, meaning he could jump once more while already in the air. There were extremely intriguing illusion techniques that attracted his interest for the endless applications that they had. There were techniques that could be used in aid in farming and cattle raising. Fishing, incidentally, was also an area which seemed to have an endless number of techniques. Since Lex was looking at relatively low-level techniques, such as the Foundation realm and below, it was easy for him to quickly master the techniques if he really wished. The area that Lex had been neglecting most, but should have been an obvious first choice of techniques, or at least second, was healing and medicinal techniques. While most techniques that he encountered were focused on simple ailments and diseases, there were some that could be used to heal others. For himself, Lex already had the most ideal techniques which boosted his healing while he slept. But being able to easily diagnose or perhaps treat others, even if it was emergency aid, was not something to be overlooked. During this time, while he occupied himself with his studies and overlooked the inn, as the wedding got even closer, he was once again asked for help by Alexander. Since he wasn't rushing anywhere, and things seemed to be going well, he decided to pop over and help. There was still a little over 2 weeks to the wedding, so he didn't think it was an issue. He was also determined to continue thinking this way until one day he proved that death flags weren't a thing, and he wasn't inviting trouble for himself just by thinking about it. It just didn't make sense. He had to be right. He had to be. When he teleported over to Pol Bitvi, he was greeted with the sight of an extremely worn-out Alexander. He did not look weak or injured, but just extremely sleep-deprived, which was not an easy state to achieve at his cultivation level. "You look horrible," Lex said, not bothering to feign courtesy. "All-out war has broken out on the planet," Alexander answered. "Only areas protected directly by Jotun are safe. We're almost 100% certain that the war is being instigated by the organization backing Jeffrey." Lex's smile faded as he looked at Alexander seriously. He once again reminded himself that he could not be the hero to every suffering person in the universe. He knew this the day he inherited the inn, but it wasn't as if he would ignore a friend in need. He asked seriously, Alexander rubbed his forehead as he suppressed a headache and motioned Lex to follow him as he walked into a briefing room. "The crown you gave me has really helped out," Alexander stated. "I've been studying all the data we have and all our leads, and I believe I've discovered something. The reason Jeffrey is on this planet is because he wants to target some VIP. That much we've been able to confirm." "What is a VIP?" "To a villager, the village head is a VIP. To the village head, the mayor of a city is a VIP. To the mayor, a provincial governor is a VIP. And to the governor, it is the king. So who is a VIP to a terrorist organization capable of orchestrating chaos across an entire galaxy? My team lead, Valkyrie, seems to think it is the family head of the family which controls this star system. But I don't think so. There's nothing too great about this star system that would get them to target it specifically. Why then should they care about the family head? Sure, they might spread more chaos and mayhem, but I feel like it's a waste of resources. The ramifications of war here aren't great, since this planet has suffered through so many wars in its recent history. No, I think something else is afoot, and that we haven't identified the real VIP who is the target yet." Chapter 694 Investigation. Lex asked once again. All the tales Alexander shared were incredibly grave and quite concerning. Since they both were technically citizens of the Jotun Empire, any disruption to the Empire, especially by terrorists, should have been a grave concern for both of them. For Alexander, it surely was. But for Lex, who was preparing to leave the Origin Realm, this was more or less just one more war he was avoiding. Living and owning an entirely separate realm freed him from so many restraints. And though he might have been called irresponsible for running away from the war on Earth, and now being mostly uninterested in the deteriorating situation in the Empire, he was truly looking out for his own. Lex was not responsible for Earth, but was definitely responsible for the Midnight Inn, so that was always his priority. Still, helping out Alexander, so long as it was within his capabilities, was something he intended on doing. It was not just because he could potentially profit in the future if Alexander continued his meteorical growth. It was also because there were few people left who he, with his identity of Lex, could call friends and still relate and associate with. Although he had many identities, he never forgot that at the end of the day, he was still Lex. "I need your help in conducting an investigation. I have some leads that could possibly reveal Jeffrey's plan. The problem is, I'm fairly certain my identity is more or less compromised, and I don't know how much I could trust my teammates, even if their identities somehow weren't compromised either. Even if I can trust them, they don't really believe me, so I doubt they'd be willing to help. I don't have much experience as a detective besides what I've seen on television, but I'll do what I can. I just want to remind you, however, that I still have my own matters ongoing." Alexander grimaced. He wanted to question Lex on the grounds of morality. What could possibly be more important than preventing even more death and bloodshed? But he did not have the right to ask. After all, Lex was willing to help him out without any form of compensation, for now at least. He cannot be blamed for giving priority to his own matters. Sometimes ignorance can be good. If you have the formal training of a detective, your means may more easily arouse suspicion. Instead, if you snoop around like an amateur, no one will take you seriously even if you are discovered. Moving on, as if he had not just called Lex an amateur, Alexander turned on a screen which showed an extensively detailed map of their surroundings. The center of the map showed the area governed by the Jotun Empire, which was shaded in green. The rest of the map was divided in two, either shaded blue or red. The blue areas are occupied by the official owners of this star system, while the red ones indicate areas where the rebels have managed to capture. Don't let the colors or titles fool you. Both sides in this conflict are equally cruel and merciless, but that is not our concern for now. The terrorists don't seem to be supporting any one side in particular, and act independently where they can spread the most chaos. But I don't believe they can achieve all this without any ground support either. Your first target is here, in the refugee camp set up by the rebels. One of the leaders of the camp, which also doubles as a siege fortress, is someone who is highly suspicious. He has coincidentally benefited greatly from multiple terrorist attacks, which, in one way or another, greatly aided covert operations he happened to be conducting at the time. I'll pass all the relevant information to you about the rebels as well as the nominal owners of this star system, so you get a better understanding of the conflict. What you're looking out for. The two spent many hours in the room as Alexander thoroughly briefed Lex on the situation. If anything unexpected were to happen while he was investigating, he would need a comprehensive understanding of things if he was to make the best decision. In an ominously dark yet bare room sat 5 figures on the floor, hunched over a mound of glowing embers. The room was not cold, and the embers did not radiate heat, so the sight was unusual. The silence in the room was deafening and was filled with an aura of oppression. Each of the 5 men had their gazes fixed on the orange, glowing coal, as if looking at it was the only salvation they had in that muted room. Let alone look away. They did not even dare to breathe, as if the rising and falling of their chests would break the careful equilibrium that had been established. Everything in that room was perfectly still. Everything except for time. Nothing they did could stop the merciless march of time. And so, even without any external stimulus, the serenity of the room was eventually broken. A deep, reverberating sigh filled the room as Jotun Marcus Sephor could no longer ignore the harsh reality that was confronting them. All the brothers knew it, but none wanted to face it. The true severity of the chaos spreading through their empire was something only they, from the very top, could see. One simple metric through which the severity of the situation could be determined was the economic output of their empire. Overall, the empire's ability to generate wealth from its vast resources had diminished by 1%. This 1% could not be underestimated, for it encapsulated the resources of over 20 galaxies. Jotun himself could not cover the area covered by so many galaxies, let alone the distance between each galaxy itself, even if he lived for 1 million more years. It was only through the use of techniques and technology that such a thing was possible. More importantly, as one of the most favored agents of the Henali, they had relied heavily on the help of the Henali in establishing and running the empire. While they never acted themselves in the matter, the resources they had could manage the entire realm, let alone a few galaxies, so it should not have been a problem. Now that there was a problem, it was an indication of a much larger issue. While Jotun was not qualified to comment on the activities of the Henali, as a human and as an emperor, he had to consider all possibilities and look out for the best interest of his people. An issue with the governance of the empire, which relied heavily on the logistical and technological aid of the Henali, most likely meant that there was an issue with the Henali themselves. Whether they were aware of it or not, and whether they were doing something about it or not were all things they were not in a position to guess. Since no one wants to say it, I will. Our family has survived the turbulence of one chaotic realm, so another is not a problem. What we need to do now is decide on how to move should the situation deteriorate in the future. William, who looked identical to Lex, could not help but sigh. In the end, he could not hide from his responsibilities. If you need me to use gelid anima to its full capacity, we will need to cure my disease first. Make a list of the items you need. I will see if the Midnight Inn or the Infinity Emporium can help us find the items. If they can't, I'll have no choice but to redeem them from the Henali. As if he was already prepared, William handed Jotun a long list filled with names of exceedingly rare items. Blood of a heavenly deity, petulant grass, which only grew on the surfaces of a few massive stars, and absolute crystal, a kind of ice that was colder than the supposed absolute zero, were just some of the items listed on the list. Until that is done, I'll at least start using a diminished version of my ability, William said, talking more to himself than the others. Instantly, he entered a state quite similar to Lex's flow state, yet somehow different, and began muttering. We need to cut ties with rebel forces, allow heavy casualties to those who don't align themselves properly, fan the flames for pirates in the territories we give up. Just like that, with every word he spoke, the lives of hundreds of billions of creatures were condemned. Chapter 695 Background. Chapter 695 Background dressed in the local attire of Pol Bitvi, which looked awfully similar to the Arabic throwback from Earth, Lex was casually strolling through some hills. Since he was supposed to be conducting an investigation, it was obvious that he needed a local identity and cover. Fortunately, the rebels did not have a comprehensive list of the citizens in the areas under their control, so making up an identity was not really much of an issue. All Lex needed to do was memorize some information about his place of origin and pick up some general information about the planet. Then he just needed a good explanation for his whereabouts during the most recent conflicts. Alexander had already taken care of all of that and just provided Lex with a dossier that he had just memorized. Moreover, he had been smuggled into the rebel territory and then dropped off. Now, all he needed to do was make his way to the refugee camp, and then he could slowly begin his investigation. Despite the utter seriousness of the matter at hand, Lex was actually having a lot of fun. Dressed in a foreign and exotic way, he was undertaking a covert mission with a secret identity. He had to investigate conspirators and unveil the grand design behind all the chaos that was spreading across the planet. He felt like he was in a detective show. Or, if he went by the standards of the books he read, he was acting as a member of Jianghu. Out in the wilderness, with nothing to rely on but his own strength and abilities, he sought to bring change through the consequences of his actions. It felt like an adventure. Sure, there had been no shortage of adventures in his life before this either, but back then, he was always too weak to focus on enjoyment. Now at least, he knew it wasn't so easy for him to die. That self-confidence allowed him to take pleasure in even the simple things during this adventure. He walked through changing sceneries, taking in the beauty and harmony of nature. The landscape, even here far from habitation, showed signs of war and combat. Long and deep ugly scars marred the topographies he crossed, though admittedly the wounds to the lands were healing. Grasses and various trees had begun to grow in them, or natural lakes had formed filling them. Soon, it would be forgotten that a brutal war had been fought here, only if the actual war eventually finished. After traveling as such for nearly a day, Lex eventually reached his destination, a massive fort built directly into the side of a particularly large hill. All the greenery from that particular hill had been removed, as anyone approaching the hill would be easily identified from far away. This for Lex was not an issue, as there were lines of people coming in and going out. As if it was something he did all the time, Lex joined the line to enter the fort quite casually. There was a noticeable difference in the demeanor of the locals and of Lex. More specifically, all the people around him seemed worn and beaten, or as if they were undergoing some incredible trial that put an immense amount of mental strain on them. Lex, on the other hand, looked like he was having a great day and was out for a stroll in the lovely weather. Not only were his clothes noticeably cleaner and newer, but even the aura near his person was fresh and invigorating. Standing out like this might not have been the best idea, as it would prompt an investigation, but that was something Lex had opted for, and specifically told Alexander to tailor his cover story accordingly. The cover he had was of someone who had just come out of a cultivation retreat. He would claim to be cultivating in a secret location for his breakthrough into the Golden Core realm. His realm was new enough for that to be a convincing ploy. The sense of energy and his good mood could also be explained from his recent breakthrough, not to mention that he would have missed out on all the fighting due to the fact that he was in retreat. By having himself investigated beforehand, he was creating a psychological barrier where anyone who would be curious about him would directly turn to the most recent report on him. Since he had already been investigated once, no one would think to look into his past again and more deeply. Of course, if Lex did something too suspicious, someone might want a more thorough report. This was where Lex's own planning fell short, mostly because the time he spent in the cultivation world was still too short. Even though he had been increasing his general knowledge, it was not as if he had a specific curriculum to follow, so he could only grope about randomly. At higher levels, which he was now reaching, background search and investigations were not limited to the simple clue and hint hunting followed by reasonable and logical deduction. More mystical aspects came into play, such as divination, auguring, and the use of various other investigative techniques. For the most part, Alexander took care of such things, as the Jotun Empire already had many mechanisms in place to counter such methods. but the tools at their disposal were ultimately limited. He was warned that a more thorough or skilled search would overcome their means. He especially told Lex never to let anyone get a hold of his blood, and in fact hinted that Lex should learn a technique that would automatically destroy any blood that fell out of his body. This was because if someone had his blood, it would make Lex vulnerable and not just a simple investigation. But regardless, for now, Lex had his identity in place and was not concerned about a simple search. As predicted, when he reached the gate, the guards singled him out and called him aside for further questioning. At the same time, countless machines and formations scanned him. Alexander had already briefed him on the use of these procedures. He was mainly being checked for dangerous weapons or any connection to the tyrant rulers and the rebels labeled them. Though his smiling face drew a lot of suspicion, he ultimately passed all the tests and was allowed to proceed. He knew that he would probably be followed for a while, and that his previous claims were probably being investigated. That is why he would not begin his own search immediately, either. His objective was not one that could be rushed, and first Lex had to immerse himself in the local environment. If he had been a true refugee, he would have headed towards the free housing, thus effectively turning himself over to the rebels' disposal. But he was not one, nor did his cover claim him as one. Thus, he made his way to a local inn and got himself a room, paying for his stay in advance. He ordered himself some food, and in the meantime, made small talk with some locals as he understood the situation in the area. His questions weren't targeting anyone specifically, and seemed perfectly in line with the curiosity of someone who had moved to the fortress for the foreseeable future. Questions like how safe the fortress really was, and what were the chances of being pulled into a draft if he stayed in the camp. The situation, predictably, was not so great as the rebel and official forces fought nearly every day. There was no way to promise that the fight wouldn't be dragged over to the fortress. And in fact, it was even likely as the whole point of the fortress was to provide protection. Of course, he didn't actually care about that. By asking these questions, he was indirectly gathering information on the situation. Whether there would be drafts or not depended on the strength and numbers of the rebels, and whether they would be involved in a fight told whether the rebels were attacking or defending as the current trend. From this information, he could roughly guess the actions of the rebel leaders or make certain predictions. The more detailed information he had, the more accurate his predictions would be. Thus, it was when certain actions fell completely out of the scope of his predictions hinted that there was some information he lacked, and that would be the direction of his search initially. Just recently he had played the role of a king, so he had a good understanding of the mentality of leaders. Now, he could use that to his advantage and guess reasonably what the general trend was. Of course, he could also try to create some disruptions to create opportunities for closer observation. For the sake of it, he began planning out how he could theoretically topple the rebels from the inside. But when his plans started to take shape, and it began feeling like it was entirely plausible, he had to suddenly stop himself. I am not some secret villain, he reminded himself as he wiped the imaginary sweat off his brow. He really believed he was the good guy, so why then did the prospect of playing with the rebels to death excite him so much? Chapter 696 Anomalies and Oddities. Chapter 696 Anomalies and Oddities. Lex quickly realigned his mentality with his normal thoughts and vanquished any lingering impulses to manipulate everyone into self-destruction. As a mortal, his random yet dangerous impulsive thoughts were along the lines of leaping off when at high place, putting his hand into a beautiful fire, or maybe walking into ongoing traffic. These were, of course, things he did not actually want to do, but random thoughts that would pop into his mind from time to time. But now, as a cultivator, his random yet dangerous impulsive thoughts involved toppling organizations and manipulating the masses. Of course, there was still the odd impulse to walk into ongoing traffic, but even that was now more dangerous to those in cars than himself. Truly having power changes a man. With his thoughts returning to normalcy, Lex went out for a stroll after the meal to familiarize himself with the fort. The entire fort covered around 40 acres, so it was quite large, but Lex soon found that the places he could go were very limited. There was the tent housing for the refugees, a small town which housed the locals who lived inside the fort permanently. Basically, it was where the workers and soldiers normally stationed inside the fort lived. That is also where Lex was staying, since it also had the local tavern, grocery stores, various trade workers, and all in all anything involving one's general needs. Besides that, there were some free areas where one could explore or walk, but everywhere else was restricted, allowing only authorized personnel. Besides the normal amount of curiosity, Lex did not pay much attention to those places, as if they weren't of any consequence to him. Eventually, Lex made his way to the local apothecary and bought some pills to help him stabilize his new realm, and made some friendly conversation with the guy as well. His shop was the busiest, which was predictable given it was a time of war. But he did not spend too much time there, and eventually returned to his room and began to cultivate. He spent the next few days maintaining an ordinary routine, while slowly building a relationship with the locals and gathering information covertly to the best of his abilities. One night, while Lex was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes as a gleam flashed through them. Whoever was spying or monitoring him had left, and he had passed the initial stage where everyone suspected him. Now, he could truly begin his investigation. But he didn't act immediately and continued to cultivate. In the morning, the first thing he did was reflect on all the information he had gathered. The target Alexander wanted him to investigate was called Fernando, and while he was not the highest authority in the fort, he was up there. As such, learning his whereabouts from the common folk was nigh impossible. But even if he did, Lex did not plan on sneaking to him and following him around anyway. Lex did not have the stealth capabilities for that, nor would that be helpful. Lex's greatest tool at his disposal were his abnormally sharp senses. From the comfort of his room, he focused on the thought of discovering the abnormalities in the fort, and then allowed his instincts to take over. To his great surprise, he immediately discovered not one or two, but three extremely significant abnormalities. While two of them were inside the fort, deep within the restricted areas, one of them was at the fort wall. Lex frowned. Unlike the forts of mortals, forts used by cultivators had hidden complexities that were the real reason forts could be used as strongholds. The walls would not only be much stronger than that of normal forts, but would also mark the edges of the protective formation in place and protect its vulnerable parts. As such, not only were walls kept well repaired, they were frequently monitored and checked in case an issue with the formation should appear. This was what he had recently learned. So how could an abnormality appear on the wall? It was unlikely that this had anything to do with the motives of the terrorists, but it could still be a lead of some kind. Who knew if the terrorists weren't pretending to support Fernando, only to fatten him up and then reap the rewards when they were ready? The foundations of the rebels' hold on this entire territory rest in the steadiness of the fort. If it was compromised, this would soon become another spot of heated conflict. With many possibilities arising from this abnormality, Lex decided to scrutinize it first. It also helped that it was the easiest to access. If Fenrir would finish his task in the tower, then such investigations would be much easier. But since he was still busy, Lex had to make do. He exited the tavern, extending casual greetings to some of the regulars he saw on the way. As if all was normal, he embarked on his daily stroll through the fort. More than once he had shared with his most recent acquaintances that walking around helps him clear his mind since he had spent so long in retreat. As such, many people had become accustomed to his roaming. He followed the path he usually took on his strolls, which allowed him to cover all the areas which did not require special clearance. When he encountered something unexpected, among the droves of people he crossed, he suddenly passed someone who was awfully familiar to him, so that he was sure they had met, but he could not recognize her. Ordinarily, this was a normal thing. In fact, Lex often forgot people after meeting them, leading to awkward encounters later. Yet with how his memory had improved after cultivating, this was no longer an issue. He could always perfectly recognize people, yet this time he failed. If it weren't for his instincts confirming that he had just crossed someone familiar, he would think that he was imagining things. Unwilling to draw attention to himself, he turned and glanced at the person who had crossed him. It was a lady, as far as he could tell, though he could see none of her features from the back as she was garbed in the conservative clothes that were the norm on Polbitvi. Beside her, though, were two kids that Lex recognized. He had seen them the first time he had arrived on Polbitvi, and they had been staying in the room adjacent to him. He tried to imagine what kids who could live in the protected area of Jotun would be doing in the rebel refugee fort. The instance was too mundane, and he did not find anything suspicious about it other than the fact that he did not recognize the woman. Still, he took note of it and made a mental note to remember that they may be somehow involved in this messy situation. But since he felt no threat from them, and his instincts noted nothing else of interest other than their familiarity, he decided to stick to his plan. But the portion of the wall he needed to investigate was a part of the restricted areas, so to access it he had to do so from the outside. He exited the fort and seemed to head in some far-off direction. Once he was out of sight, he immediately picked up speed and began running in a different direction. After spending 20 minutes running to and fro, Lex felt confident that he was no longer being supervised or followed. Although he did not sense any followers even beforehand, he had enough spy books to know one was always supposed to ensure they were not being followed. Then, finally, he stealthily made his way back to the fort. Although Lex was not adept in stealth, he still tried his best as he approached the wall. Since the hill was bare, there was no way he could merely walk up without being noticed, so he cast an illusion technique around himself to make him blend in with the scenery. Such a technique would not survive close scrutiny, but fortunately Lex did not plan on coming too close to the wall. Once he was halfway up the wall, he used the in-law effect to directly teleport to the place he felt an anomaly. Aware of his own shortcomings in this field, he did not try to devise an unnecessarily complex plan. Instead, he relied completely on his instincts to guide him and let him know where and when to teleport. Although he felt relying solely on his instincts was not the best practice, sometimes he would have to make do. When he reappeared, he was inside a dark and narrow tunnel directly below the wall. Unlike what one would expect, this was not a service tunnel used to maintain the formations. Instead, it was a tunnel dug right through the dirt and stone below the wall, and it was filled with unmarked wooden barrels. Sans signe extrême danger, Lex froze. Chapter 697 Injured. Chapter 697 Injured. The extreme and sharp sensation of mortal peril gripped Lex's heart, causing him to freeze lest a single movement provoke an irredeemable accident. Let alone move, he even halted his breathing and subdued his own heartbeat so that his presence would cause menial changes to the environment. For the first time in a long, long time, Lex felt the scent of death surrounding him. Whatever was in those barrels was exceedingly dangerous, and even the slightest exposure would outright kill him. There would be no steady decline, no time for retreat and treatment. It would be instant death. At least, that is what his instincts were telling him. In fact, even sealed in those unassuming wooden barrels, whatever was inside seemed to be affecting Lex's health already. He felt his stomach lurch and grumble, and an unbearable pain began to develop in his lungs. But while the situation had suddenly turned extreme, Lex did not allow his thoughts to fall into disarray, nor did he panic. Calmly, as if he was in no jeopardy at all, he assessed the situation. Other than the overseer from the Jotun Empire and the head of the family controlling Polbitvi, there should be no Earth immortals on the planet at all. Even then, both those immortals were restricted from freely displaying their power. As such, the general peak of this planet was considered the nascent realm. The fort, correspondingly, should also be of the nascent realm, with formations, spirit tech, and other treasures to ensure security. If that was the case, Lex was absolutely sure that whatever was in these barrels was overkill. If the purpose of whoever prepared this trap was merely to destroy the fortress walls, he need not prepare such a deadly weapon. If this was meant to destroy the whole fortress and not just the wall, Lex still felt like it was too much. There had to be some other purpose behind this tunnel. Unable to gain any significant information, Lex used his spatial bangle and put on his fancy contact lenses in hopes that its database had some information. To his pleasant surprise, it was able to reveal something to him, though it was not as much information as he had hoped. It had identified the wood used to make the barrels as voidwood. Voidwood, according to the lens's elaboration, was a generic term used for any kind of wood gained from trees that grew in the vacuum of space. The most common kind of wood was from a species of trees that flew on comets and meteors and was resistant to high temperatures and radiation. This kind of wood was extremely resilient and was often used to store extremely hazardous materials, as it could even prevent the permeation of higher forms of spiritual energy. Which specific kind of tree this wood was from was not mentioned, as the lenses could not detect it. If the specific tree was determined, then Lex could accurately gauge the danger level of this substance contained in the barrels, as the wood from different trees had differing resilience. For a moment, he considered daring to take one of the barrels with him. If he stored it in his spatial bangle, it should stay safe, right? That way he could transport it to be identified later. But he ultimately decided against it. Spatial equipment all contained a small, relatively stable space in which items could be stored. But relatively stable was not the same as completely stable, or else even living beings would be able to enter spatial equipment. Endless thoughts were running through his mind as he considered and discarded one plan after another, when he realized something. His left eye's ability, which he had gotten so used to ignoring, picked up on something. Yet as exactly 1 second passed, Lex felt the urge to cough. He suppressed it to the best of his abilities, but he could feel the sensation building up like a volcano. With his health deteriorating fast, Lex decided to withdraw as quickly as possible. Once again, he used the in-law effect and teleported away. Since he no longer needed precision in his teleportation, he teleported far away from the hill, so he no longer needed to concern himself with hiding. Finally, he allowed himself to cough, but that brought only pain instead of relief. He merely coughed out some blood at first, but then the situation only got worse until he felt something rip inside his chest, and he coughed out a piece of his lung. For a moment, the gruesome sight of his innards haunted him, until the sigh became even more horrific. All the blood he had coughed out turned green, and the piece of his lung began to rot right before his eyes. In seconds, nothing was left except for ash. Fortunately, the feeling of illness faded, and Lex no longer needed to cough. He felt weak, as if all the energy in his body had been drained in the fight against some disease. Whatever was going on, it was a lot more dangerous than Lex had assumed. Only a few days ago, he was walking freely and confidently, thinking that he would not be hurt so easily, and yet today he nearly died inexplicably. He recalled what he had seen from his left eye. Some green particles were escaping from the barrels, yet neither his normal eyesight, his spirit sense, or the contact lenses had been able to detect them. But the source of his sickness made sense at least. He looked down once more at the place he had coughed out his lung. There was nothing left, or he might have tried to bring it with him so that the cause could be diagnosed. Lex checked his surroundings and made his way to a relatively hidden place in the wilderness before teleporting back to the Midnight Inn. While he had promised to help Alexander, he also needed to ensure he was in good health for the upcoming wedding. If all went well, he would once again resume his investigation after the wedding was over. Moreover, he and Alexander had an agreement. Alexander would check in at the inn every 20 hours in case Lex needed to make an emergency report. This way they could easily communicate without carrying any communication talismans or devices, which if discovered could cause problems. As soon as he arrived at the inn, Lex informed Mary to deliver his message to Alexander while he himself teleported to a recovery pod. To Alexander, he had not mentioned much, and instead asked him to find Lex in the pod so they could talk face to face. His investigation had been short-lived and not so exciting, but at least he discovered something that might be useful. He also checked his own status to see if the inn could provide some information on his condition. Unfortunately, other than mentioning that he had an injured lung, it mentioned nothing else. With not much else to do, he lay down in the pod and went to sleep. Since he had a technique that would boost his recovery while he slept, this would be the best way to spend his time. Sleep came to him instantly. It felt as if only a bare moment had passed, and Lex had only just closed his eyes when he was roused to the sight of an anxious Alexander standing above him. Alexander asked, imagining the worst, "Were you discovered?" "Nothing of the sort, though I don't know if that's good or bad," he said weakly. He was not sure how long he slept, but his recovery had barely begun. He still felt weak and exhausted, and in fact his body felt almost frail now. Perhaps earlier it was the adrenaline from the situation that kept Lex from feeling the full extent of his injuries. Lex explained exactly what had happened, giving special emphasis to the only two matters worth regaling. The first was the mysterious woman, and the second was the incredibly dangerous and hazardous material stored under the wall. If Lex had to venture a guess, he would say that those materials were prepared to target an immortal at the very least. Since his condition was so serious, even without any actual exposure, he couldn't even begin to guess how deadly the actual stuff was. Alexander frowned. This was not exactly what he hoped Lex would find, but at least it was a start. While keeping your identity a secret, I'll share your report of the hazardous materials under the wall. If they truly are dangerous even to immortals, then we have to approach without arousing any attention. We cannot just go ahead and start digging, lest the culprit detonate it beforehand. I'll update you on any progress we make. It'll have to wait a bit, informed Lex. With the wedding so close now, guests had already started to arrive in Babylon, and pre-wedding events had already begun. It was time he turned his attention to his most important quest yet. Chapter 698, Rousing from Slumber. Chapter 698, Rousing from Slumber. 5 days before the wedding, Lex was woken up from his slumber by Mary, who had been instructed by Lex to do so. To his dismay, upon waking, he did not feel reinvigorated and refreshed. Instead, the dull pain in his chest indicated his injury to his lung was still persistent. While the feeling of exhaustion was greatly relieved, it was not at the level he had hoped. Was it too much to ask for to heal completely to full health and strength after an encounter in a quick and concise manner? After all, video game characters did it so often. Why couldn't reality be as convenient? Shaking his head, Lex slowly got out of his recovery pod. In truth, he knew his thoughts were a tad unreasonable. This was a flaw of his spirit being merged with his body. Whenever he suffered a wound, it would affect his spirit as well. With a compromised spirit, it was natural that Lex had odd or unusual thoughts. The matter was not too serious, and would only become a serious hindrance if his wounds were drastically greater than they were now. While he recovered from his drowsiness, Lex reflected on his short period of acting as a spy. In his own opinion, his performance was subpar. It seems he had become too relaxed lately. He seriously needed to upgrade his repertoire of techniques. Sure, it was understandable that offensive techniques would be a weak point for him, but was it too much to ask for to have completely unsurpassed stealth skills, investigative skills, limitless knowledge on all matters he might encounter, and other useful techniques? It seemed that Lex was suddenly feeling dissatisfied with evisceration. His remarkable versatility due to his mastery of arrays, his unsurpassed defenses, and potentially limitless options to accumulate various techniques. Or perhaps it was the knowledge that the pup Fenrir surpassed him in stealth that was truly irritating him in his mentally vulnerable state. Stifling a yawn, Lex got up and stretched his arms far apart as he loosened his body up. For a moment, he wondered if he should go back to that tower the Jotun Empire was protecting. Passing a few more levels should help him grow, right? Ultimately, he decided to do so later. No matter how random his thoughts were, he knew that he had to prioritize the wedding. He asked, even as he teleported to his office, Alexander deliver a message. Initially, there were some issues convincing his team to get involved in the matter you discovered. No one wanted to get their hands dirty with the war. Eventually, though, they relented and investigated. So far, there has been no concrete discovery. For anyone who has entered the chamber under the wall has lost contact, without exception. Lex frowned, but did not comment. Besides that, for now, there is nothing too major. There are a few applications from several guests who wish to hold some events at the inn that you need to review. The most significant one, at least for what I can tell, is the one being hosted by Vera Joel. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity and looked at the application. The event was planned for a couple of months later. The curious thing was that to attend the event, an attendee would need to first deliver the correct password. Yet the marketing for the event, as well as the password, were only to be published a day after the event was already over. He supposed only those who were able to divine out the event beforehand could attend, thereby automatically proving their abilities. There were a few more events that guests had applied to host at the inn, but none were as interesting. They mostly included birthday parties, weddings, and the like. He approved them and forwarded the details to the relevant departments to begin planning. He scanned the inn once just to ensure that all was well before diverting all his attention to the crystal realm. Using his remote presence ability, a projection of him appeared at the tavern. The mood in the main hall was drastically different from what it normally was, and there were no sailors for traders occupying the tables today. Instead, a host of refined ladies and gentlemen sat comfortably in their seats and talked in soft voices. On the small stage in the corner, a number of tiny fairies played soothing and relaxing music. It felt more like he had entered the parlor for an exclusive country club rather than a local tavern, but it only made sense. The richest and most prestigious people from across the Hum Nation were to arrive in Babylon, and the tavern was the central location where they would gather. Of course, due to the small size of the tavern, only the most essential parts of the wedding would take place here, which would be limited to the most important guests. That meant the less important guests would have to use the few days prior to take in the prestigious yet rustic aura of the tavern. Surprisingly, even the most particular and spoiled of these nobles did not make a fuss, for the tavern had truly seen numerous upgrades after the star rank upgrade. It was not just the dribble oak wood, which kept the air in the tavern fresh and filled the air with a reinvigorating scent, that kept these nobles humble. Each nail holding down the floor planks, each window, each utensil, and everything else imaginable used in this tavern absolutely screamed opulence, while retaining a humble and simple aesthetic. The grandeur was overwhelming, yet the blatant indifference to cosmetics and extravagance was a new experience for them, allowing them to enjoy it even further. In fact, the more astute guests at the tavern could already predict that a new trend of extremely valuable items disguised as everyday, mundane items was about to sweep the empire. By being at the source of this new trend, they could gain ideas and inspiration and be first to profit from it. Others simply took this as a novel experience and allowed themselves to live out their fantasies of traveling the lands and rubbing shoulders with the common folk. Of course, there were always troublemakers. Naki, Nami, and Nanny, the triplet waitresses of the tavern, were always popular. Moreover, their budding extroverted personalities did not allow them to hide much of themselves. As such, their low-born origins were immediately picked up on by many guests. Not many minded, and some in fact thought that they had been purposefully employed to add realism to this experience of living like a commoner. Some, however, decided to take them home for one evening. This had happened while Lex was asleep. Naturally, since Lex's sleep was not disturbed by Mary, the situation was resolved without needing his assistance. To be specific, the personal guards of the Phillips family intervened before anything happened to escort the guest away from the town. Jolene had strongly impressed upon her husband how important the tavern and Lex were, and that they should use every opportunity to ingratiate themselves. Although they were more than certain that the tavern could have handled the situation without their aid, they were all too eager to help. So now everyone knew not to mess with the tavern staff. Of course, that was before Rick returned from his travels with the monster catfish in tow. Lex was not sure how he had done it, considering that monsters had a very aggressive nature, but Rick had somehow tamed the catfish monster. The monster at the peak of nascent realm was hard to ignore, especially when it followed Rick around like a loyal puppy, like a loyal monster fish. To fit into the tavern, the monster even shrunk its size. Considering that Rick had returned Zagan's scale, Lex was not aware of how he managed to tame it. He would look into it, but later. For now, Lex first checked up on all the floors of the tavern, ensuring that it was all right before sending someone to call the Noel and Phillips families. He had to brief them on the fact that some important guests will also be attending the wedding, so that they could be prepared. Moreover, he had to make preparations in case the situation developed negatively. His experience with the crystal race was enough to wake him up to the fact that things wouldn't always go according to his plans. He had to make contingencies. Fortunately, Zagan's scale would allow him to muster up a force consisting of monsters. Still, considering that the elite of the entire realm were coming, his emergency measures had to be adequate. Since he himself could not travel freely in the crystal realm at the moment, he had to make use of others. More specifically, he had to make use of all the secrets the Noel family had buried under Babylon. Chapter 699 Talk Privately. Chapter 699 Talk Privately under the cold, white light of the spaceship. Z found himself walking through a busy corridor. All around him were various races with hardly any humans around, though a majority of the races were humanoid, or elvish as it was referred to as here. Some were the staff and crew of the ship he was aboard, but majority were either soldiers and mercenaries, doctors, engineers, or from any other profession that would in some way aid in battle. The warriors were in the greatest number, obviously, but the most reverence received on this ship was by medical professionals. Not all doctors had the courage to treat patients inside an active war zone, though admittedly not all who were here had come by their own choice. Followed by doctors were the formation architects and engineers. They would be sent down to various strongholds on planets where battles were taking place, and they would construct either incredible formations or build amazing spirit tech, which would greatly help the soldiers. Comparatively, it was the soldiers themselves who were at the bottom of the food chain in terms of reverence and respect. Of course, the Midnight Battalion was the exception to that rule, as were all those who stood out from the masses. The secret stares and ogles he received as he walked to his room dictated just how much the fame of the battalion had spread. They had been at war for a few months now, and were already moving towards their third battlefield. They were evacuated from the first battlefield after the entire planet became unstable, although they managed to conclude the fight. On the second planet, the war was much fiercer, and they were unable to change the tide on their own, but their hard-earned merits had made them quite popular as a result. They had played a significant role in turning the tide of battle, as they protected a crucial stronghold from a never-ending siege. It was only once the tide had turned, and their role completed that they were pulled from that planet and were now being sent to the third planet. Z didn't mind. To him, all fights were the same. They were hard and hot and extremely uncomfortable. He was not ashamed to admit that they were also very dangerous, and that if it weren't for the suits provided to them by the innkeeper, many of them would have already fallen in battle. But in life, there was no such thing as what if and only what is. The innkeeper had given them a formidable uniform, and through its assistance, not only had they all survived, many of them were growing stronger rapidly. Z himself was a prime example, as his lethality had shot through the roof, and now he no longer considered anyone in the Foundation realm as foe. Unless, of course, they were also members of the Midnight Inn. After all, Luther had also grown incredibly strong after gaining a mysterious ability to control fire, and his flames were not in the least normal. Many others had also grown much stronger under the trial of war, either unlocking latent abilities or encountering unusual treasures that gave them extraordinary powers. Suddenly Z was reminded of a particular member who had recently begun to shine, and blushed. Her name was Sandra, and she was positively electric. Literally, during battle, she encountered a strange enemy, and upon killing him, she somehow absorbed a mysterious stone from within his body. Since then, she had unlocked the ability to control electricity or lightning. Moreover, because she had spent so much time observing the lightning tribulations at the inn, her compatibility with the ability was phenomenal, and she was quickly becoming incredibly strong. She also had pretty eyes. Lost in his own thoughts, Z eventually made it to his own room and lay in bed, looking out at the cosmic cloud they were traveling in. When they had started out, they were still at the periphery of the cosmic cloud, but as their battlefields changed, incidentally, they were moving deeper and deeper within. The deeper within the cloud they progressed, the more dangerous it became to traverse. So it would take a while before they reached their destination. Somehow, they had gotten a break from all the fighting, and everyone was taking their time to rest. Z was still lost in his thoughts, still playing with the space bubbles above his fingers as had become a habit. But because he was doing it absent-mindedly, he failed to notice that the bubble sometimes failed to form a perfect sphere and became slightly deformed. The occurrence was only 1 out of 100, though. A few days later, when they reached their third battlefield and had progressed deeper in the cloud, The rate of the sphere deforming became 1 out of 99. Vardy Noel, Joseph Noel, Vardy's father, Jess Phillips and Jolene Phillips all sat in a private room with Lex, who wore a warm and cordial smile. Yet he was the only one smiling. This was the first time they were meeting in a group like this, and they came with the intention of sharing some last-minute details with Lex. Due to the increased intensity of the Craven War, the scale of the wedding had been drastically reduced. Moreover, many of the initially planned VIP guests would no longer be able to make it, as almost all of the immortals in the Empire were being summoned. The previously festive mood had been killed thoroughly, for all except Jess, who was still madly pining over Vardy. Instead, what awaited them was Lex sharing with them the news that not only would the wedding serve as a front for a secret meeting between the royal families of all the top races in the realm, but that the topic of their discussion was the very fate of their realm. To say that they were shocked to their core was an understatement. Every one of them was extremely stressed due to the war and the fact that they did not even know if they themselves would survive. Now, faced with this sudden bombshell, they were not able to cope quickly enough. The fact that even Jolene was not instantly maneuvering the situation for political gain was a testament to how dire the situation really was. As if to add credence to his statement, Lex also had Rick bring in one of the invitations and present it to the families. The aura of the innkeeper's words gripped their currently fragile hearts, and they became dazed. "My apologies for extending invitations to the wedding without consulting you. I thought the leaders of the races won't exactly be unwelcome at the event," said Lex casually. "Also a representative of the monsters," Rick quickly added, with no noticeable change in his expression, as if he were talking about something mundane, like the weather. Even Lex was surprised to hear that last statement, but he did not show it. He made a mental note to interview Rick thoroughly later. Originally, he was worried about Rick's competency while undertaking this task, who knew he would perform a few extra credit tasks. Of course, we cannot openly share this information for security purposes. So externally, everything will appear to be as per usual. "Lex, no, Mr. Lex. I think you should have kept such details to yourself," said Joseph weakly. "Even we are not qualified to know about such matters. Impossible. You see, the invitation officially invites everyone to the wedding. What kind of wedding guests would they be if they did not at least extend their greetings to the bride and groom? There's also the wedding presents." Everyone looked at Lex dumbfounded. They did not know what to say. Was wedding presents really the thing that needed to be focused on right now? Of course, as the host, I still need to make some preparations for their arrival. "Joseph, I have some questions for you regarding Babylon." Joseph shook his head and said, "You can ask me questions right here." He glanced at Jolene as if acknowledging her. Lex smiled knowingly and then asked, "Well, in that case, I wanted to ask you if there are any more unstable factors underneath Babylon. The last time you gave me the blue crystal essence, which was being fostered under Babylon. If there are more such crystals or other unstable or volatile factors underneath or near the city, can you share them with me?" Chapter 700 Edward Pattenfather. Chapter 700 Edward Pattenfather, a shell-shocked Jolene, alongside a love-struck Jasmine, left the tavern once the meeting was concluded, both with very different mindsets. Jasmine was once again bubbling with excitement. Previously, when she found out that the scale of the wedding would have to be reduced, she was somewhat disappointed. The wedding didn't matter as much as the marriage, obviously, but which one of her siblings didn't have a lavish and exquisite wedding? She could really be blamed for having high expectations. Jolene, on the other hand, was struggling between moral issues. More specifically, given the current situation, her upbringing and training dictated that she consider the greatest political benefits. Given the current global climate, the greatest benefit they could receive was to not be involved in the war efforts against the immortal Craven army. Her entire family could be destroyed if they partook in that. Yet at the same time, she could not bring herself to completely remove her family from the war either. Centuries of brainwashing by King Cornelius made it so that every citizen saw it as their most basic duty as humans to fight for the survival of their race against the Craven. Caught between the selfish desire for survival and the duty to her race, she could not think too clearly. Ultimately, she decided to consult her husband and defer to his decision. Jess, Jolene's daughter who had been coordinating between the tavern and their family, was also accompanying them back. Although it was unlikely that she knew anything, Jolene decided it was best to interview her thoroughly as well. Inside the tavern, Joseph and Pfardy were left with Lex as they continued their discussion. Since Pfardy had re-entered the Noel family, there was no reason to keep these secrets from him. Normally, Joseph would not communicate these secrets with anyone, for his family was acting on behalf of the royal family by mining and harvesting these resources. But as someone backed by the Midnight Inn, Lex was least likely to be interested in their resources. Moreover, they recalled the deep relationship shared by Aegis, the Crown Prince, and Lex. To Lex's great and utter disappointment, besides the blue crystal essence which had been absorbed by the lotus on his back and himself, nothing else was of too significant value. But as it turned out, the excuse Lex had used was quite valid. Some of the resources hidden deep underneath Babylon were extremely volatile and were protected by numerous formations. Should an accident happen, all of Babylon was at risk of being decimated by the blowout. After the conversation ended, the Noel family left. Lex's plan to use their resources as a hidden backhand had failed, but through this meeting Lex came to realize another avenue he could pursue. So tell me exactly how it is that you ended up sending an invitation to a representative of the monsters, Lex asked in a more of a curious tone rather than interrogative one. He did not know whether to feel impressed or surprised by Rick's feats, and honestly, he felt a bit of both. In hindsight, he should have considered inviting the monsters as well, but due to the fact that they have a naturally aggressive nature, he had not even considered them. Yet it was true that they were also citizens of the Crystal Race. The destruction of the realm affected them just as much as the others. We assumed that the fish monster that was summoned was profoundly dumb, and thus easily controlled by the scale you gave me. Yet, as it turned out, it was not as dumb as it seemed. Although it still obeyed my every command and never tried to harm me, it also took a detour while we traveled. Naturally, as we traveled through the folds of space, I could not tell about the detour at all until we arrived at the destination. By then it was too late to do anything anyway. I was faced with a massive monster that spoke directly into my mind. It asked me where I got the scale and would the owner of it give it to me. I had nothing to hide, so naturally I told him that I was given the scale by you, and my purpose was to deliver invitations to the royal families of some nations. Since the monster was pretty powerful, I showed him one of the invitations as well. The monster was already interested in coming to the tavern and meeting you after I told him I got the scale from you. But once he saw the invitation, well, he suddenly became very polite and asked if it was all right he attended as well. Naturally, I told him that it was not up to me and that he would have to ask you. Afterwards, we spent some time talking, and as it turns out, we share many of the same interests. We became good friends, so then I gave him a few tips about what to do when he attended a wedding. Lex asked, his voice betraying his disbelief. What could Rick, the handyman, and an ever-living monster of immeasurable power have in common? Yes, Rick said, reaffirming his statement as if he had said the most reasonable thing. When Edward Paddenfather, the monster, gained enlightenment, meaning he gained sentience, he spent a few hundred years masquerading as a human teenager. Every few years he'd move to a town and live there, attending the local academy, so that he could learn about the world. As it happens, human teenagers often got part-time jobs, so Edward often worked as a handyman at different places. Lex was dumbfounded and did not know how to respond to Rick. Rick, however, took Lex's silence as an indication that he should elaborate more on the topic. While Edward masqueraded as a human teenager, he formed many friends and often got involved in unreal adventures. One time he took part in a tribal war between two of the tribes, living in a local Trollops territory. The war between wolves and bats was a fierce one, or at least it was for the human he was pretending to be. Another time, he pretended to fall in love with another human girl, only to be caught up in a teenage drama when another teenager from their local academy similarly declared his love for the same human girl. Later, he discovered that, like him, the other teenager was also a monster pretending to be human. It was quite the emotional roller coaster, as the girl was eventually revealed to be a daughter of the human king, who immediately recognized the two monsters and attacked them, causing them both to flee in terror. Once, all right, I get it. You two are good friends. I'm glad you're expanding your social circle. Lex interrupted Rick. He felt like the list of unbelievable stories was actually quite long, so he did not want to get caught up in them. After having dismissed Rick, Lex could not help but feel a little morose that ultimately he was unable to invite the progenitor of the soul and Frio birds. After all, everyone else had already seemingly been invited. The only major race besides them that remained uninformed about this was the Craven. But it was what it was. He didn't want to go to the Crystal Race territory again. Not to mention, there were only a few days left. There was no time. Deep in the dark and barren lands controlled by the Craven was a massive citadel built seemingly out of a single, massive spirit stone. But of course that was impossible. Such a massive spirit stone could not be formed in a realm as young as the Crystal Realm. This was instead the result of the ingenious engineering of the Craven. Their means and methods were sorely underestimated by everyone on these lands, and that served the purpose of the Craven well. Inside a library where the shelves were made of bone, and the books consisted of skulls of various races, fitted with a strange crystal, a particularly lean and petite Craven was reading. Among the Craven, size was usually proportional to strength, but for some reason this smaller Craven seemed to defy that rule. "My liege," said a hooded, humanoid figure that entered the room. "Oh," the Craven asked, genuinely curious. "You have been instructed to go to the Midnight Tavern in 4 days." The Craven nodded, as if just that was enough. The humanoid figure also departed the library, without sharing anything else. Upon a tower that pierced the sky and far surpassed the atmosphere, 2 massive birds were resting in a nest made of the purest energy crystal. Suddenly, the divine energy in their bodies stirred, and a revelation came to them in the form of a name and time. It was the Midnight Tavern in 4 days. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.